Mr. Brown Mohots. We want that detail.
Indeed.
Yes, that the advocate Arense together with advocate Mohaitz. You would know that advocate Mohaitz was not with us yesterday. We gave that apology that she had to finalize consultations with Mr. Julius Mukwanazo, who is due here tomorrow at 11 o'clock. And today they are finalizing consultations with Mr. Brown Mokhodzi. In case they finish within reasonable time, they will come and join us when the proceedings are still on. Mr. John Robert McBride. Mr. Robert John McBride, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Fine. Did you have a good interaction with the committee yesterday?
Absolutely marvelous, sir.
Are you raring to go for the second day? We are in a conversation with you, and you are in a conversation with us.
Sir, I'm here to speak the truth.
We are one South Africa, we are one nation.
I'm here to speak the truth, smiling or not.
Okay. The Mr. Pilot Kwebu, the man sitting on my right, Mr. Bonani Ramano, the man sitting on my left. Good morning to you. Thank you. Morning, Bonani. Thank you so much. The staff of Parliament, good morning to you.
Good morning, Chair.
The staff of political parties, good morning to you. And all members of the media, I have read your names last time, all of you. Aiba from the SABC. Good morning. Thank you. We are now ready to proceed with our interactions with Mr. Robert John McBride, our witness, in the last day of appearance before this committee today. And I must thank you, honorable members. It's January. The sun in Cape Town during this month is very hot. I saw several of you already sweating when you came out of your vehicles this morning. But it shows your resilience and your courage, your determination to work for the Republic. Can I check if we have a record of apologies? African National Congress, any apology?
No apology from the ANC.
MKP, any apology?
Honorable Shongwe will join us shortly.
Okay. The Democratic Alliance, no apologies. The EFF?
Yeah, we registered the apology for Honorable Malema, who's attending to the sentencing hearing in East London on politically charged matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The IFP?
No apology.
The Freedom Front Plus?
I am here. Thank you.
The Action SA?
No apologies. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Honorable Souls, and good morning. We are on the item of apologies. Is there any apology from your party or from you in particular? Maybe you may want to be released earlier during the day. Is there any apology from yourself?
Thank you, Chair. No apologies from us.
Thank you so much. We are done with this item. From your side, Advocate Mkize, is there anything you may want to say before we take the rotation of parties?
Nothing on my side, Chair. You may proceed.
Okay. Honorable Matthews.
Chair, just before we start our questioning as members of the committee, I have spoken to some of the members of the committee, And it was in relation to what Honorable Sauls raised in our committee meeting on Monday rather, about the amount of time that we spend. So initially, obviously, when we started, we were allocated, you'd allocate us 30 minutes or whatever, the amount of time, and it didn't include the responses of the witness. Then at some point, I guess depending on the witnesses, my voice is going, sabotage. And then some point, so we're asking that you consider, please, Chair, we're begging you that today you allocate us whatever time, and it doesn't include the response from the witnesses. It is an important witness. We all have, quite solid questions and questioning that we need to do, and that be please considered. The whole day has been set aside anyway for our questioning, so I don't think we're under pressure in terms of time for today. Thank you, Chair. That's my submission.
Can I hear what the parties are saying on that matter? The ANC.
Chairperson, we don't object.
Okay, the MKP.
No, Chair, in fact, we said we are not objecting, but we were suggesting a different method. We're saying, Chair, we don't know if it's practical for the timekeeper to be able to manage time. To to calculate time for a member, and then when the witness comes in and stops until the member comes back again. If that is practical, then we are supporting this proposition. But if it's not, our proposal is that let's rather extend to 40 minutes, and that will be all inclusive.
Okay.
Yeah.
The DA.
We have no objection to the suggestion, Chair.
Okay. The IFP.
No objection.
The PA.
We support, Chair.
The Freedom Fund Plus.
We also support. Thank you, Chair.
The Action SA.
Supported, Chair.
Okay. We will do like this. We will extend the time of full members to 40 minutes. And then we will give alternate members 20 minutes each. Is that okay? Thank you so much. The time is now 10 minutes after 11. Honorable Ngola, your time will expire at 10 minutes before 12.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Sokanyile will go first. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, at 11:30, your time will end. And then you pass the microphone to Honorable Ngola. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you. Let me greet you, the witness, Mr. McBride. Morning, sir. I'm going straight to the issues within the IPID, but I'll talk about you first. How long have you known Mr. Paul O'Sullivan? If you can reflect on that.
I've known him since 2014 when I was appointed to IPID, and I met him in response to his provocation about what IPID's predecessor had done to him. And I thought I didn't need somebody harassing me about something that is not my business. It happened during ICD. It's a totally different animal that I was heading now. So from I was appointed to IPID, that's when I know him. Never met him before. No, the only matters that is matters where he is the complainant and were referred to IPID. And that was IPID did it, not myself. No, I haven't. I haven't requested anything from him. My understanding was that he was a certified fraud examiner, assisting with forensic investigations, and basically doing the work that journalists, investigative journalists do.
Just a moment. Can you restate that? What do you say was his role at the time? If you can just restate it.
So a moment ago, I put it in three aspects. One is he's a certified fraud examiner, that someone looks at documents, identifies if there's fraud, statement analysis. And secondly, he assists with forensic analysis of documents and figures. And thirdly, he does the work that investigative journalists are doing to uncover corruption or malfeasance. That's what he does. He's actually quite obsessed with that. He's also a businessman, of which business I don't know about. I think it's to do with property, purchasing and selling.
Investigation. Okay, thank you. As he was doing an investigation, especially in corruption and other things, as during your tenure in the IPID, corruption was investigated a lot. You didn't request his assistance, not so ever.
No, not me personally. Some members of IPID might have engaged with him, not me.
But not you.
Okay. For me, he was a sounding board with information that he had. I would listen to what he said. That's generally my way.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Paulo Sullivan has over the years exerted influence on the work of IPID and SABS, the prosecutorial service on the Hawks?
Could you kindly repeat, please, ma'am?
I'm saying that, have you ever heard or do you know if Mr. Paulo Sullivan has over the years exerted an influence on the work of the IPID?
As I mentioned on yesterday, on 2 occasions, I thought he was overstepping the line, and I brought him to order. I don't know his relationships with SAPS.
So he attempted at some point, then you came and stopped him.
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
Right there. Not
So
in my
meaning
presence.
that
Honorable Sokanyin, are you saying he attempted or he overstepped the line?
He attempted to, but I stopped him right there. No, that is not your business.
But it means that if he attempted and you have seen at that point the others, maybe you didn't say it. Can you agree with me on that?
That I didn't say.
Because maybe it didn't get to your attention if he attempted this one in IPID.
I'm not 100% sure, ma'am, the question, but there's only two occasions I remember specifically where I was present.
Which are those, if you can mention them?
There was he had information about a decision. Someone was leaking stuff to him. He had information about a decision about Mabula team to arrest IPID members and others. And he had indicated that we already have enough evidence to arrest them, we should. And I told him, no, we follow evidence until we're sure of our case and until the prosecuting authority is sure of the case also.
Meaning that you can safely say that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan had an access to confidential information or records
Not that I'm
within
aware
the
of.
IPID.
Not that I'm aware of.
But if he knew and came with the information that you're narrating now, it means that he had sources within and got information and had access.
So, for example, Colonel Munsami, after exhausting all avenues within SAPS and was exasperated with no action, then went and wrote to Paul O'Sullivan. And Paul O'Sullivan then took it as a complaint to IPID whilst I was in suspension.
Did you ever attend a McBride or any social gatherings with complainants of IPID?
Except for Paul O'Sullivan, no.
You did attend.
Yeah, the braai on which is supposedly the reason Nkabinda got upset and did a Judas or a Saul to Paul. Which was untrue anyway, because he continued leading the Patlani investigation. I haven't on complainants, but Paul did indicate he has a document to give everybody, which was his analysis of I think one of the matters you're discussing in your mandate is syndicates operated in South Africa and how it involves the police. So he gave us that. I'm really much about the information, the intelligence. That's my game.
So you didn't regard Paul O'Sullivan as your friend? Or himself, did he regard you as his friend? Why did he have to invite you to a braai?
Well, normally towards Christmas time, people do have braais, but I really like him.
You liked him?
Yeah, I like him. He's full of jokes and all of that, and he's a bit nutty sometimes, so...
And you get information out of those jokes.
Indeed.
Then you had to put Paul O'Sullivan next to you.
No, he always called me first when he had information. I never sought information. In fact, even today, information comes to me. People trust me to handle it confidentially.
Because if you are associating yourself with Paul O'Sullivan like that, and Paul O'Sullivan getting an information within IPID, records of information, then it means that you yourself also, you were using Paul O'Sullivan to assist you in investigating some of the things. If you are saying that you were getting information from him.
So some of the information that he gives is irrelevant to IPID, but it's relevant to understanding the size of the monster of syndicates and drug distribution, and which other seemingly clean activities are hiding the drug movement.
So he didn't influence you whatsoever as the head of IPID at that time?
No, man. In fact, there's no one on this earth that can influence me wrongly. I will always do the right thing.
Okay. Do you know a person called Sarah Jane Trent?
Very well.
How do you know her?
She was working for Paul, pulling documents together and keeping documents and dealing with litigation matters. Also a major source of categorized and archived documents which deal with anti-corruption matters.
You know, my worry is one, it's Paul O'Sullivan, then Sarah Jane Trent working with Paul O'Sullivan, but you're saying that they were not your friends. And they're working together, these two. When now you're saying that, no, you never ever said to them they must investigate anything for you, being at the head of the IPID.
Okay.
Because if it was me being at the head, I'll request some people to get me information and investigate some, even though I wouldn't say they're investigating themselves.
So if I can answer this, and depending on your definition of friend, I can answer more. But independent IPID, as it should be, does not have forensics, does not have ballistics, does not have analysis capabilities, does not have intelligence capabilities. At the end of the day, you can ask all the lead investigators. This person was the intelligence person, gathering information. That is why we got all this information on all these corrupt people. And I can talk for the whole day about them.
Okay. What was the role played by Sarah Jane Trent in Pashan's investigation?
As I mentioned, the archiving and categorizing of corruption information, which involved a number of issues, including the police. So policing matters I knew about.
Are you aware that Sarah Jane Trent, together with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan,
Yes.
they tried impersonating IPID with regard to investigating Mr. Pashan when they wanted to have an access to information about General Pashan and his home? Are you aware of that?
Well, that is the allegation from Pashan. It's not the allegation from the three crime intelligence officers who did an assessment of possible security breach. I was not on the scene. What I know is that it was the allegation. I was given an explanation from my members who were there, including Mandla, who was killed. And yeah. And it was not long after that Mandla got his first threat.
They were arrested most for this act that they were doing.
Well, one of the allegations against the IPID members was that they were impersonating IPID members. Now that is crazy, but that was a charge on them.
So you didn't deassociate yourself from them after their arrest, because you are saying that it was just an allegation made by people, and it's not true according to your explanation, if I'm understanding you.
So who arrested them? It's Mabula team who at least 2 people died in their custody. and others allege torture. So I must associate with people who serve a purpose for IPID because of Mabula. That will never happen.
But you know, to me, it gives me goosebumps if you will be associated with Paul O'Sullivan and Ms. Sarah J. Trent, and after these individuals have committed impersonating people, doing other things with regard to law, then how this committee must conclude about you if you are befriending people like Mr. Paul O'Sullivan.
So, Honorable Member, I've been through this by the legislature before. I've been hauled over the coals for absolutely no purpose, for saying what the situation was. And all kind of scurrilous smears were thrown my way. Now, an association with a person, not friendship, association. I have very few friends. I don't like a lot of friends. But association, I have with people who add some value to my life and what I'm doing. So, in all humility, ma'am, whatever this committee feels, whatever it feels, won't change my normal activities during my private life.
Okay. Just this quick one. Mr. Nkabinde, when he came here, he said that he wrote a report about you. And then again,
Yeah,
when it was time for
it is
discipline.
now 11:30. May we please pass the microphone to the next speaker?
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me pick up straight from what Honorable Sokanyile left. The first issue I want to pick up with you is that you say, just a few minutes ago, that whatever this committee feels, it won't change your normal life activities. We don't operate on feelings here. This committee does not operate on feelings.
Sorry, sir, could you kindly...
I'm saying this committee does not operate on feelings. It operates on the basis of extracting facts from fiction. We're running an inquisitorial process to extract facts and evidence from fiction. And it's not meant to regulate any personal life of anyone. It is directed at checking whether or not the allegations leveled on the 6th of July, 2025 do actually stand, and are our government institutions captured or not. So this is not about your personal life. It's basically about the government of the people. It does not get entangled to your personal life. That's what this is about. The second thing that I've picked up is when you were responding to Honorable Sokanyile is on the relationship between you and Paul O'Sullivan. And as you explain, you go to an extent of saying, the fact is the investigations at IPID do not have some of the relevant material to conduct investigations. And Paul does have some of the relevant material. Is that a concession that you have used Paul O'Sullivan to conduct IPID investigation?
Well, that's a bit of a jump in logic because he's one of the sources of information. There are others also But the fact that he provides information or is a complainant does not translate into control in IPID. That is a fiction which was created by Patlani and his crew themselves.
So you say,
And that is all they got. They got no explanation for the charges they must face.
but Mr. McBride, to what extent did you use Mr. Paul O'Sullivan or his resources to conduct IPID investigations?
Whenever he had information to me, I went and listened to it. But all the answers are here, written long before 6th of July 2025. The answers were here already about all these issues you're asking me about. Nothing to do with anything else, nothing to do with allegations made by Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. It was here already, affidavits, court papers, judgments, all there.
So, in a nutshell, you mean you have used information from Paul O'Sullivan to arrive at decision on the investigations IPID conducted?
In a nutshell, some of his information proved useful in our investigations.
So, your investigations were resourced in terms of information by Paul O'Sullivan, who's not part of IPID.
Or anybody else who had information.
Let's pass it. I hope members will pick it up. Did Paul become part of investigations, physical investigations? You'll recall the estate allocation. Was it the only incident where Mr. O'Sullivan accompanied IPID investigators when they were conducting investigations?
So let me put it this, in a nutshell. Paul O'Sullivan was the complainant. He had interaction.
No, let's leave that one first, Mr. McBride. Let's say, apart from that one, did Paul accompany investigators of IPID when they conducted investigations?
I will answer you, but I will answer you fully.
Okay.
So that you understand in a nutshell. So, Paul O'Sullivan showed IPID the alleged crime scene, which was Patlani's house. That's the first thing, which
Mr. McBride,
Yes, sir.
you are giving answers on a time that is allocated to the honorable member. And the honorable member has said it more than once, that please answer the question that he asks, so that his time is not squandered without him exhaustively asking the questions that he wants to. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the question is, apart from the Pashan estate, I forgot its name, did Mr. Paul O'Sullivan accompany IPID investigators when they were conducting investigations?
I'm not aware of it.
You're not aware of it? Okay, let's go to the part you were going to. You say there's an allegation against Mr. Pashan of corruption, blah, 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 in SAPS, where procurement is done in SAPS, where service providers submit their bid tenders in SAPS procurement offices. Now, you term the visit to the estate by Paul O'Sullivan and IPID investigators a visit to the crime scene. How did the estate become a crime scene of a crime that was committed at SAPS?
Can you repeat that? I'm not sure.
How did the estate become a crime scene of a crime that was committed at SAPS headquarters?
Oh, that's a very good question. Very good question.
If the good part, just answer the question.
How did it become a crime scene? The house was built without registered money. There was no money used from a bank to pay those builders. So where was the money coming from? And there's evidence to suggest it came in black plastic bags. Those were the initial statements and recordings of people who worked with Pashan. So on the bond that was drawn was 600,000. None of it was drawn on it, but there was a approved bond, 600,000. But the issue is Pashan is still staying in a crime scene. Now, as we talk it.
No, Mr. McBride. A person is shot and killed here in this chamber. Okay? The person who shoots, takes man and takes a cell phone and runs to Kailicha. He gets arrested in Kailicha. That does not make the Kailicha a crime scene. Because a crime scene is where the crime was committed. So this chamber remains the crime scene. So I still ask a question. How did Pashan's house become a crime scene?
It's the proceeds of crime.
That's not a crime scene. That's a complete different concept.
Still a crime scene.
No, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is. In fact, there was a supplier who fitted in a sound system. So a supplier to SABS fitted in a sound system or paid for in Pashan's house. That gratification is a crime scene.
Let's leave it. Let's leave it to waste our time. So you mean the only person who knew your called crime scene was Mr. Paul O'Sullivan? The investigators at IPID did not know the place where Mr. Pashan was building a house. They needed, just to point a house, they needed Paul O'Sullivan. I thought when you said you used the resources from Paul O'Sullivan to conduct IPID investigations, you spoke about sophisticated machinery. For example, we were told here that he even has a grabber. See, so we thought that it's those kind of things. So are you saying the investigators could not compile information that points themselves to Mr. Pashan's house? They had to use the services of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, who later, by the way, was actually charged for impersonating an IPID official.
Well, the charge fell away, number one. Number two, it was on the one occasion in which he was a complainant, which he showed them where the house is. So it's, what do you expect me to say? In fact, the word crime scene comes from my investigators.
Yeah, your investigators misled you. The reason why you were misled is because you let Mr. O'Sullivan to lead your investigations. Let's pass this part, Mr. McBride. There is a complaint by Mr. Paul O'Sullivan against General Pashan. So you formulate a task team. What they call the Pashan task team. Is it the Pashan task team?
We could have called it the corruption task team. But
Yeah,
there are
but
lots
the point,
of those, yeah.
the point I want to ask is it a usual procedure at IPID when investigating a complaint, you formulate a task team? Is it how you approach all complaints that are submitted at IPID?
So, firstly, it was not a usual situation at IPID. I had two of my senior investigators unlawfully dismissed. We were denuded of resources of investigators. We prior to my arrival at IPID, there was a task team on Marikana. And the same thing, they pulled people from different provinces, Northern Cape, Free State, and sent them to go and investigate the Marikana incident or incidents. So it is done sometimes.
So you mean the Pashan accusations or allegations are as equivalent as a massacre?
Equivalent as a murderer.
Beg your pardon?
I didn't understand your question.
You make an example of a task informed on the Marikana massacre.
Yes.
So I'm saying, so you equivalent the complaints against Pashan to a massacre.
No, I didn't make any comparison. You asked, is it normal practice to set up a task team? So I told you the usual situation in IPID in 2016 November was unusual. Two of my most senior investigators were unlawfully dismissed. So we had to make do with what we got. It's a compulsion. We are compelled to investigate complaints and say whether they're valid or not. That's the law.
So Mr. McBride, you say you don't usually appoint task teams to investigate complaints at IPID, but this was a special arrangement. And you explain it and say there are some special arrangements. So you say the complaint against General Pashan was a special case. It warranted a task team.
So it's the first time we had such a major systemic corruption matter to deal with. Prior to that, the systemic corruption case we were dealing with, which probably is the real reason why we got into trouble along the way, is the Panday case which we had to take over at a certain stage. But I'll get back to that just now. But this one involved drugs going missing, illicit narcotics from the lab, rhino horn, stuff that's supposed to be evidence in cases. And we needed to put together a team. And that's what happened. You can say, yes, it was wise, it was not wise, or it should be considered different in different circumstances. Given the same circumstances, under the same conditions, with the very same allegations, I'll do it again.
Okay. Allegations are that, which were confirmed by both General Pashan and Mr. Nkabinde, are that you connived with Paul Sullivan, established a task team to taint his image so that he gets fired from SAPS and he does not become a national commissioner. What is your response to that?
My response is, he got fired there even when I was not at IPID. He got charged by NPA when I was not at IPID, when I was not in the criminal justice system. He got dismissed from an acting post. If you are still willing to believe Cedric Nkabinde, there's no hope for you, honorable person.
Chair.
Yeah, no. Honorable, Mr. McBride, you see how we treat you as a witness. Each and every witness that comes before us is treated like that. And when you speak the truth, you do not have to do that at the expense of another witness. Just speak the truth the way you know it. Because the truth does not need majority and does not even need to be backed by a personal attack on the other witness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair, of course, it's correct. We're compiling evidence, so no one is supposed to cast doubt on someone else's evidence. And I set allegations. So I don't know where you get that if I believe there is no hope. And please don't do that again, so that we have a smooth interaction, a conversation. Let's pass this stage and go to, you allege in paragraph 53 that former Minister Nathi Nhleko established a reference group to investigate on how does IPID investigate in complaints, and you term it as political interference. And what is the actual envisaged accountability framework at IPID?
Well, what we know now is that what independence actually means from the McBride versus Minister of Police, meaning Ntlego case in the Constitutional Court. It means operational and structural independence. That's what it means. You cannot get outsiders, including civilians, to come and question us about our investigations, to demand dockets from us. And that's what happened. So yes, there's political interference. They should have backed off.
So the reference group was comprised of civilians.
Say again, sir?
I'm saying the reference group established by former Minister Ntlego was comprised of civilians. And that's part of the uncomfortability around it.
And a sitting prosecutor for the NPA, what's his business to check how we investigate?
Let's pass that. So you investigate a rendition case against General Spear and Dramat. So how do you then become on the side of the wrong and subsequently get suspended? Can I repeat it? Or did you get me?
The suspension was unlawful. The whole world knows that.
No, let's leave the lawfulness.
Yeah.
Let's talk about you were on this side investigating these ones who are accused of rendition. How did you cross the line and become on the side of those who are accused of rendition, which ultimately got you suspended, whether lawfully or unlawfully?
I don't know what goes in the mind of Nkosi Ntlego. I've got no clue.
Are you done now? So you don't know how you became a part of the suspects on the rendition case?
I've given you my answer. That is my answer. Ask Ntlego what was going through his mind.
No. You are not going to do that, Mr. McBride. I'm not going to ask you a question and you tell me I must ask Ntlego. We did not summon Ntlego to appear here. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. If you're unable to answer, just say I'm unable to answer and we pass.
All I know, it was unlawful. That's all that matters to me.
So you don't know how you became a suspect on the rendition case?
How I became a suspect?
How you became at the wrong such that you got suspended. That's the point I'm making.
I had nothing to do with the rendition business.
All right, let's pass. On paragraph 59, you speak about infiltration of the crime intelligence in the IPID business. But the use of your language is that you were alerted after having returned at IPID about allegations of crime intelligence interfering and all that. But did you formally, because I think when you were back as the executive director at IPID, you were supposed to have been given a formal report of the work that has been done whilst you are in suspension. But here in the paragraph, you speak about being alerted, about allegations and all those stuff. You don't say, I called an executive meeting, if it's an executive meeting. I requested a report on investigations. And this is what we picked up about the crime intelligence infiltration at IPID.
Yes, sir, you're quite accurate on that. Firstly, I did not get a handover report. Khamanyane ran away as an acting ED. He ran away, he never came back. So there's no handover report. Who do I ask for what happened? So you'd have situations like Leon Mbangwa being a chair for IPID appointments. We have a situation where the corporate services head is suspended, but they appoint a new one in the place to act from outside, someone who is not part of IPID, to act in a position that is not vacant, it is filled by someone. And you have illegal alien, Leon Mbangwa, sitting as a chairperson of that meeting. Now, that will give you an idea what's going on in Ntlego's mind.
We have got illegal alien.
Absolutely.
Who is that?
The chief of staff of Ntlego.
Chair, I think let's again try to reprimand the witness. I think it's important how we refer to people. Was the problem if, Chair, we don't reprimand, it will appear as though that this is the opinion of Parliament, because we are on record under oath in Parliament.
Yeah.
So let's just.
What is an alien?
An ill he's not a citizen of South Africa or legally in South Africa. Yet he's the chief of staff and he's carrying a false ID. This was presented before the Zondo Commission also.
You wanted to say it's a foreign national who is illegal in the country.
Yes, but it's often referred to as illegal alien. In other words, not someone from here. Now, I don't mind if he comes here legally, that's fine.
Yeah, no, you know, when you spoke here yesterday, you said that you are a freedom fighter.
Yes, indeed.
And I thought that you belong to the progressive fold or to the progressive perspective. May we please use the language of the progressives when we address fellow human beings.
My language is not unprogressive. My irritation at madness that's accepted as normal is progressive.
Look at me. You see how composed I am when I talk to you. I want you to leave McBride at his house and bring a witness here. Leave McBride at his house. McBride as a person may have those defects, but bring a witness here. Take yourself home and bring back a witness here. Please.
Do you want me to leave?
I don't think that you suggest you don't understand what I'm saying. For a person of advanced age like yourself, you surely understand what the chairperson is saying when he is requesting you to bring a witness to these proceedings. You see, it is our attitude, all of us, that make these proceedings to be successful. It is not our personalities. It is not our names. It is not our fame. It's not our credentials, but our attitude that make these proceedings to succeed. And that is why I am making this humble plea to you, that whatever decorations we may have, let's leave that at home and bring witnesses and have a conversation here. May we proceed, Honorable Ngcola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let's move. You say at paragraph 69. 69 in your statement, that Mr. Paulo Sullivan lent the pace at which Mr. Pashan's, General Pashan's house was built from Google.
Yes.
So does that mean the day of the visit was the first time he was there?
You mean of Sullivan?
Yes.
I get the impression O'Sullivan was there before because the estate manager was giving him information.
So the pace of General Pashan's house was received, the information was received from the estate agent or from Google.
And the second sentence, they say, O'Sullivan also had evidence to support suspicions that Patlani was receiving kickbacks.
No,
from
we're coming
SAP
to the
supplies.
kickbacks. We're coming to the kickbacks.
Okay.
I'm saying, did Mr. O'Sullivan receive information from the estate agent or from Google, as it is said in the statement?
My understanding is it's two matters together. It's the rate of the building, estimated costs versus, and together with the evidence of kickbacks and the fact that no money is used through a bank to pay for builders. And additional evidence, which I had seen at some stage, about payment in black refuse bags in cash. So it's a known method of money laundering also about do construction, do building. Because you can buy with cash.
Okay, I think let's pass because you are not dealing with that I'm dealing with now. What evidence did you have in relation to General Pashan's involvement in the procurement process of the goods you said are substandard with the service providers, and also the continued loss of narcotics and rhino horns? You say you were briefed that there is clear evidence against General Pashan. Can you tell us what clear evidence did you have?
No, I didn't say
in the
clear
form
evidence.
of.
No, I didn't say clear evidence, sir. I didn't say that. I said there was a complaint, and the complaint came through Pop Crew, and the complaint came through on the defective equipment Munsami, that this was happening. I didn't say clear evidence. Information.
On paragraph 76 in your statement, you said clear evidence. Go check. You said clear evidence.
At a later stage.
Paragraph 76, you
Yes,
say.
yes. So there's evidence about that, and part of that evidence.
But do we agree that you said clear evidence?
But it's not about about the initial complaint. It's
No,
clear
I'm not
evidence.
talking about the rendition. I'm talking about the allegations of corruption against General Pashan. I'm talking about you continue the SAPS loss of narcotics and rhino horns.
No, I'm not talking about clear evidence about that.
Okay.
This is saying there's clear evidence of a corrupt relationship between General Patlane and sub-service providers.
That's what I'm actually asking.
Yes, and it's in court.
What
The case
clear
is in
evidence
court.
do you have?
It's in court. Ask
No,
me.
leave the fact that it's in court. It can be in
was
court. Remember, we have
prosecuted.
just said the charge against Paul O'Sullivan of impersonating IPID fell away. So even this one, there is no court judgment on it. So let's leave it. Let's not reference on it. Let's deal with what we have.
Well,
So I'm saying, what clear evidence did you have against General Pashan on the involvement in the procurement process of the substandard goods you're talking about? What clear evidence do you have against General Pashan on the actual relationship with service providers?
Well-
What clear evidence do you have against General Pashan on the continued loss of narcotics and rhino horns?
so General Patlane, who is on bail for corruption, had an untoward relationship. That's part of the evidence before court, and it's part of further investigations that are taking place. So the people who are seized with the matter need to be asked that. I don't remember after 11 years or what that was, 11 years, what that was. So I don't have the files and the finances and stuff.
So you don't know if there were monies that were transferred to him, there is telephone communication, You don't know that.
He
But
received-
you say in your statement there is clear evidence.
So he received gratification. I testified about 5 minutes ago about that. And that was a sound system
Okay.
and the cars.
Did you get the slip of the sound system? Where was it bought? Who bought it? And all those things?
Yeah, that was all obtained.
Okay. Okay, let's pass. Let's pass. Okay, on paragraph 9.1.1, I'm trying to rush. You say Mr. Ngabinde is a double agent. What does that mean? What do you mean he's a double agent?
In which context? Tell me the paragraph and I get
9.1.1. Paragraph 9.1.1 in your statement.
page.
Paragraph 9.1.1
1 second.
in your statement. It's attachment, this one. It's not a statement. This one.
Sure. On paragraph 9, I don't find that on my affidavit.
Check 84.1.
I don't have a 84.1. I just have a 84 paragraph.
Can you?
Yeah, on my affidavit.
Okay, we'll come back to it. Okay, we'll come back to it, but I think it was in relation to the investigations against Pashan, where he was part of the task team, but he was able to have relations with the side of Pashan and the side of the Sullivian arrangement and all that. I think the context was that.
If you can refer me to the number, I'm trying to find it here.
No, it's fine. Let's leave it. We'll deal with it.
Chairperson.
Can we allow Honorable Ngola to conclude and then I will...
May I just assist? It's 91.1.
91.1.
91.1.
Okay.
That's what I was saying, 91.1. I said 91.1.
May you please proceed so that we don't waste your time.
Okay, Chair, let's pass. We may come back if Mr. McBride gets that. Mr. McBride, I think the last question from me is that you Mandla Mahlangu is murdered. When he gets murdered, he received numerous threats before. Was there a security assessment that was done so that to prevent him being murdered? Was there a submission done to the crime intelligence in relation to the threats and all that?
So, could you repeat again?
I'm saying, was there a security assessment done on Mr. Mandla Mahlangu after having received threats so that the state is able to protect him?
We try to locate who is sending the threats. And we knew it's from crime intelligence. Mandla was offered the chance not to continue, but he insisted on going through with it. And the more people came and challenged him, the more he went ahead with it. we were aware of the disruption that was taking place, and we knew who we were dealing with in terms of the Mabula team. So we knew who we were dealing with. So they, Manley insisted on going ahead and insisted on doing the recordings, which were made available in Zondo, which we could make available to you here also. But I have on page 27, the 91.1 you were speaking about. I don't know if you...
You can proceed to answer it as well.
Sorry.
You can answer that one as well.
I can't remember the question.
Why do you say Mr. Ngabinde is a double agent? What do you mean?
Oh, there's an affidavit to that effect from a crime intelligence person. Mr. Brigadier Hlungwane, who's still getting hounded and victimized now.
What does it say in the affidavit?
It might be here with our bundles, but he says he gives information about when he was informed about a crime about to be committed, basically the theft of 45 million from the Secret Service Fund on crime intelligence in the run-up, so it's 2017, in December 2017. And the information was passed to Cedric, who was in charge of the crime intelligence leg of the Patlani investigation. And he disappeared for a few days and did not convey the information. And then Hlungwane received the information. So Hlungwane's affidavit is here. It was at Zondo. It's in many places. It would be here somewhere. I think I sent it to evidence leaders long ago, from December already. But he explains clearly what it is. One of the most outstanding stars, decent people from crime intelligence.
Okay. Lastly, you say Mandla Mahlangu was a friend of General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi.
Yes.
They went to watch football together.
Yes, sir.
They were buddies. General Mkhwanazi was amongst the first, if not the first, at the crime scene when Mr. Mahlangu was murdered. But he didn't go to the funeral.
If he was there, he was hiding somewhere. He was not in a tent, and neither was he at the cemetery.
But what are you trying to insinuate? With that statement alone, what are you trying to insinuate? You even go to an extent of saying General Mkhwanazi was in the scene whilst he is in HR. What are you trying to insinuate with that statement?
Oh, it's just an inconsistency, sir. Just a big inconsistency. It's something that any investigator worth their salt would question.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you so much, honorable members. The witness has requested a convenience break for health reasons. We are granting him. We will come back after 20 minutes. $20 minutes is 12:30.
Do you understand the adverse repercussions?
You mean
of
in the
that?
same way allegations are made against me?
No, I'm
Yeah,
asking.
in this committee.
I'm asking, do you understand? That is the question before you.
It's just a broad question.
No, I'm asking, do you understand the adverse repercussions of making unfounded allegations or far-fetched accusations against certain members of the society?
Yeah, I'm aware of it.
You are aware of that?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the allegation that we have repeated today. I'm saying it's an allegation because we have not provided any proof thereof before this committee. That Leon Banga is an illegal, and we reprimanded you yesterday. And you are repeating the same thing that we reprimanded you on. You are making a funny gesture once again. And I'm not taking that kindly. You made an allegation yesterday about Leon Bangwa that he was hired while he was an illegal immigrant. Do you know that Leon Bangwa took that matter to court and it was settled in court?
I didn't hear the last part, sir.
Do you know that Leon Bangwa took the matter to court about an accusation that he is an illegal immigrant? Do you know that?
No, I'm not aware.
You're not aware?
No.
Do you know that the reason why it was settled is because Leon Bangwa was instructed or gave a DNA evidence in court proving that he is a citizen in South Africa. Do you know that?
No, I didn't know that process took place.
You didn't know that?
I'm not sure at which stage it took place.
So all the information I'm giving to you is new to you.
Well, it's new in the sense that at Zondo Commission, former Minister Nkosi Ntlego did not deny it, but said that it's in the process of being regulated and being resolved.
No, but I'm asking about your knowledge, not about what transpired in the Zondo Commission. The information I'm giving to you is new. Is that correct?
You mean the information about him having a criminal conviction?
About him taking the matter to court and about the matter being resolved through settlement, which was influenced by the DNA results.
I have no idea about that.
You have no
informed me
idea.
about that.
You have no idea.
No.
And then you've got the audacity to come and tell this committee that Leon Bangwa is an illegal immigrant. Without having that knowledge in your possession, don't you think that is dangerous? Because I was going to maybe sympathize with you if you were saying, I knew that, but I knew it in a different, I know that, but I know it in a different way. This is what transpired. Now you don't have that information at hand, but you have the audacity to speak about something which is not true in that context.
My audacity is based on fact. And the fact is, at that time that he was appointed Chief of Staff, he was still holding and using the false passport. And that was on his CV. And when Minister Ntlego was called to explain it, he said the matter's been attended to. But at that time, when he was Chief of Staff and involving himself irregularly, interfering with IPID business and sitting on panels for employment and creating posts that don't exist.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be generous with time. I've got a very limited time. So can you stick to my question? Maybe I might come back to the IPID issues. Yeah, I'm talking about the court case and the settlement, vis-a-vis the allegation you are making about Leon's citizenship.
People's citizenship changes. At that time, he still was using and flaunting an illegal passport, illegal ID.
One has been a civil servant for a very long time. Even before he became the chief of staff, he once worked for the provincial legislature in KZN. Do you know that?
That is hardly my problem.
I didn't ask whether it's your problem or not. Do you know?
I think that's exactly where he was found out that his ID is not solid.
So you don't know? Do you, Mr. McBride, do you know or you do not know?
I didn't bother to check. I checked that passport and it was wrong.
No, I'm not talking about the passport. I'm talking about him being a civil servant way before he became the chief of staff.
Well, he might have managed to sneak his way in. I don't know.
No. You are not giving me proper answers. You are not giving me direct answers. The responses you are giving me are peripheral. Do you know that he was a civil servant before he became the chief of staff?
He was in the KZN civil administration. I don't know what the issue was, but he was there, and it's at that stage. It wasn't long after his incident. I think his incident was 2002, and it hadn't been regulated yet. It hadn't been expunged yet.
Well, I think I must give up on this one because you are not giving me an answer. Let's go to to Mr. Mkwanas, to General Mkwanas, being on the scene. You are using a word inconsistent, and to me that is English. What do you mean? You are saying Mr. Mkwanazi went to the scene, he didn't attend the funeral, and according to you, that is inconsistent. So what do you mean by saying that? What are you intending to mean?
Yeah, I'll answer you. In the same way when KwaZulu-Natal was burning in 2021 July, General Mkwanazi was not on the scene of dealing with the matter of the insurrection. In the same way, we expected him, with people who he is close to at least attend their funeral, and one wonders why he'd be first on a scene. So maybe there's a clear answer. Someone phoned, but until now, someone phoned him and said, go there and look, because he's a family friend and a cop and he's got connections. But until now, no one has given me that explanation.
Yeah, and
I've searched.
And then by saying that is inconsistent, failure to attend the funeral, being the first person on the scene, and you say it's inconsistent. What do you mean by saying that?
Or taking leave during a provincial emergency.
And then what do you mean? What do you mean by saying that?
It's inconsistent. Whatever you interpret that to mean, it's up to you.
No.
It's something to be looked at.
I'm not interpreting. I'm seeking for your clarity. You are the one who's giving that word to us. So clarify it so that we can interpret it correctly according to what you are saying.
No, there's not much more I can add to saying the conduct, in my view, is not the normal conduct of a person who's close to people.
To not attend a funeral.
Or to take leave during a national emergency and have a show of force.
Do you know that, let me ask this first. Do you know how General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi found his way to the scene?
I don't know. All I know is the fact he was first on the scene.
So you don't know how he found his way to the scene?
No.
Do you know that General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi was a friend to a brother of Mandla Mahlangu?
Very well, even closer than Mandla. Very well, I know that.
Do you know that brother?
Very well.
What's his name?
It's William.
The brother was working for
Yeah, the
DPCI.
brother got promoted, I think, to brigadier.
No, I'm saying at that time he was working for DPCI in Mpumalanga, correct? At the time of the incident.
I'm not sure sequence of events, whether he was promoted before or after, but I know he went to Mbombela.
No, I'm saying at that time, during the incident, that is what I'm saying to you, that he was working for DPCI in Mpumalanga.
I'm not sure if it was at that time. I can't remember sequence of events.
Now, if I say to you, General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi got a call from the brother of Mandla Mahlangu, who told him that his brother, Mandla Mahlangu, has been shot, and instructed or requested him to go to the scene, what would you say? How would
I'd say that's starting to make sense.
So you made an insinuation before this committee, before you even attained that information that I'm giving to you now, because that is what I'm putting to you. General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi found his way to the scene through a phone call he got from a brother of Mandla Mahlangu.
Yeah, it's starting to make sense now.
Don't you think that you are being unfair to the people against whom you have made these allegations? Because as time goes by, I'm giving you information and you are changing your tone. And you are changing your tone having made adverse allegations against people. Because here, like the honorable member has said, that you are making a certain insinuation by saying his failure, Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, to attend the funeral and him being on the scene is inconsistent.
Yeah, that was my conclusion, my assumption that it's inconsistent.
Is it correct to conclude based on assumptions?
So it's not only one scene he was on 2 scenes.
No. Before we go there, is it correct to conclude based on assumptions about people?
That's how you start an investigation.
No, I'm not talking about an investigation here. Did you investigate Mkhwanazi for getting into the scene? I'm not talking about an investigation. I'm saying, generally, is it correct to make accusations based on assumptions? Is that a correct approach?
It's not an accusation. I said that's my assumption, and I found it inconsistent. I still think it's inconsistent. It's 2 occasions. How can it be?
No, but I'm telling you what transpired now. I'm telling you that General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi found his way to the scene through a phone call he got from the brother. So how is that inconsistent?
So would I be wrong to assume you're in direct communication with General Mkhwanazi?
I don't know. That's your own issue. I don't know. I'm not entitled to how you can think. And if that you found that to be inconsistent, why did you not raise it with the investigation team that was investigating the case of murder?
I was not in a criminal justice system. There were other people looking at the matter, including some IPID investigators were trying to locate what is the issue. And yeah, I was out at the scene. Others, they found someone who I think is a patsy for the murder.
Okay. Mr. McBride, may you take us through briefly on how a complaint is lodged at IPID, briefly. And at what stage do you come in as the director of IPID?
Okay, very good. In terms of the legislation, I'm supposed to provide strategic direction on investigation.
Strategic what?
Direction.
Okay.
Yeah.
At what stage?
Well, In terms of the act, it's a prerogative of the executive director. Sometimes there might, on systemic corruption, there might even not be a complaint, but information arrives. You can activate an investigation.
Yes, you can go on. Are you done?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Are you done?
Yeah.
So that's how a complaint is lodged.
No, I didn't say so.
But my question is so, how is the complaint lodged with IPID?
Some people phone, sometimes people send in anonymous emails, or sometimes a letter is dropped under a door. Sometimes they come to the office like Dr. Matlaba, like Paula Sullivan, like Pop Crew.
Or let me ask this way. Is there a regulated process which guides how the complaint should be lodged, which give guidance on how the complaint should be lodged?
There is. There is on receipt of complaint or by direction of an MEC or a minister and or at the prerogative of the executive director.
So the process says what is the first step when you lodge a complaint?
It says you, on the receipt of a complaint, you receive a complaint.
Who received the complaint?
IPID.
IPID.
Yeah.
I mean, there's personnel. It can't be IPID. IPID is a body, isn't it so?
Or it can come in from local level or at a provincial office, or it can come to national straight.
But my question is there no employee at IPID responsible for accepting complaints?
I think at a later stage, someone had a hotline set up, but there was something dodgy about that hotline procurement issue. I can't remember. I was gone already.
No, Mr. McBride, is there no person at IPID responsible for receiving complaints?
Well, the responsibility stops with the executive director or the provincial head, depending on the circumstances.
So when I lodge a complaint, I must lodge it in the first instance with the executive director. Is that
not necessarily?
So how does it go? How does it go? Now we are talking to the public. They want to know how a complaint is lodged with IPID.
There is a website, and I think there's one of these 0800 numbers also. I don't know what's the setup now, talking to the public. But I do know a complaint made to us, we then allocate it to somebody.
So the complaint is lodged on the website. Is that what you are saying?
No, I'm not. I don't think so. I think the number is called, and there used to be from memory.
No. I'm afraid you are really not being. You are not doing justice to my questions, Mr. McBride. Yeah, my question is very clear. Is there a regulated process which gives guidance on how a complaint is lodged with IPID?
Because it's in the act.
Yes. Then you must take us through on the steps that are entailed in the act. How does it happen? How do you lodge a complaint with IPID?
I explained it, the receipt of complaint, the normal way people communicate. You come in personally, you write a letter, you...
Yes. And then in the first instance, that complaint goes to? Does it go straight to the investigating officer, or there is a person who receives a complaint and assess if this complaint really can be investigated by IPID, and then if it can, then it gives it to another person, and if it can't be investigated by IPID, then they respond to a complainant to say, this does not fall within our jurisdiction. Does it go that way? I'm trying to help you now because I'm panicking.
Sorry?
I'm panicking, I'm running out of time. That is why I'm trying to help you.
So there are certain complaints that are not part of IPID's mandate.
Yes.
That has to be referred elsewhere.
Yes. And so who refers them elsewhere?
Sorry?
Who is referring those complaints
It will be
elsewhere?
provincial head or it will be executive director if it comes at national office.
Yes, and what
Because you're
office?
writing to a head of another.
And what office is that in IPID?
It's the executive director's office.
So they go straight to your office.
Not straight to my office.
Yeah, where do they go? In the first instance.
Wherever they go before they reach my office.
Yo, so if I send a complaint to IPID, I send it to wherever I can send it at IPID. Is that what you are saying?
It has to be an IPID office though.
Where at IPID? We are explaining to the public now to say, if you have a complaint here in the MK party, we have a person called Shongwe, send it to Shongwe.
So let me give you an example. At some stage, the economic freedom fighters had a complaint. They made an appointment with my office and they came in and explained their complaint. So they knew what to do and they have their constituency. So it's the duty of all of us to inform our constituencies
Okay.
about how to lay complaints that
It's
are
okay.
under IPID's mandate.
And then, as the director now of IPID,
Ex-director.
at what stage do you get involved?
When it's referred to my office,
When it's referred to your
the
office?
in-tray.
Okay, that is the only time you can get involved.
I don't involve myself in stuff that's not mine.
Okay. On page 71, you are saying in your statement, open quote, although I was responsible for 9 provinces and dealing with thousands and different cases, it was not usual for me to follow up on investigations that were before IPID, particularly cases that seemed to have elements of systematic corruption, which formed part of the IPID mandate. Now, there's an allegation here made by Ngabinde, and you listed it in your statement, and I thought you were going to adequately respond to it, about you going to Minister Senzo Mkunu's house to listen to a complaint that he made about DPCI. Did you go to Minister Mkunu's house?
Indeed, well, he wasn't a minister then, but yes, I went to his house.
Yeah, he wasn't, but he's a minister now. Yeah. Now, is it ordinary for you to go to a complainant's homestead?
That's such an important case, that one.
No.
No, that is so important. Let me explain, let me answer. Then you'll get full context. So the last time I had seen...
Wait, our witness. Wait. That honorable member is allocated time. When he asks you a question, respond to the question. If he wants further details from you, it will be at his behest. Respond to the question that he asked you.
The last time I had seen...
Thank you, Chair. Yes, you can proceed.
Yeah, the last time I had seen former Premier Mkunu was in his office with the MEC, Willis Mkunu. And one of the issues was a presentation on the Pandey case involving Mamonye Ngobeni and involving a few other people in the matter. And
but the question is it ordinary for you to go to the complainant's homestead?
I think you should hear me out and give me a chance to answer.
Please try to be brief, because time is not on my side.
No, it would be a miss if I don't give a full explanation.
Yeah, try.
Because you asked me.
Try to be brief. Is it ordinary?
No, you asked specifically about former Premier Mkunu.
Yes, I am specific.
So will I be interrupted again when I give my answer?
No, give your answer, but be brief.
So if you allowed me, there's already 1 minute gone. If you allowed me, I'd have been done.
Yeah, you can respond. I'm listening.
Okay, thank you. So the issue was, during the meeting with him, I did a presentation for him. I also raised the issue of the renewal of the contract for the provincial commissioner, even though there was a pending investigation. We, of course, now know the commissioner is on trial, and the last issue was there was some involvement of one of the brigadiers, an allegation of driving the then premier's children to school in a police car. So we raised that. So 2 days later, I was suspended after that. And that's as a result of former minister.
I'm sorry, Mr. McBride, I have to cut you, really. I'm running out of time. I'm sorry. And I think I won't get the answer I'm looking for here. Can we proceed to other questions? Were you ever arrested?
Myself?
Yes.
Yes, I was arrested
What were you arrested for?
on activities on behalf of the liberation movement, of an allegation of drunk driving, and also an incident which involved
Yes,
a
then
member
let's
of,
talk about the second one.
which one, the drunk driving?
Yes.
Yeah,
When was it? When was it?
It was in 2006.
Yes. And what happened to that case?
Case I was found not guilty ultimately
Yes.
by the High Court. There were 2 judges sitting on that appeal,
Okay.
Cynthia Pretorius and Letty, I can't remember exact surname now, I'll remember it just now. And the issue was the interference of organized crime in manipulating evidence.
Are there no charges which were once laid against you and later withdrawn?
There was a case involving a member of my family, and that is a family matter. And the matter was presented, and other side of the story presented to the prosecutors in court, and then it was withdrawn.
Did it go to court?
Yes, indeed.
Was it enrolled for prosecution?
It was enrolled, and I think I did 3 hearings, 3 appearances, and then it was withdrawn.
And that member of your family was your child, correct?
Well, you're starting to get very personal now.
No, I'm asking.
No, you're asking about my child.
Yes, I am asking about your child.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be. You should mind your own business about my family.
No, but it's public knowledge because it was in a court of law.
Yes, it is, but it's my family.
So you are not going to answer it?
No, I'm just saying, watch it also.
Can we stop it here? Can we stop it here? Mr. McBride, is there no polite way to make the statement that you have made? Is there no polite way?
Well, yesterday, Chairperson.
You know why I'm asking this? When Honorable Ngola was asking you questions, and again when you started with Honorable Nomval, you repeatedly make this cheeky statement that I'm saying it, you may make what you want of it.
I can't hear you, sir.
I'm saying it, you may make what you want out of it.
Yeah.
That is those are the exact words that you repeatedly used when you respond to some questions by honorable members. And you have just made another statement here that you get out of my family business. And I don't think that that is a polite way of, we are having a conversation with you here. If we ask you a question where you have some discomfort, You can just say it without bringing your arsenal to the battlefield. As a belief, please.
So yesterday, Chair, I was told that if I have an expression on my face, it will result in confrontation. No one said anything about that. But anyway, I will adhere to your instruction.
No, I addressed that yesterday.
Yeah.
I said it's me who said that we invited you here, and our intention is not to humiliate you. You still remember what I said?
Yeah.
That we have invited you here to have a conversation with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the answer is?
Before, because I'm still talking to you. Look at me. I'm still talking to you. We want the best out of you, and we are pleading with you. Can I take the two honorable members, Honorable Matthews and Honorable James?
Yeah, Chair, you've been very polite here. Yeah. We've been undermined since Mr. McBride arrived here this morning. From the very first questioning, and we've been sitting here and you've been quiet, and you've been cheering like you are, I don't know, and it's not right. Mr. McBride, you can't come here and threaten any member of parliament. I heard you say you must watch it. What is that? We are not out here in the field. There's nothing that, no, I don't even bring your mic to your mouth yet. You are undermining us. And we've been sitting here and we've just been quiet. And Chair, you're not protecting us. Then we may as well just pack up and go, because this is becoming like a podcast. It's no longer an investigation into anything. Mr. McBride comes here, he insults us as if we're not conducting an investigation, and only what he says we must take. Everyone else is just a liar. We are here and we're conducting an investigation. Just respect us on that, please, Mr. McBride. It's wrong what you're doing. And Chair, please deal with it and deal with it properly. You've been too kind, too much.
Honorable James.
Chair, I'm partially covered by... Chair, Mr. McBride needs to pull himself towards himself. He's been doing this since yesterday, telling us he owes us an apology before we can just move on, and threatening us. We're not going to take that lightly. How do we continue questioning him if he's being that hostile to a member of parliament and we're just meant to carry on? It's unacceptable, Chair. His attitude, his body language, everything since yesterday, it's completely unacceptable, and we've been tolerating it and being undermined by him. No more. Enough already.
You want to speak, Honorable Skosana?
Yes, Chair. I think, Chair, you tried to intervene on several occasions. Earlier, when Honorable Ngola was questioning the witness, you tried to intervene. At that time, Mr. McBride said, "You want me to leave." Now, that tells you that the witness before us, he's not prepared to take questions here. He's doing us a favor. And his concept, you know, perhaps I'll use the other ways like yesterday, you know. Condescending perhaps is an understatement. The gesturing is still going on. Mr. McBride, we are all equal before the law. Understanding your historical, political credentials here means nothing. We are here, as you know, what happened on the 6th of July when General Mkhwanazi made a press conference. And it has unraveled so many things. The rot, the allegations are going to be tested. And I must say that, as Umkhonto says, we are very, very concerned with your attitude. You are undermining this committee and these honorable members here. and the people of South Africa at large. You can't do that unless you are law unto yourself. Really, Chair, please, or the evidence leaders, can you speak to the witness? Let him behave himself. This is uncalled for. We can't be sitting here and being undermined.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, honorable member. Thank you so much. This is how we are going to proceed, honorable members. I hear your concerns and that you want the chairperson to help you. First of all, I want to make an appeal to all of us that we must not speak emotion. Let's not speak emotion. The emotions will not help us to achieve what we want to achieve. The proceedings of today have to succeed by all means. And what I will say to our witness, Mr. Robert John McBride, is that we respect you so much. And your contribution to the liberation of this country has not gone unnoticed. We know what you contributed. And we don't even doubt your loyalty to the Republic. Over and above that, you can look at us, Mr. McBride. You will see that you are a citizen of advanced age. Can you please help us to learn from you? I'm trying to find a polite way of talking to you so that we help each other to have very smooth and successful proceedings. You are a senior citizen in this country. We can't even call you here to come and dignify you. And that is why from the first moment we spoke to you yesterday, we said, we are having a conversation as South Africans. And when we come out of these proceedings, or when you exit the door, you must still have a feeling that you are part of the Republic, and the people that you have had conversation with here are the leadership of this Republic representing Parliament. This is the spirit that must prevail in the atmosphere that we want to have in these proceedings. We may not have the best of the ways to say some of the things to you, but as a citizen of advanced age, for sure, you can always be better than us, you know. When we had one witness here, I made a North Soto expression that says, Mogolo upelupedi. Which means that when you are a senior citizen, given the experiences that you have gone through in your life, you end up having two hearts. When one heart becomes angry, the other heart becomes an overflow. Can we help each other through your guidance, Mr. Robert McBride? Please. Is there anything you want to say?
No, not really. I'll answer the question.
Okay.
So,
Chair, how much time do I have?
Honorable Nomvalo, you are left with 2 minutes.
No, there's no way, Chair. You said my time is ending.
No. There is no need for you to fight. I'm explaining to you.
Oh, yes.
The time that was allocated to you was until 10 minutes past 1. So now you are left with 2 minutes. The referee will give you an optional time of 10 minutes. So the time will end at 20 minutes past 1. So
No,
you
thank
have 12 minutes to
Okay.
wrap
no,
up everything.
Thank you, Chair. Your opening statement is the one. Yeah, you can answer.
Okay. I undertake to use Nomvalo's words, there will be no longer confrontation. So on the matter, my response to your question that I released a public statement at the time indicating that I had admonished my daughter because she had indulged in the temptations of which all young people are faced with every day on the streets. And that was the matter. And that's how the courts found it, and that's why the matter was withdrawn.
So the matter never went to court
I was in court 3 times.
for hearing.
Yes, I went for hearing. I was not asked to plead.
Yes. And the matter was withdrawn before it was heard,
Before I pleaded.
before you pleaded.
Yeah.
Okay. You are saying the value of Mr. Pahlane's house is 8 million. Is that the market value? Or
That's according to the calculations and documents I've seen
which documents?
that are in the investigation file. So maybe it's even worth more now.
Yeah, but what are those documents? Can you name them?
No, I can't. There's ongoing investigations. That investigation might come to court within the next few months. I don't know how far it's progressed or whether initial assumptions and evidence has been cleared up by exculpatory or implicatory evidence. So I'm not sure what has taken
But
place
my
since I was there.
question is, what value is that? Is that the market value or
At that time,
it was the market value?
at that time when the papers were written.
So you assessed the value through those documents?
Well, assess means it's not an accurate science, but there's some rationale and logic going into it.
Yeah, and then you said that Mr. Pahlane's house was built by service providers. Who are those service providers?
Well, for example, the allegation is that it's FTA, and there was some back payments without getting into the investigation. During the search warrant execution at FTA, a lot of further incriminating documents were found, including close to R1 million in cash in that area, and everything was done to get a search warrant declared invalid, but that failed, and Judge Collipan ruled in the favor of IPID and DPCI, who were doing a joint operation.
So you have evidence proving that the house was built by service providers?
Oh, there is evidence, a statement made by one of the drivers or bodyguards about loading up cash at a certain stage. So, yeah, let me just leave it there. There's cash, there's specific details about how the cash is obtained, but let me leave it there.
But your final take is that the house was built by service providers, and you have evidence proving that. That is the final statement.
Yeah, that's the evidence that's there. And service provider payments, kickbacks.
Kickbacks?
Yeah.
Which were delivered in cash?
According to the statements of the drivers.
And then you went to raid Pahlane's house. So you are saying, because the evidence of Pahlane, which he tendered here, is that when they arrived in his house, when they arrived, he showed them proof of payment, that the sound system was paid from his bank account to where he was buying the sound system. And you have said when you were responding to the honorable member that you got an information proving that the sound system was bought by a service provider.
Yes, the service provider bought the sound system and had it installed.
So we will request Mr. Pashan when he comes back, General Pashan, to come with proof here, proving that really the sound system was bought by his account. And if he adduces that, then how would you react? Because unfortunately, we're not going to have you anymore in this committee.
Well, I haven't felt very much help in this committee, but the point is, Patlani admitted it was bought by the service provider, but that he put the money back afterwards.
No, I'm saying to you, if Mr. Pashan, if General Pashan comes, because we will make that request to him, that when he comes back, he must come with the POP, with the proof of payment, proving that he bought the sound system using his account. So the money was transferred from his account to a person or to a shop from which he was buying the sound system. If he produces that, how would you react? Because unfortunately, he won't come back.
The only way in which I can answer that, if I ask the investigators to provide for you the evidence of the service provider paying for it, and I bring it here, what will you say to that?
So you have that? No, I would be very
No,
happy.
it exists.
You will be helping the committee. We want evidence here.
No, it exists, sir. It exists.
If you have that proof, please provide it to the committee.
It's in IPID or IDAC, not with me personally. I don't keep personal documents.
So you don't have that proof in your possession?
No, it's there. The proof is there.
Where?
In the investigation file. Where else?
Okay. But the question is here, which we have not responded to. When Mr. Pashan gives evidence or proof that he bought it from his account, then what would you say?
Let's cross that bridge when we come to it, because I know different.
Okay.
That's
Do you have a-
hypothetical.
I didn't hear your response when you were asked about your relationship with Paul O'Sullivan. Do you have a personal relationship?
Well, I don't know whether you were in the room or not, but I was asked about that, and I said I have an association with him. Friendship is something different.
So you don't have a personal relationship?
You mean like boys' weekends away together, which you can't talk about?
Outside your official association, if there's any, do you have a personal relationship?
I meet him occasionally when he has information. For about 6 months, I haven't met him.
Did you attend his case? He once appeared in court at some point, where
I'm
he
not
was
sure.
charged, I think, for...
No, I'm not sure. I don't even think I was there. I'm not sure.
You didn't attend?
I'm not sure.
I can remind you, the case was here at midnight. It was heard by Judge Letwaba. Did you attend that case?
I don't remember him being in the box when I was present. I don't remember that.
So what I'm asking here, did you ever attend Paul O'Sullivan's case?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't remember where he was in a box and I was in a court.
But I'm putting it to you that you attended his case, which was here at midnight, at 12 o'clock. And the case was presided over by Judge Letwaba.
I can't remember a specific case like that.
You don't know that case?
If I was there, I'd say so.
Do you know that Paul O'Sullivan was once arrested?
It's possible.
You don't know?
Arrested for what, sir?
No, I'm asking about the arrest first before we
He
go
was
to the
arrested,
charges.
yes. He was arrested.
So you know he was arrested?
Yes.
Why were you saying it's possible? If you know.
Maybe he was arrested more than once.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't want you to guess here. I want us to tell something that you know. Do you know that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan was once arrested?
Could you kindly be specific, please, so I know how to respond to you? In relation to what?
He was arrested, he was in the Afroforum's offices when he was arrested. Do you know that?
Yes, I know about that.
You know that?
Yes, I know about that.
Do you know the charges for which he was arrested?
Oh, it's the same charges about impersonating
I knew you
an
know the
IPID
charges.
officer.
That is why I did not respond when you were asking me about the charges, because I knew you know them.
Yeah, but
And it's exactly what you have told us.
so the issue is, I would suggest that maybe you should listen to my testimony. I said, I don't remember a situation where Paul was in court and I was in the audience, seeing him in the box. However, I would think it wouldn't have been untoward. He is, after all, a witness for IPID.
But you have just said you know he was arrested and you were mentioning the charges. Now,
No, I heard Patlani running off his mouth on
no,
radio.
let's leave Pashan.
No, I'm telling you, you want to know what I
thank you.
know.
Thank you so much. May you please stop speaking. The time has expired. It's now 20 minutes after 13 hours. We are going to break. We will come back at 14 hours. Did you want to say something, Honorable Matthews?
Yes, just quickly. Chair, which time allocation did you go with?
Yeah,
Which time allocation
it's 40 minutes.
did you go with?
It's 40 minutes for a full
I
member.
knew you'd end up doing that. All right, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you. When we come back, we will take Honorable Shongwe for 20 minutes and Honorable Breitenbach for 40 minutes. May you please stand up and go for break. Stand up and go for break, honorable members. If you have stood up, you must walk out of the chambers. Those who are standing up must walk out, and those who are sitting must stand up. past 14 hours.
Good day, Mr. McBride.
Good day, sir.
Thank you. Let me start by thanking you for your services when you were Mkonto and MK, and for your struggles before. We cannot overlook that, sir. Thank you for that. South Africa is like this because of you guys that fought for us. Appreciate. Are you from KZN? And can you speak Zulu? But
No, I lost it. I've been spoiled up in the north.
Oh, but you can't labor you.
No, just give me a short question in English. It'll be okay. Yeah.
No problem. With me, we can talk, we can smile, we can laugh. I just need us to have a conversation, not to fight.
Thank you.
At one stage, EFF President, Honorable Julius Malema, tweeted that you should replace General Pashan as a national, acting national police. Do you remember that tweet? Have you seen this?
That who should replace him? Me?
You should replace
Oh,
General
no, I was not
Pashan.
aware of that, sir.
It was a Twitter. He tweeted that Pashan out, put McBride in. Personally, do you think he was correct? Would you have been a good national commissioner?
So I've heard that. So Cedric says that I Phazamised Sithole and Patlane and all these people so I can become national commissioner. But the truth of the matter, I never put my hat in the ring there. I think on reflection, in retrospect, I should have.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you wouldn't have had this where money flying all over the show.
So your answer to me is you would have been a good commissioner.
Absolutely.
So did you open cases against Patlane, Mtiba, Sithole?
No, actually I didn't. Sithole himself was caught in a video as part of a conspiracy to take 45 million out of the secret fund of the crime intelligence. So all aspects is there. That case is still been finalized, but it's a...
How long is that case?
Sorry, boss?
How long is that case?
How long has it happened? Since 2017, so it's about 9 years.
Still no arrest?
There's no arrest, I think, no arrest yet, according to me, but I don't know full details of it.
Would you say IPID is failing us there?
IPID might be failing you now, yes.
Then?
Then IPID worked hard, 18 hours a day, to get a case going. I drove my people hard, but with full appreciation.
So he's still not arrested? On a case you believe?
On that case, no. In fact, after his dismissal, I'm not sure by which minister, I can't remember now the sequence of events. He then blamed the minister for it, but it was the minister's advisor who was part of that.
And who's that?
Sorry, boss?
Who was that minister's advisor?
The minister was Minister Mbalula at the time. The advisor was Mbindwane.
Mbindwane, okay.
Yeah, Ngani Mbindwane.
Yes.
He was right in the video, he was right in the meetings, he was right.
You just reminded me of something. Sorry to interject. There was a story that former Minister Mbalula's advisor, Mbindwane, was in a meeting of a 7 million tender that turned into a 47 million. And it was said he was there for Minister Mbalula's sake. Was it true?
So I don't know about Minister Mbalula, I never had that direct line. But Mbindwane was there, and the instruction to activate the process was there. That is the one thing, process that Nkabinde was informed about, but didn't treated with haste. So what it was is actually nothing was going to get bought from the information. It was to access on the ruse, on the pretend that something would be bought, but it's to get the hands on cash.
So
from
that's
this.
why hence the 7 million was ballooned into 47 million.
45 million, yeah.
45 million.
Yes, sir.
So there was such a case.
Yes, there was, sir.
What happened to it?
That case is still being investigated, like I was
How
saying.
many years ago?
Was 2017.
Okay. I'm still on the Pashan Sithole and Mutiba case. There was allegations or case opened for Mutiba defeating the hands of justice. Can you explain that? What happened?
Oh, it was a person from crime intelligence who was called into a meeting by Motiba. And by the way, myself and Motiba got on very well. And Motiba, I told the person that they should not cooperate with the investigation, or they should withdraw their statements against some other people who were involved in some, let's say, criminal activity. And that person that he told it to was a brigadier. So the person then went and laid a charge, a Brooklyn case. Nothing to do with us. And then eventually the Brooklyn case, I think, got pushed to IPID, but I think by then I was gone already.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those cases were withdrawn against Mutiba.
I don't think they were withdrawn. I think they just didn't. I actually don't know what happened to them, whether they arrived in court and whether they were thrown in court, or they just didn't proceed, or provisionally taken off the roll. I don't know. But I've seen the statement of the brigadier who made the allegation.
So you were not the lead of that brigadier. You didn't send that brigadier to open those cases.
No, the brigadier is in crime intelligence, not with me.
Do you know that brigadier? Are you friends?
The brigadier.
Yeah. Do you know him? Are you friends or somehow?
It's a female, a woman.
She's a female. Oh.
Yeah, she's one of the very good people who've been dealing with wrongdoing in crime intelligence, and it's always been at the forefront of providing information.
Did she know of your ambitions of wanting to be a national commissioner?
Sorry, ma'am?
Did she know of your ambitions of wanting to be a national commissioner?
I never had such ambitions.
None?
No. I could have put my hat in the ring.
You could have?
Yeah.
So in all the cases you were appointed, you have suggested your name?
No, I don't understand you now, sir.
No, I'm asking, in all your appointments as a senior leader,
Yeah.
did you hand in your name yourself? Or
Yeah, I applied for a post, yeah.
So this thing that you had ambitions to be a national commissioner is not true?
No, it's not true, sir.
So how come there's those cases against Mutiba? And again, do you remember Dladla? General Dladla?
Yeah. Very well.
Allegedly, there is a case that a certain service provider borrowed him money through his lawyers.
Yeah.
And IPID said that there was corruption in that, and then you investigated.
Well,
was Dladla going to be, did at that time, do you think Dladla was going to be a national commissioner? Was there a possibility?
Oh, I don't know what the politics at the higher levels in SABC is. I don't know. But I know Dladla at some stage, like I was saying earlier, Cedric Nkabin, they called me to a secret meeting. When I arrived at the meeting, was Dladla. So the meeting was to say, I've got a group of generals who they're about to help you at your investigation. When I arrived there, it was Dladla, Klimba, Ngobo. They were there, and we were just looking at each other. It was in a hotel room. And then Cedric was there, said, well, you know, sir, they're willing to work with you. So I said, well, my work is fighting against corruption. I'll cooperate with you if we fight against corruption. And that's where it ended. But I know there was a case. Oh, by the way, for the record, I don't believe that a service provider lending money to the end user, of the service, the person who puts the order in, is correct. I think it's inappropriate and probably criminal.
Was Lada in any position of giving tenders at that time?
Any position of?
Giving tenders or
No, I'm not sure about that at all, but he was the end user as
how so?
head of Presidential Protection Unit, whatever it's called.
But did he have powers maybe to give tenders?
I'm not sure what the circumstances are. The fact he got a loan doesn't matter. Service providers of SAPS should not be loaning money to SAPS members.
Okay.
Yeah, so the wrong would be there. I don't know if it's ever been given a chance to explain it sort of in a benign way.
Oh, okay. While your mind is still remembering names in the meeting, can you kindly remind or tell me or remember who are these two AfriForum and DA people and journalists who were in the meeting with you and Paula Sullivan?
There was no AfriForum. There was an author who was writing a book about Radovan.
But there was such a meeting.
It was a braai.
Oh, it was a braai.
It a braai, 6th of December 2016.
So who are these journalists that were there?
Sorry?
Who are these journalists that were there?
There was no journalist there. There was only one lady who had written a book about, and I only found it out recently, who was there. There was some other people who were there who I didn't know who they were. Yeah.
Okay.
I knew Shadrach Sibia, and I knew Cedric, I knew Manza, I knew Sarah, and I knew Paul. There were three or four people, and one was Brian. I found out later he's like in protective custody or something. And the meat wasn't very good anyway. So.
Let's talk about the rendition. We'll come back to that one.
Yeah.
Two guys, this movie, to me, this is a movie. I don't want to lie to you. This is a movie. Guys are taken up, robbers are taken back to Zim in this irregularly indictment. Sorry. This deportation, irregular deportation. But what happens later is that these two guys, when they were that side, they die, apparently.
I think it's one only, sir.
One.
Yeah.
How did that person die?
The person was shot.
Was shot. Was the process of deportation followed correctly?
No, the process of deportation was irregular.
It was irregular.
Was not proper.
And that is why Sibia and Ramat were dismissed?
Yeah, wrongly so.
Wrongly so.
Yeah, they had nothing to do with it.
And the first thing you did when you came back, you reinstated them. You changed the report.
No, I didn't change the report. We added in new evidence that was obtained.
Which was only a cell phone that you
cell
say
phone
they were
analysis and the cell phone analysis report and something else. I can't remember.
Let me make
Witness
an
statement.
example. Let me just make an example. Money is found under a sofa in the president's house.
Yes.
And it gets stolen. Sorry, Kusel. It gets stolen.
Yes.
Does that make the president not guilty of keeping money in the house because he's not in the house or his cell phone is not found in the scene?
Sorry, Honorable Member, I'm not sure the exact question there. If you can give me the exact question, I'll
The
answer
exact
it
question.
directly.
No, let me try this example again.
Yeah.
Money is found in the president's house under a sofa,
Yes.
and it is later stolen.
Yes.
Does this mean because he's not in the house and his cell phone is not there, he's not guilty of something?
Well, it depends on who uses the house and when. And it's not my case, but in discussions about that case, because the whole country was talking about it, you can't put the president's fingerprint anywhere near that. When I say fingerprints, what's the nexus between the president and
the money?
And the money, it's only the house. Yeah, it's only the house.
So if this was a criminal case, you would have said the president is not guilty.
There's
Because it
no
was not
sustain-
there, but it isn't a stolen, let's say it's a stolen vehicle. The stolen vehicle is in the president's house,
So-
so it's not his.
Yes, no, understand. You say, so if the president is not the only person who has possession or control of his house, if there are other people, I'll give you a good example, which I like using, when there are situations of extrajudicial killings. So a person, 5 people in a car, there's 1 firearm in the car. Are you supposed to shoot all 5?
If they point the gun at me,
No, no one points a gun. It's just
I can't-
evidence
I
there's a
can't shoot.
gun. Now, the reason why I'm asking you this,
okay, but because, for the sake of time, let's go back.
Okay,
So
sir.
because of the cell phone, you decided that Sbia is not and Damati are not
Oh,
guilty
indeed.
of this. Because of the cell phone not being there.
the
So
cell
a
phone,
criminal
the
can go and
description-
steal our laptops here and leave his cell phone at home and deny that he was here. And then he's not guilty because of that.
No, I think that's very critical question you have, because what Kuba did, Kuba is a very quiet but effective guy.
Let's stick to the cell phone.
So Kuba,
Let's come back to the cell phone.
no, I'm busy with the phone.
Yeah.
No, hold on, I've got
Okay.
the phone. So this is his work phone. And he's got a private phone which no one knows about. Kuba found out about it and put 2 phones together on the request. And those 2 phones are moving together all around Gauteng, but they never reach where this scene of crime. Scene of crime, some people don't like that
And
word.
we are talking about people who understands exactly that when we look for evidence, you must also check phones.
You must check phones.
Yes.
Oh, they checked everything.
I'm saying we are talking about people who understands the law and the system, that if I'm looking for you,
Yeah.
first thing I'll investigate is your phones, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
there's a possibility that they might have left their phone on purpose. There's a possibility.
Both phones.
There's a possibility.
So,
Intentionally so.
look, we can hypothesize, and I got some good explanations. I'm not going out of the way to defend anyone. All I'm saying is Sibia was not in the scene.
Okay, let's
The
leave it there.
descriptions they gave about Sibia is completely wrong.
And that's what you used to clean this
Well,
report, to change the report, to know
That was the
evidence.
evidence put there,
Okay.
because you can't leave that evidence out.
Between Sibia, okay, let me ask you this. Do you trust Sibia?
Sibia,
Is he a credible
in which
officer?
sense?
Is he a credible officer? According to you?
From what I know, he is.
He is. Mkwanazi?
Mkwanazi, from what I know, he's interfered with IPID investigation.
Credible or not credible?
Sorry?
Credible or not credible? Let's stick to that. Sibia said credible.
Yeah.
Kabinde?
No,
Gabinde?
I don't want to have this thing.
No, let's
again.
have it. Kabinde?
Honorable Chair, I mean, the whole world can see in Govinda, I mean, why?
Credible or not credible?
I will answer now, but even you guys sent him home to fix up his evidence.
Credible or not credible?
No, it's certainly not credible.
Mkwanazi?
Mkwanazi, maybe for certain things he is, but
Credible
for
or
the
not
IPID
credible? No,
investigation,
just one. Credible or not credible?
on the whole, not credible.
Pahlani?
Absolutely not.
Mahlangu?
Which one?
The one, Mandla?
Well, when I spoke at his funeral, I said he's a man of integrity,
Okay.
from my view and experience.
Binang?
Solid as a rock.
Kuba? Kuba?
Kuba is solid. Solid.
Now, let me ask this. How much was the value of Pahlani's house?
According to the estimates of the specialists, those observing it, and the rate of building is 8 million at that time.
How much is Mandla Mahlangu's estimate, his house?
I don't know.
Did you know that Mandla had a 7 million plot?
Well, it was a family plot, the way I understand it, and his family was in taxi business.
Did you know that he has a house in Savannah?
I know the house, yes. I've been to the house.
His salary would afford that.
Sorry?
His house, his salary, would he afford that?
I couldn't have afforded it.
Did you investigate Mandla?
No, I didn't investigate him.
Why not? Because he was always
Because
with
I
you.
haven't heard any allegation of him stealing. and getting kickbacks.
But the house that Paulo Sullivan went to point,
Yeah.
which was Pashan's house,
Yeah.
was worth for you to decide that I'm going to investigate this house. But Manda's house, you didn't think to investigate.
Thank you so much, Honorable Breitenbach.
Is that 20
Your
minutes?
time starts now, yeah.
Really?
It's up until 15 hours, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. McBride.
Afternoon, ma'am.
So, on page 8 of your affidavit, you mentioned that in your view, General Makonazi played an undue and prosecutable role in trying to disrupt and scuttle IPID's investigation into Mr. Pahlani. Could you just briefly tell me why?
So he's in HR, and yet he involves himself in the investigation. He puts pressure on Mandla not to get involved in the investigation. That's Mandla's job. He offers Mandla and Cedric promotions if they become 204s. In his discussion with Khomo, who's from crime intelligence, working in tandem with Mkhwanazi, they ask him, even if Mandla asks, if I'm 204, okay, what am I going to say against the guy? I know nothing wrong about the guy. That's on the exchange on the phone. So Khomo says, no, find anything. And that's it. So he calls the chief investigation of the task team, namely Kuba. And he has a meeting with Kuba, a secret meeting, set up by Nematanzela. Now, Nematanzela sets the meeting up. You have to hand in your phones, and then the issue is, I'll promote you guys. You find something on McBride, and so on. And so, all in all, that is defeating the ends of justice, in my view. It's actions, voluntary actions, which directly affect the integrity of the investigation. So, in that instance, I would say it's a prosecutable case, but I don't know why the case has not been prosecuted. Maybe there's a competing priorities, maybe because Mandla is dead. Mandla also attested to an affidavit which indicates that he was offered the same thing, although Mandla stays away from Mkhwanazi because they're family friends, right? So I suppose that's why Khomo was sent to him, rather than, rather than him going directly here.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any personal knowledge as to why the case against Mr. Sullivan and I think, what's her name? Trent?
Yeah.
Has not been prosecuted? It was struck off the roll some time ago. It's not been re-enrolled for the last sort of 9 years. Do you know what the holdup is?
No, I can't remember what the holdup is, but it's about getting a prosecutable case. And I think they jumped a gun under Mashucha to put it under racketeering. Now, racketeering, in whatever you do, you must have a gratification at the end. There's an absence of gratification, whatever the allegation was. So it was not sustainable. But Sean Abrams was insistent on it. Sean Abrams was completely under the control of the madness that pervaded the criminal justice system then.
When you say Sean Abrams was under control of the madness, do you have a person in mind? Under whose control was he?
Well, I heard a story about how he was appointed from a very junior prosecutor to a senior one. He was seen as malleable and has a great desire to please. And that's why he was chosen. He hadn't worked his way up.
Well, that we certainly agree on. So you were suspended as the head of IPID in 2015. The then Minister Nhleka appears to have been behind that. You were cleared and then had to rebuild virtually the IPID
Yes.
because of the damage that had been done by crime intelligence during your suspension. Could you just briefly expand on that, but please, briefly?
Yeah. So yeah, it was hard to come back and put things together. So we had to move quickly because the key is to make impact on corruption. Other people can investigate forever and not make impact. IPID broken, disrupted, denuded of resources and investigators, even then made impact because we just did our work. And we did our work like a bull terrier with a ball in its mouth. It's not going to let go. It's going to hold tight until it gets what it wants. And that's the right approach of tenacity of purpose. And that's what our country needs. We're not a show of force or something that is meant to threaten the constitutional establishment. That's crazy. I think we must call it for what it is.
That's something else that I agree with you on. The SIU investigation is finalized, and the evidence received was an affidavit from a former national intelligence employee who is currently employed by SABC. Are you aware of any of this?
Sorry, could you repeat it? I was having difficulty hearing.
Okay, never mind, I'll ask a different question, it's fine. If I can just get back to my initial notes. What can you briefly, please, tell us about the RVU 3 bulletproof vest procurement investigation into General Makonazi, and where did that end?
I think from memory now, I don't know where the case is. The case is being investigated. So it's a case involving the procurement of bulletproofs at an exorbitant amount. Instead of about 3 to 8,000, they were costing 33,000 each. So that means for 1,000, it was like 33 million or something. And that was the initial payment. So it's quite a trick in the police to artificially increase the price of goods purchased, because that facilitates backhanders. And
yes.
So that's what happened. Now, the person facilitating that is the same Ibenathan Kistia, which they're all around. The one I had alerted, or let's say warned state security that he represents a threat to our national security because of his hold on the police. So he was the one chosen. If I remember, there was two companies which belonged to him or related to him, both tendered for it. And then one of the companies that belonged to him got it. And then there was a trip to show something else, again to Paris. Seemed like Paris is a famous place for funny business. In any case, as a gift organized for the officials there, a number of bags were handed out, like expensive luxury bags, something I'd never have. But seemingly those bags were like part of the overall inducement. It was not the main one. Something else was going down. It's not a bag. So there's a fuss made about the bags. The bags are just an indication that there is gratification at a small scale. So my understanding is that when Masamola was asked about it, he said, no, I don't remember it. And I think Mkhwanazi says, don't know what he's seen it as. But one of the officials at, I think it could have been even crime intelligence, I can't remember. Returned the bag to IPID, and it's part of evidence to indicate and gave a statement exactly the procedure that had preceded the handing out of bags. So what slowed the case down was we couldn't get the name of the driver who was driving people around so that the French could assist us with mutual legal assistance so that we can talk to the guy. That's where I understand it is. One of the people in facilitating that matter, I understand, a senior French policeman, is at present imprisoned for corruption. So I think it's best to get, that matter has been handled by IDAC now. It's better for IDAC to brief the committee on it. Yeah, so where that is. Now, I understand there are competing prosecutory priorities. So one has to look what is the best one. You have to make a choice which to go with first. It's not a pick and choose. It's which one is easier to get a prosecution and conviction on. So that is part of the process which holds some important cases behind. Okay. The truth of the matter is some cases which you think are not important in a particular case, if you had prosecuted them then, without the bigger cases, a smaller case, the impact you might have made would have been bigger than going after the big case with a lot of resources. For example...
No, I agree with the principle.
Yeah.
It's fine, thank you. I'd like to move on to my next question.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Patlani was appointed by former President Zuma to serve as the acting national commissioner. His appointment came at the height of state capture. In your opinion, and based on your investigations as the head of IPID, did Patlani fight crime and corruption as he was mandated to do? Or did he use his position to enrich himself?
So, no, I didn't see any evidence of that. I didn't see any evidence of that.
Of what?
Of him being committed to fighting crime and make an impact. In my opinion, and maybe that's my memory after many years, is that he was mainly interested in his tenders. Someone just phoned me now from the crime laboratories who are working there. There's an instance when there was a process of fiscal dumping after the year end was closed. So what is fiscal dumping is when people haven't used their expenditure properly, and the last quarter they just buy or anything that is there, even if it's not a priority or needed, because they failed to do it consistently during the year. But in this particular case, it's the strangest one. It was for some lights, like an ultraviolet type of light, which was manufactured in Australia, and the order was generated at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on 31st of March. I think it was, could be 2018, I'm not sure of the year. And within 2 hours, no, sorry, before midnight, the 54 million was paid. So the stuff would have to be manufactured, come from Australia, delivered, and then that 54,000 would be paid. Now that's the most weirdest case of fiscal dumping. It's pure corruption. I don't know why it's not. I've mentioned it to Parliament before. I mentioned it to Parliament in Portfolio Committee, and I mentioned it to Scopa also. So those are matters which are kind of clear-cut matters. Even if you come from purely an auditing side. So what happens is that, because all the payments get lined up at the end of the year, the end of the month, at the end of the year, the payment reflects on 1st of April or 2nd of April. So it looks like it's in a new financial year. So the trick they use, because there are so many payments that need to be made, electronically they're all lined up. So you find, you look for it, you search for the end of, 25-26 financial year, and you won't find that payment there. So it looks like it's a false allegation. But if you check in 26-27, one of your first payments there, you'll see it's the fiscal dumping. So there's all these tricks people have learned over time.
Yes, but the prosecution is surely aware of those tricks, so those cases should not be hard to do.
Yeah, they're aware of it, but I don't know how far the prosecution is here.
Okay. Then the case opened by Paula Sullivan against Mr. Pashan. It involved exhibits going missing from the forensic lab stores. There was reference to cocaine. Rana Horn, are you familiar with this matter?
Yeah, I think it's either Munsami or Pop Crew who made the complaint, yeah.
Yes. And do you know what's happened to that matter?
No, I'm not sure what happened to. I know there was a key person who had been placed there to facilitate whatever must be done. And as soon as the investigations were done, there was a female officer, brigadier, suddenly disappeared from that, from the forensic crime lab. I can't remember the name of the lady. Yeah?
The case, do you know what's happened to that? Hasn't gone anywhere?
No, I don't have an idea, ma'am.
Earlier today, you mentioned that part of all the problems that you experienced started off with the investigation of one Mr. Pashan Pandey. Can you expand on that, please?
Yeah, so at a certain stage, the matter was handed over to us because it involved police officers involved. And the KZN DPCI was being targeted because they were investigating that matter. And that matter was linked to a lot of important people who had links to even more important people. In any event, it's about corruption and false accommodation during FIFA World Cup 2010, at which time former Minister Begitele was the National Commissioner at that stage, which is the one involves Pandey, Ngobeni, I think someone called Mado, and one or two others. Yeah. I remember at that stage, they had tried to bribe Johan Boysen, who was the head of Hawks, with 2 million. But unbeknown to the bribers, he set them up, and there was a letter inside the money bag. And when the guy arrived with the money, after Boysen having, I think it's called a 252A, I think that's what it's called, with cameras, with recordings and everything. They picked up that, the envelope with the letter in and dusted it for fingerprints. They found out Pashan Pandey's fingerprint is on there. So it's clear that he was associated with the 2 million bribe, and his go-between, I think, was Madhu. And I think those cases are on at them, I'm not sure, but those cases were handed to us. So we inherited for forensic people, and we submitted. We tried to get it so many times on the roll, and so many times it was kicked off. But I think it went on the roll. For some reason, I think Pandey is on the roll, but Pandey is on the roll also for tax evasion or something. There are a number of cases.
For what reason would a case be kicked off the roll several times?
I'm not sure. At least I know on one occasion, Commissioner Ria Pierre try to stop the investigation. And Lieutenant General Tramat, as head of Hawks, countered that by said, go ahead with the investigation. The investigation has merit, go ahead. So that might be also a reason why it was targeted. The DPCI and Tramat were targeted because Tramat gave the order as a national head to continue with the investigation. So those are the links. The links inevitably, on that matter, even though we took it over, and I'm sure it's with IDEC or something now, or back to DPCI, I'm not sure. It started with that issue when former Minister Becky Cele was National Commissioner. And
That's fine, thank you. You'll agree with me, I'm sure, that crime intelligence is a vital aspect of fighting crime, and more particularly corruption, racketeering, those types of crimes.
Indeed.
Now, crime intelligence today is really almost non-existent. It's in a huge mess. Some of them have been arrested, some more than once. The IGI has been suspended. The head of the National Prosecuting Authority is under constant attack. The head of IDEC also under attack. What are your thoughts on these issues? Briefly, please.
Well, firstly, my view is that there should be an independent vetting, a security vetting, and integrity testing agency, separate, not under crime intelligence, not under state security, but that deals with the two aspects, integrity testing and security vetting. Now, the difference between the two is security vetting every 5 years. And mostly it's there to test whether you are selling your country out. And integrity testing is really to check whether you're a thief or will do improper things. Now, the two are very different. The one you can do anytime, or at least once a year, or as a pre-employment screening. My own view is that they should be together. You can't do one or the other because you will find a person with purported integrity on the scores is also selling his country out. And you'll find out an honest person who doesn't have a preponderance to steal might be selling his country out. But you'll find someone who's not selling his country out who's a thief. So you've got to weigh this up. And also the person that walks into a job at a particular time, it's as clear as water. Within 5 years, that's not the same guy. That guy's been contaminated by the environment. So you have to do it regularly to keep the integrity up and security vetting up, because that's happening all the time. It's happening all the time, so you need to do it and do it. But if you are under a particular ministry, the ministry will interfere with you. In some, we've seen two, I don't know what the reasons are, two inspector generals having their clearance withdrawn. Clearance is a game they play with. I remember Becky Cele jumping up and down in Parliament about he doesn't have a security clearance, whereas he interfered with the process of me renewing my security clearance. And yet he employed my successor without a security clearance. So that's the game. It's an abuse of the security clearance issue. But if you have a dedicated agency that's independent, you can get the stuff done.
Okay, so talking about your security clearance and the fact that you were removed, while you were suspended at IPID, many cases were closed. I think it's reported that it was over 1,500 cases were closed while you were on suspension. For example, gang rapes by SABC members, very big, important matters were closed. When you returned, how many of these cases were reinstated?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I would imagine that Mr. Sissoko and his team would, in fact, I do remember they were dealing with identifying what was fiddled with and what can be put back on the investigation table. So I remember him doing that process, yeah.
Do you have any recollection of the numbers?
No, I don't have the numbers. I just know it was done, and I know it was significant enough to disrupt the normal flow of events.
Okay, my final question, Mr. McBride, and I want a very brief answer, please. 3 things that we can do that will limit or stop political interference in the criminal justice structure.
Well, politicians to know the lines. Also politicians, and we had started writing a document in the place where I worked about proximity to especially new members of parliament. How people will come around them, suggest issues to them, entice them, and try to control them. Initially, it'll be something simple. You know, you buy your wife a gift or your husband a gift, but slowly it's a golf day, it's something, but slowly you see you spending more time with the guy. But the guy has an agenda. He's a service provider and he has an agenda. So I didn't finish that article. Some internal matters happened there. So I was writing that mainly for members of parliament to understand, especially under the new GNU, what the dangers are, how those dangers are connected to even geopolitical issues. So those kind of rules must be out there, but people don't obey rules if there's no kind of enforcement or stuff. So individual parties must deal with their own members, number one, and they must exercise their own sense of integrity testing and strictness in the rules. And it's not for us, it's for the next generation, the kids. Everybody knows the dangers that kids land in every time, and the temptations they are subjected to, which are very different to what we went through. And sometimes geopolitical players would use criminality to make their initial moves. You wouldn't see it coming because you treat it as a crime. And yet it's part of a chessboard being played. So there's that one. There's a third one about the independent agency. And the fourth one is to look at, so municipal police, Metro Police. Metro Police was meant to be a force multiplier. That's what was done. 2 things happened. One, it was done through SABC Act, the Metro Police. And the SABC Act took precedent over the other local government-related legislations. The result is controlled by now, as it's done by Civilian Secretariat for legislation formulation. Whereas that's, in my view, my humble opinion, not being a jurist, is unconstitutional. It should be done here by the members of parliament, understanding the legislation and formulating here. So one of the key issues which everyone asks is because my organization, where I am not an official or major active member, we have an allergy to anything that sounds like it's moving towards federalism, even if it's not, because of the experiences of the past and division. Now, the other party in the GNU that controls the Western Cape has the opposite view. They go from a position of federalism. So there is almost an instinctive clash that comes, whereas we should leave the isms out and let's look at what works. So I'm talking about municipal police. So if municipal police was to be a force multiplier, why aren't municipal police properly trained with the right standard operating procedures, right prescripts, allowed to carry some dockets to take the pressure off SAPs? So if there's a theft in a municipal building, you don't have to get a whole detective to come from, the big station and come in and investigate it. You'll get that member to do that. Already a lot of legal competencies have cascaded to Metropolis. Boarding vessels if there's suspected there are drugs on them. Domestic violence and emergency safe centers, public order policing issues. So part of what I was doing in my missing years from the CV was doing possible models to get that done. And one of the models that we were doing was...
We're a long way from the question, Mr. McBride. I asked for three things that would prevent political
It's
interference.
3 things I've given you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I started enjoying myself.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable Klopper, are you next? Honorable Bredenbach, who is speaking? The 20 minutes, who is using it?
Honorable Carla Barnard.
Honorable Carla Barnard, your time starts now.
Thank you,
Up
Chair.
until 12 minutes past.
Mr. McBride, it's interesting that Mr. Pashan, of course he's Mr., not General, as he's been referred to for some reason. His arrest was along with several crime intelligence members, major generals, all arrested over 54 million rand tender fraud. And the ID did the arrest. That was in 2022, and the tender was way back in 2016, so it took a very long time to come to that point. And again, the company was iView. That was allegedly, now you referred to iView a little bit earlier, the Durban businessman, one in Banathan Kistia, same person. And I've looked through and I've seen his name and his companies pop up in a number of matters.
Yeah.
So yes, I think he's very deeply involved in a lot of the cases. In fact, he was also investigated in relation to the 45 million rand procurement of a grabber prior to the ANC's elective conference at Nasrec in 2017. And I remember being in a meeting when you informed the Police Portfolio Committee about the grabber issue.
Yes.
And yeah, I think you were done away with soon after that for your missing year. So another system called the Daedalus, 21 million, also was from iView by crime intelligence to encrypt phone calls. Of course, at that time, Mr. Paklane was already under investigation in a blue lights matter. Again, payment was made. There seemed to be a history of payment being made, but no goods delivered.
Yes.
So that resulted in, sorry, I can't see Mr. McBride. Thank you, that's great, thank you. That resulted in Mr. Paklane being arrested again. That was the 86 million. So joining those dots, we seem to have the common element of that Durban businessman. Would I be correct in having done that?
Yeah, indeed, there's a clear pattern, which I was trying to explain earlier. The pattern indicates commitment to corruption. It's not like one corruption out of the blue. It's a commitment to corruption. It's like people are put in place for corruption. So when someone tells you, this matter is an HR matter, check deeper. people get put in positions to do certain things. People get put in positions as a reward for things they've done before. So inevitably, in such a system, a systemic problem exists where the system is used to do corruption. So that's where we are. So it's a commitment to corruption. It's about eating, controlling the funds. And also we have obsession with rank. I tell you what, I was told by a veteran policeman, lecturer of mine, a policeman will sell his mother for his rank. That's how important, because it gives him power. Not only power to order people around, power to have access to resources. So that's the name of the game. So if your systems are not right, you can't throw more personnel at the system because you multiply your problems. That's all it is. It's logic, law of averages. If you have your systems not working properly, not being audited properly, and you throw more human beings at it, you just multiply your problems because people catch on quickly. Oh, this is how it works.
Mr. McBride, do you have any knowledge of where Mr. Inbanathan Kistia is now? What is his status? Does he still provide so many opportunities to the SAPs? I've never heard of so many things that were ordered, paid for, and not delivered. I've heard of it happening in our hospitals, and that's all under investigation, but I hadn't realized it was going on to this degree within the SAPs and crime intelligence.
So he's a co-accused of General Pashan,
Okay.
and both out on bail. And together with Agnes McNally.
Is he
Also
also,
general.
I think it's iView software also that was aimed at monitoring the fees must fall social media platforms. Again, paid for, not delivered. Millions.
Yes.
Extraordinary how much has been paid to this man without delivering anything. So, okay, let's move on. Do you believe implicitly the statement that was presented by Innocent Kuba that he was offered a promotion by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi? I know you went into it, but
No.
what is your absolute belief on what happened at that time about the promotion offer?
Kuba is wrongly interpreted as being weak. And Kuba will smile all the way. But he will pull the carpet out your feet the last minute if you're a corrupt person. And that's what he does. He doesn't say more than he has to. But he is very smart. And he will smile all the way. He'll make you chase him until he catches you. So he operates like that. Gentle, patient, but impactful when it happens. And that's what happened here. In investigating the size of the monster we are dealing with in SAP's corruption, we now have a good idea about it. Thanks to Cedric, thanks to Patlani, thanks to Mkhwanazi. We have a good idea of the corruption. I don't know about the 6th of July things. I know it about from investigations into them. Out of that, we see the size of the monster. The monster can be slain by systems, by definite checks, by getting the right people, by breaking the patronage system for appointments that's inside SAPS. You get a minister who interferes. Well, let me put it differently. You cannot spin a failure. You cannot spin a systemic failure. You cannot spin a whole departmental failure. So it's useless to have a minister going to every incident where someone was killed and you have Masemola standing behind. In each of those provinces, there are national provincial commissioners. There's a national commissioner. Why should, in that instance, Becky Cele be flying from point to point where there's an incident? That's a waste of money, but also it gives a wrong idea. It's sort of like a false carrying about people. Deal with the system that's wrong and fix it up. So you don't have to fly all over the place. It'll happen by itself.
Mr. McBride, you've gone into some depth about crime intelligence and the possible infiltration of the IPID at that time.
Yeah.
Do you think there are still members within the IPID looking to try and run things from their perspective, undermining the powers that be currently?
Yeah, for example, in IPID, since June, no one has access to the emails. Emails got wiped out. All emails from IPID got wiped out since June. Don't exist. You can't access them. Now, with all of this going on, it was an attempt to block the files. People forget that if you email something, it goes somewhere, and that other person might have it, or the lawyer might have it. So you can't kill one section and put a bug in the server and think you killed the whole game. So you can verify it from them. I spoke directly to the current acting ED of IPID when I was trying to request information, and I was told they can't access the emails. And at the same time, hard copy documents were being moved out to IPID.
Tell me about the allegations that involve service provider Keith Keating. That seems to be integrally tied in with Paklane and his house, etc. Where does that fit in?
So, my understanding is that investigation is continuing, and it's very close to being prosecuted, because all the evidence is with the IDAC. It's evidence in which there was a hell of a fight, I think right up to Constitutional Court, to declare the execution of the search warrant invalid. And it went right up to Constitutional Court, but IPID still won it. So that evidence, hardcore evidence, including the cash money, the cash money is in IDAC lockers.
Okay.
And on top of that, a lot of gratification takes place in another jurisdiction, takes place out of South Africa.
Wow.
Yeah. In particular, Namibia.
Okay.
Now, fortunately, the Namibian police are starting to use mutual legal cooperation to talk to the South African authorities. So there'll be some progress. That was first a hard breakthrough because some policemen in Namibia were interfering with the investigation. So in other words, I do whatever I do here, but I collect on the other side. That's the name of the game.
Were you still leading the IPID when the former SAPS Technology Management Service head, the then Lieutenant General Adelaide Shezi, her nephew, her sister, and Tsepo Khoza were all arrested around about the same time?
Yes.
Fraud, corruption, money laundering
Yes.
In that technology management division. I mean, that seemed to have been a hotbed of theft
Yes.
at the time. And when she used a service provider and family members to, again, renovate her property, to score further SAPS contracts for the family. And she, of course, was working very closely with Mr. Paklane.
Yes, yes.
What is the status of that matter?
I don't know. I think it's still on trial. I know that she was arrested soon after making a presentation to Parliament.
She was.
So she was in Parliament, but all of us knew that there's a warrant out for her. So it was like a really awkward situation.
We've had a few of those.
I can't remember if it was SCOPA or the Portfolio Committee.
Yes.
But she was making a presentation, a very nice presentation. But we all knew that it's just a matter of days.
Wow.
So it was awkward.
finally from me, do you perhaps you can give an insight. What exactly was the Nkabinda Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi link? Now, we heard a very bizarre report via Nkabinda about what he referred to as a boys' weekend.
Yes, yes.
And then that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi eventually helped him get a job in the private sector. I mean, how close are those two?
Well, Honorable Member, I think the best way to say it, maybe I'm not answering your question correctly, is if it's a private matter and consulting adults, you know, it shouldn't be at that stage our business.
Okay, I think I couldn't agree more. Unfortunately, we were given very bizarre evidence in that matter. I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Barnett, Honorable Matthews. It's now 6 minutes past 3.
So you're not being nice to me today, Chair, and just saying you have 2 hours.
14 minutes to 16 hours. Don't waste your time. Start now to
Okay,
ask.
you started already. Good afternoon again, Mr. McBride. How are you?
I'm very well.
I come in peace. And
So do I.
Okay, we are together in the Peace Corps. And the questions we have today are pretty much yes or no answers. So we're going to move quite nicely and smoothly, Mr. McBride. Let's start off with your education, your qualifications, and your career. So in your CV, you stated that you did your Bachelor of Arts in International Politics at UNISA in 2002. When did you start that? Do you remember?
I think initially it was a LLB matter which I started in prison, and then I changed because when I came out, I was working 24/7 on the peace desk. It was, our country was going through turmoil.
Okay. And then the BTech in policing, your BTech degree, I think you said at TUT. Do you remember when you started that qualification?
Yeah, 2004 or so.
Okay. Then you were appointed as the executive head of the Ekurhuleni Metro Police in 2003. So you hadn't had the policing qualification at that time?
No.
Okay. And then in terms of policing experience, as in working within the police force?
Yeah.
When you were appointed?
You mean in Ekurhuleni?
Just before you were appointed, because remember you were supposed to give us your updated CV. I guess you didn't have time. So just in case it's there and we didn't get it. Okay, but it's fine. You can just, in case that was missed, whether you had worked in SAPS before or any of the Ekurhuleni departments before your appointment.
I don't want to be facetious, but I'm glad I was not in SAPS before.
So, okay, right. We said we're going to try and do yes or no, please, Mr. McBride, but okay, we'll let that one go. Did you apply for the position and was there an interview process done?
Oh, yes, definitely, with Ekurhuleni, indeed, yes.
Yeah? Who else was in the running? Do you know?
Some important people here.
Not as important as you, I'm sure. You've been singing your praises. I'll just jump on the bandwagon on this one.
I'm sorry.
Do you remember?
You're making me laugh now.
Do you remember?
I think, I'm not sure now, but I think Alfredine, maybe Janika, was a contender, or perhaps not. There was a Cape Town lady who are holding high regard because she's academic also.
Okay.
She's very good. I can't remember her name now.
No, that's fine. And then you indicated you were self-employed, right,
Yeah.
during 2008 and 2014.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a company that was registered during that period? What was the name of the company?
Pasha.
Pasha. Is it still registered?
No, I resigned from it. I don't know if it's running. Sold all my shares and left.
Oh, okay, so you weren't the only director, or you were the director?
Yeah, there was, I think, there was a Lissering. was a director, but I resigned and went,
Okay.
sold my shares and everything.
Okay, and then did it do any work for the state?
No,
Okay. And then I have to ask this because, you know, his name comes up everywhere. And Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, was he involved in that business in any way?
no way
Okay,
at
you
all.
didn't even know him back then?
No, I didn't.
Then you moved on to the public administration in 2019.
Yes.
Who was the minister then?
Minister was initially Ayanda Tlodlo, and
No, in
then
2019. It was a new administration, wasn't it?
not yet. It was Ayanda, and then Minister Mkunu came in there.
Okay. So did you come in under Minister Mkunu or Minister Yanda?
Minister Ayanda Tlodlo.
Okay, was it a new position?
Yes, it was the ethics unit I had to put up,
Oh, okay.
which is running now, which part of its job was also to get the FATF off our backs.
And
So we
then-
work closely with the law enforcement and prosecution, yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about your visit to Minister Mkunu's home. You said
Yeah.
it was, yesterday you stated that it was Mr. Kabindi who initiated the visit to the home.
Yes.
It was his private residence. You didn't go to any official government office or anything?
No,
Any
he was
other-
not,
it
he was not in government then.
No, I'm saying that you didn't arrange a meeting rather to go.
No, it's
You didn't
Ikabinde that
entertain.
arranged it.
Okay, and you didn't advise Mr. Kabindi, "Hey, it's better, can we go to one of our offices or something instead of his private residence?"
No, as former premier, Minister Mkunu carries some weight and gravitas.
Oh,
It would be a sign of disrespect if I want to ask him in a confidential matter to come to our office or something. So it's my way of operating in case then I go to the people.
Okay, how many times have you met with Mr. or Minister Mkunu regarding or while you were in charge of IPID?
When I'm in charge of IPID. Only that occasion.
Okay.
Yeah, afterwards I met him when I was already, I think, in state security. Then I met him at Lekgotla or something, and then I warned him, hey, the guy's still with you. The guy is not a good guy.
You see how you're going off the beaten track now and using my time, Mr. McBride. Okay, let's move on now. Mr. Kabindi, you said that he was shocked when you arrived at King Shaka Airport that you had your protector with you.
Yeah.
And you mentioned something about being vulnerable, or he thought you were going to show up being vulnerable. Why would he think that? Because you worked together. Why?
Oh, no,
What
because...
was the backstory to that?
So-
Why would he be surprised, and why would there be some issues about
So the
being
issue was I must be alone, honorable member. I must be alone, I mustn't tell anyone. That already sounds of subterfuge. Set up coming.
But why would something like that be set up?
No, the boss wants to keep it quiet.
Who's the boss? Because you weren't reporting to the minister. The minister
No,
was...
but it's his boss.
But he wasn't, from my understanding, was he not working in IPID under you then? And Minister Mkunu wasn't, he wasn't a minister at that time for this meeting?
Minister Mkunu was not a minister then, but Cedric was working for IPID.
Yeah, so whose boss was he? You're saying he...
No, he means like in a political way. Yeah.
ANC way, you mean?
Yeah, so for
African National
example,
Congress way, let's just speak.
for example, if Minister Mkunu was a traditional chief, it would be the same thing. I'd go and show respect to him.
Okay. Your appointment yesterday that you were a bit iffy about telling us, so you were appointed at the State Security Agency in 2020. You were subsequently placed on suspension for 22 months.
Yeah.
What were the reasons, or what reasons did they give you?
Well, the main reason was that Minister Ayanda Tlodlo lied about me. She said I carried out an unauthorized operation, which is not true. There's paperwork to that effect. But I had to shut up because our business is secret business. So I just shut up and took the pain.
Did you sign the suspension letter?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And then you were
I
reinstated?
didn't because the suspension letter is supposed to be notice of intention to suspend. But as I'd seen before, there was already a process in place to take, before I could return with an answer, to take my access card away, to remove VIP protection, to stop me from entering the premises, already at that time. And I've been through the suspension things a few times, I know the tricks. So I decided that I'm not going to participate in my own humiliation.
Okay. And were you paid during those 22 months, obviously?
Yeah.
And you were later reinstated in June 2023?
Yeah.
Then subsequently, the Director General resigned in November 2023, so it was about 4 months after you were reinstated.
Yes.
Okay. What was your relationship with the DG Majola?
Majola, no, I liked her very much. She's an old veteran. I liked her very much, but seems there was something else someone had whispered to her somewhere, or there was another agenda which I was unaware of, yeah. But I liked her.
Okay, let's leave out the like. We're talking about the actual working relationship because there was information circulating that she said, and I mean, it's a media report, so you know how the media is. So we're just asking you, obviously, it's your side of the story. If you are reinstated, she's going to resign, and subsequently 4 months later, she did.
So I don't know if she really said that. I canvassed that with the minister at the time, who was Monli Kungubele. Monli was non-committal on it, but the impression I got is that was said, but I'm not sure why. So the issue is, since I left, no new director has been appointed, either by domestic or foreign.
Okay. All
So
right. I think we can just, we wanted to ascertain your relationship with Ms. Majola. So your contract was due to expire in June, July 2023. It's been extended?
there was an extension letter,
Uh-huh.
but the salary just stopped for a full year.
So you currently have a position at the SSA, but you're not being paid?
No, now I'm being paid. But
So-
I've been paid like the low-line person.
Hey, join us as the nation, Mr. McBride, we are sorry. So to sum up, the section is that you have been suspended twice in key roles, rightly or wrongly so.
No, 3 times.
Where's the other time?
3 times. I'm helping you now.
Okay.
It's Ekurleni.
Oh, that one I missed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Ekurleni for drunk driving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I was brought back to deal with
I hope
xenophobia.
you've never drunk and drive again. Your constitutional court matter that was between the Minister of Police regarding your suspension.
Yeah.
So from what I gather from the from that matter, you had asked the Concord to determine whether the minister had powers to suspend you or whether Parliament was supposed to do it, not necessarily to speak to the merits of the case of Paklani that led to you being suspended. Am I clear?
So the issue was, can you suspend me unilaterally?
Yeah.
Yeah. that
So
is-
it wasn't about the actual case on
Yeah.
what led to the suspension.
yeah. Luckily for him, it wasn't. Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about the Helen Suzman Foundation joined your case as friend of the court. The Helen Suzman Foundation.
Yes, it's on record, yeah.
Okay. Did you have consultations or discussions with them prior to them joining the case?
I had a discussion with them, and the issue was we're not personally supporting you, we're supporting the principle.
Okay.
I
So
said,
did they
okay.
assist you with legal fees or legal assistance? Or
No.
did they offer to do so? Okay.
No,
You also yesterday, besides singing your praises, Mr. McBride, you were singing the praises for Helen Suzman's Foundation and Freedom Under Law, the Ford Foundation, for the role they play in our criminal justice system. Now, do you have knowledge on who funds these organizations, or the people actually who fund these organizations?
no, I don't have a clue. What I know is the people I know from there are people of integrity.
Okay. I'm talking about, we just want to know about where they get the money from.
I
So
don't
there
know.
hasn't been. So there's never been, or from your knowledge, an investigation that has been conducted or an assessment done on these NGOs' possible use as vehicles for foreign political influence.
I'm sure there are NGOs that do that, and but it's unlikely it's that
But
one.
based on what? If you're saying that these ones, it's unlikely, it's based on what?
The integrity they show on matters and principle they show.
So your engagement are with the people who give the money or the people who operate
Oh,
it?
no, the people I engage with.
Okay, so you don't know who gives the people?
No,
who
no
operate
clue at
with,
all, ma'am.
okay. All right. Do you agree that these NGOs pose a national risk, not just in South Africa, but internationally? NGOs pose and can pose, some of them, a national security risk.
Indeed, some of them can, yes.
Mhm.
And some
then-
of them do already.
And here in South Africa, do you think we are immune to that?
No, certainly not. The game is on already.
Paul O'Sullivan, where does he get his resources from to assist officials and entities in the criminal justice system?
He does all sorts of businesses all over the world.
And how have you verified that?
Sorry?
And how do you know that?
It's what he says. I've looked into his background.
Oh, you
know,
have, okay.
He's not a member of any intelligence service.
But that's not the question. I'm just saying, so how do you know he has all these sorts of businesses and how much money they make, besides him telling you? Because yesterday you say he says a lot
Oh,
of
no,
things.
it's also from what he says, but he spends a lot of time traveling, and he once told me he buys and sells property. Yeah.
But it's based on what he's told you. You haven't done any sort of confirmation that what it is he's saying, where he gets the money from, it is from there.
No, I haven't checked.
Okay, so he may as well be getting money from anywhere.
Yeah, anyway, it could be anywhere. Even some of the money you get in good faith could be coming from anywhere.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with that. So having no credible assessment or an investigation on these vast resources that this Paul O'Sullivan has, where he can go and police even feel like he's the proper whistleblower. Do you think, as Mr. Robert McBride, who once burned down police stations when we were fighting the apartheid, while I was still little
Now speak for yourself.
do you think, no, I was about, not me. No, you know what I mean in the struggle, but do you believe that you were protecting us as a country by allowing and accessing resources from Mr. Paul O'Sullivan without us even knowing where this man gets money from?
The main access of information to him is information about corruption.
But where he gets it from and how he gets it, so that's the question.
Well, that might be worthwhile investigation, but corruption is good for the country.
No, we're not disputing that, but you know, things can be also weaponized, and we don't want
No, I
it to be
agree, but
weaponized. for
fighting
foreign-
against corruption is a good thing.
It's always good, but it must not be weaponized and one-sided also
Because-
for regime change, Mr.
I
McBride.
agree, ma'am, I agree.
So let's move.
And let me be first to say, if I find out he's doing that, he'll be in big trouble.
Okay, I wish you
know-
would
I
go
know
and
the- I
find
know the
out where he
chairperson
gets the
spoke
money
about-
as a start, because that might help. Let's talk about the rendition investigation. So just quickly, and most of my colleagues have covered this. So the first report was issued, IPID report was issued on the 22nd of June, 2024, right? You were appointed to IPID on the 3rd of March, 2014.
Yeah.
Right? Then there's the second report, and this starts off in your affidavit from paragraph 40. And then you appointed these investigators, you thought they were not the one needed supervision, and then they finalized the report on the 18th of March 2014. Does that
Yeah.
sound right?
Yeah, so it said January, February, and March.
Yeah. So you signed the second report, it was, so it was about 10 days of you taking office, you signed off on the second report.
On the
Because you were appointed on the 3rd of March.
9th of April,
What happened on the 9th of April?
when I signed off on the document.
It was the 9th of April, not the 18th of March.
No, 18th of March, I think the other signed off on it.
Okay, so it was, okay. You signed the second report. Okay, so we saying that the days were a bit different, but it was between 10 and 15 days that the second report was signed. In the Wickman's report, the investigator said the first report was submitted as a final report and not as a draft, right? And then in your testimony, you've also said that you didn't know that there was a first report or even a draft report.
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. But, Mr. McBride, in this Wickham's report, it says that you said that you did not do any material change to the findings of the first report. So is there something we're missing?
No, it's the report that was handed to me in March. That's the report, the reviewed one, the one that had the cell phone stuff added in. I did no material changes.
To
If
which
it-
one? To the second report or the first report?
No, it's the report I saw.
So which report did you see?
I saw a report,
The one
In
that you
March.
signed when you arrived?
the one that I put my signature to. That's
Okay.
the one I saw.
So you only signed one report?
Yes.
You also described that Wickham's report as bogus. Yesterday, do you remember?
Which one is that?
The Wickmans, I'm pronouncing that.
Werkman,
Workmans, yeah. Bogus. I'm just confirming that that's what I heard you say
I
yesterday.
can't remember if I said bogus, but I didn't attach any. I mean, there was a disclaimer in the thing that they don't regard themselves as legal experts or investigative experts.
Oh, okay.
They also said they don't take any liability for this report, so it's a non-report.
Okay.
Can't go to court with that.
Okay, so did you formally challenge the report in court, or you didn't?
The report was part of the bundle that we submitted to court for the Part B for the minister. I can't remember if that was addressed or we had specific points dealing with that report, or we just said there's the report, it has no value in law.
So you didn't challenge the report directly, it was part of a bigger case?
No, it didn't. There was no time. It got leaked on a weekend.
Okay.
And we were getting, at least me, by the Monday or Tuesday, notice of intention to suspend.
And then are there any findings in the report in particular that you want to bring to our attention that you did not agree with, that was factually incorrect?
On the report that I signed,
No, the report of the Workmans.
I know the thing was just, it was just handled with an agenda. So you can't nitpick that report here. You'll spend the next 10 years doing that.
IPID investigations, there's a supplementary answering affidavit in the case 8258/28. involving Lieutenant General Peklani, yourself, O'Sullivan, Trent, and the magistrate. And then you stated that disciplinary measures were taken against Mr. Kabendi after you learned that he had been approached by SAPS members regarding the investigation. Is that what you said in your supplementary affidavit? We made copies.
Yeah. I can't remember which part you're referring to. In Kabinde issue was he was removed from task team, sent back to KZN.
Okay. Did you authorize or support the disciplinary action against him?
No, I don't have to. It's the supervisor must do that.
But I'm saying, did you?
No, I was not involved in it.
You
I was
weren't-
there to testify.
No, not at the hearing now. I'm talking about what you had written in your supplementary affidavit and whether you, when it happened, did you support the action that was taken against him?
Against him?
Yeah, the disciplinary action
Yeah.
against
He's,
him. Oh, you did.
he did a scurrilous thing.
Let's talk about the actual DC hearing.
Yeah.
This laptop is just jumping again. I just want to move somewhere here. You said you were there just to testify. Now we're actually at the hearing, right?
Yeah.
In your annexure RJM22, there's the email from his lawyers to your lawyers.
Yeah.
And then in that email, it says our discussions relating to, so it says we're referring you to our discussions relating to an amicable settlement. But yesterday you said that they approached you and they told you that this is what they want to settle. So can you explain what the discussions were?
So the lawyers are talking.
Yeah.
I'm not part of the talking. Whatever the lawyers say to each other, I don't know. But if you look further on the same sentence you're reading, it will say, my client instructs us as follows. And then it says, charges are withdrawn, he resigns. Okay. So the issue of resign came in from the time Nkabinde spoke to Moses Dlamini and said, I can't testify in front of the chief, I'm feeling too embarrassed. And
was he going to testify in front of you, or you were just
or the
called
other way
in for a
around, I would
witness?
testify against him, but he couldn't face me.
Okay, that's interesting. So you were not part, when his attorneys were engaging, you were not part of the discussion before the email that was sent to you? You did not know what was being discussed, nothing, you didn't engage?
The issue with me was he was going to resign, either way.
No, but I'm asking, were you part of the discussions? When
No,
his
not
attorneys
with the
at all?
lawyers.
Nothing, okay.
Not with the lawyers, yeah.
Paragraph 31.2 of the same supplementary statement, you deny that Paul O'Sullivan and this Ms. Trent drafted any witness statements, right? Then, Mr. McBride, in paragraph 31.4, you refer to the same statement by Mr. Sisonko and Mr. Mklanka told, okay, let me read this properly. You say, okay, so let's go to paragraph 31.4 of your current statement to us.
The affidavit.
Yeah, your affidavit to us,
Okay.
not the supplementary one. Because there's just you have two different sites that you refer to. There's the Sable Hill Estate, what I'm trying to get at, and then in your supplementary affidavit, you talk about the Camel Drift Estate. So what I'm trying to determine is whether these are the two same sites in regards to Paklani's matter, and when Mr. Sullivan inserted himself to go and join your
I
investigation.
think the estate is Sable Hills, and the closest police station is Camille Drift. And there is another property close by, which is, forget the name of it, first name of it, but it's one where everybody would meet, including even Atan Kistia and Mabula team and Mkwanazi and this one. I can speak about that, but I know you got time constraints.
I'm glad you know, Mr. McBride. So my question is that were there two estates involved here or was there one? Because you've got the one affidavit, your supplementary affidavit in the case, and then you have the one to us. So I'm just trying to get clarity.
If you can direct me to my supplementary affidavit.
Yeah. Paragraph 31.2. I don't know if our technical team gave you a copy of it. Did you?
Have you got a page for me? Is that in the bundle?
Yeah, it's not in the bundle. It was printed today. 31.2.
Thank you. Okay, ma'am, I'm ready.
The supplementary.
Yeah, it's
Okay, so the 31.2, we're going to skip that. It's talking about the draft witness statements. We want to go to 31.4 when we talk about the estates. You see, under 16.2. So 31.4 and then 31.4.1. And then there's a 16.2. I'm informed then, or maybe you should read it. Do you see it it's the last paragraph on page 2.
Just hold on 1 second. I'm on page of that affidavit, I'm on page
12, the last paragraph.
12, yeah?
Yes, sir.
The last paragraph, 16.2.
Yeah, bo.
I am informed by the then leading, also it's extract from Sissoko's statement.
Yep.
I'm informed by the then lead investigator, Matlangu, that Paula Sullivan did assist the investigation team at the initial stages of the investigation by accompanying them to Camille Drift Estate, including typing statements based on interviews with witnesses. They also received some information from Mr. O'Sullivan's or Ms. Trent, as they had access to systems that IPID did not have for investigative purposes. Meetings with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and Ms. Trent were held in the context of assisting investigators with information relating to the investigation.
Okay.
There was never any instruction from the executive director that IPID investigators must work with Mr. O'Sullivan or that they must give him information obtained as a result of investigations by IPID.
Okay. So this Camel Drift Estate,
I think
it's not the same. What can you?
Sable Hills would have been in that district, yeah, of Camille Drift.
So in reference to this, it's not referring to the visit that O'Sullivan did with your investigator to point out the house.
No, I think it's the same place, yeah.
So Camel Drift Estate and Sable Hills is the same thing?
No, Sable Hills is in Camille Drift area, yeah.
Okay. Then I got what's up, Mr. McBride, and someone from the public wants me to ask you, what is your relationship with, or have you met, whether it's work-related or not, with Honorable Adams?
With Honorable?
Adams, Fidel Adams.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I
What's
like him.
Yeah, I also like him very much, but what is the relationship, and how far back does it go?
No, I only know him last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he is a guy who appears to be fighting against corruption. So I wanted to meet him. So I reached out to him to meet him, and he agreed to a meeting. And
you reached out to meet with him?
Yeah.
You haven't reached out to meet with me, and I'm fighting corruption
So-
day in and day out. I'm just saying.
Yeah, maybe that's an oversight on my part, yes.
Okay. So it's been a year, and then, okay, so it's been a year and you've reached out to him, and there was no leaking of any information to him?
No, it was towards the end of last year. He took a photo and I think he put it on social media. I'm quite happy with that. I got criticized by some of my comrades because our politics are different. But Honorable Mateus, if you have a drive to fight corruption, I'll work with you too, regardless of what my colleagues think.
They also want me to ask you whether you have a work relationship or met work-related or not with the former Inspector General Fazal.
No, I met him when he was Inspector General already. I can't remember. I met him at there was a conference where the case of South Africa in the ICJ was being discussed. And there was a lot of people from my service were there, and I was asked to come there to meet a person who is a witness, but whose life might be threatened, to see which way I can assist. And I saw him there.
So you don't have, so that's pretty much it. There's no other meetings of saving the country or fighting crime intelligence?
No.
And Junaid Johnson from Crime Intelligence, our IPID Head's husband?
No, I don't know the guy. Never met him.
No. Okay.
I don't even know Andre Johnson.
You don't know or you've never met her because you can't not know her.
No, I've seen her at a distance, but I don't know her. I know of her, who she is,
Oh, okay, no problem.
what she looks like. I've seen her here on TV in this hot seat.
Okay. And then, Chair, you are giving me extra time because I'm done. I'm giving the ANC some of my time.
Thank you so much. Are you done, Honorable Matthias? Thank you so much. Honorable members, can we take a break and come back at 16 hours? to respond to your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Because I'm worried about your time. We can't
So-
reverse the clock.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. McBride.
Good afternoon.
Paragraph 18.1 of your evidence in chief.
Is that the affidavit, sir?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second.
You actually visited the minister, Minister Mkuno, together with Mr. Nkabinde. And that is what actually he told us when he was actually here.
Yes, sir.
But what was the purpose of your visit? Do you know?
Oh, the visit was, he's the complainant, and he was complaining there was abuse of powers by DPCI, KZN, and he wanted to talk to me directly about it. Or so Cedric said. So I came there and Cedric went in to see if it's okay, and I went in, and he explained to me what happened, yeah. But I was also anxious to see him again since our last meeting, which was before I suspended, and in which we had done a presentation on the Pandey matter and Ngobeni matter to him and to MEC Willis Mkun.
But do you know what actually put the minister on the line of Hawk's investigations?
Oh, I think it's just mischief making. It's mischief making because the matter was closed by DPCI before and by a prosecutor that was dealing with the matter beforehand. And at some stage, out of the blue, someone just opened the case again to have a go at the minister. Well, he was not minister then, but Mkunu Senzo. So for me, that is wrong. You gotta come clean to an investigation. And I say so in my information note to Minister Tlele, that this took place, and this is the outcome. The only difference I have, I sort of don't remember it as in 2017, or was it early 2018?
You mean the visit to the minister was in actually 2017?
Yeah. So I would imagine it's early 2018, just after the changes. Reason being is when I sent the info note is February or March 2018. And, but this is me analyzing it's neither here nor there what Nkabinde said. That's what's in 18. It's a summary of his evidence.
Thank you. Would you have any idea why the former minister Peggy Tele did not actually renew your contract?
Yeah, it's two aspects. One is the fake complaint by Nkabinde, and the second one is the allegation which Philip Nhlongo from the fighters informed me about.
Okay.
And I put a complaint in on that matter when I became aware of it. It was obviously too late. The non-extension had taken place. So I just mentioned it in passing what happened, but I think it's in July 2019. I can't remember the end of June or during July, I sent off the complaint. It should be in the bundle somewhere, the complaint to the IGI. I'm not sure where it is now.
Yeah, I know that my colleague actually asked a question related to what I'm also going to ask, because to me, there is a little bit of a puzzle here. It's interesting that to know that IPID is actually structured in a way that you also have offices in the provinces and nationally.
Yes.
And I was trying to understand why Dr. Mahlaba actually took all the trouble to travel to your office to report a matter which he could easily have done so in KwaZulu-Natal, Durban or Pietermaritzburg, wherever your offices are.
I think
And
ultimately,
when he is there, he
Yes, sir.
specifically wants to report his matter to the executive director.
I think you wanted it to be taken seriously, and I'm not sure whether KZN was not taking it seriously. In any event, the way I understand it, it was sent back to KZN. So Mandla, I only found out recently, Mandla took it to KZN again, and they investigated together with the murder of Sindiso Makaka. So, and there were some similarities between that case and a case of a Sergeant Mhlongo about modus operandi. So the three cases were sort of running together at the time. And by the time I left, I didn't have a registered outcome of that investigation. But Mahlaba, I met him, it was my first time meeting him. I met him subsequently in KZN on a number of occasions. Yeah.
Thank you. In paragraph 26, you stated that, and I quote, "I don't know General Kwanas."
Yes.
Is this statement true? Do you really do not know this man?
No, no, I don't know him. I know about him, and I know of his involvement in interfering, let's put it mildly first, interfering in IPID investigation. And I know him from the meeting with Ria Piecha and Minister Ntlego.
Yeah. So it may not be entirely true that you actually do not know him, because he was present at the meeting where you were also present, where you had where the Minister Ntlego was actually introducing himself to the top management of the police.
Yeah, but I don't know him. I saw him there. He made a statement which seemed like a big complaint, but I don't know him. There are many other senior cops there. I don't know them.
Okay, you also referred to an incident where you say General Mukwanas, and I quote, played undue and prosecutable role
Yes.
in the investigation of a matter involving General Pashan.
Yes.
Why did you not charge him for defeating the ends of justice?
That process is, I think, is still being looked at, but I don't direct or dictate which way an investigation goes, or indeed the prosecution thereof is something that takes place at the NPA. So I don't know the status of it. The head of investigations don't know. So I don't dictate which investigations to take or follow through.
As far as you are concerned, there is no formal investigation that is underway.
Not that I'm
with
aware
regards
of.
to this.
But and that's why I say prosecutable, based on the evidence before us. There is sufficient evidence to warrant a prosecution, or at least an inquiry within the caste system.
Because one would be concerned that a statement like this is actually part of your evidence in chief, which you presented here under oath, and yet is not based on any particular facts. And there is not even a case opened against him for doing this thing that is alleged to have been done.
I'm not sure a case has been opened or not, but it's my professional opinion that indeed there's a case to answer for, whether it's as a disciplinary or whether it's as a prosecution. And the simple answer is, why did you interfere? Why did you promise gratification for disturbing the investigation? And that is my view right now as I'm before you, Honorable Mwangu.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. What happened to the IPID investigation around the procurement of bulletproof vests? Where is that investigation?
I don't think we bought bulletproof vests. The bulletproof vests, the only one I know is the one about, is that Mkwanazi, Ibenathan Kistia, Masemola involved in, not IPID. It was just an investigation of what we call I-view investigation, because it involves the company of Ibenathan Kistia, but it's not us, it's them.
Yesterday, you actually also responded to a question about the people who were convicted for the murder of Mandla Masla. Are there any members of SABC that are part of that group?
No. And the person's surname is, if I remember off the top of my head, is Sitole, the guy who was convicted. I think he's also like a minor in Gabi. But I don't know whether there's any minor in Gabi if he kills. It's always major.
Thank you. Can you share with us how promotions are conducted within SABC, especially at the level of generals? Who appoints generals?
Well, there is a section, I think it's called Section 35. People can jump ranks also. And on the prerogative of the National Commission, he can promote anybody he wants to. So whilst there's been normal processes, you have these other processes at senior place, which override the normal good practice of advertise, apply, shortlist, interview.
Just trying to figure out how could Lieutenant General Mkwanazi and or Homo, I mean, how would they have been able to actually promote Kabinde and those other guys whom they were promising ranks within SABC?
So there's a woman called Sandra Tema who had an investigation against her, something to do with the police college. She was a brigadier, Tema. She resigned when it became too hot, and she came back whilst Patlani was the acting national commissioner, and she became a general, a major general. She eventually got fired for racism. Her house often served as a meeting place between Kistia, Mabula, Patlane. Mkwanazi himself visited there, according to my knowledge and what I've seen, once that I'm aware of. So the house was a meeting point, and how we came across it, we are following the movements of people, historical movements of people who just all disappear at the same place. They all switched their phones off at the same place. And we didn't know what happened there. Is there something blocking the signal or what? And we looked around, took us about 3 weeks. We eventually found the place where it's at. And people applied for 205s to get information, who belongs there, who are all the people. And a name came out, and through cooperation with the estate managers, we find the people I've mentioned had visited there, some of them at the same time.
Well, thank you, Mr. McBride. In fact, all I wanted was whether or not these people Mkhwanazi and Homo would have been able to actually honor their promise by appointing Mahlangu into one of the positions. So now you have answered that, in fact, it is the prerogative of the National Commissioner to appoint generals. Okay. Can we move on to the rendition case? You have indicated that a report recommending the criminal prosecution of Generals Dramat and Sbiya was issued by IPID 2 months before your appointment. And without your knowledge, can you explain to the committee how such a consequential report could be finalized and released without the awareness of or oversight of the incoming executive director, and what this suggests about governance and accountability within IPID at the time?
Yeah, so the incoming executive director arrived on the 3rd of March. The first report, as it were, the incomplete one, was 23rd of January. And the second one was 28th of February, about 6 days or so before the incoming executive director arrived. And on the 4th, I can't remember sequence of events where the Minister Mtetwa asked me to find out in preparation, but on the 10th already of March, I'd given him a briefing and update in an information note. But from the 4th, I was getting briefing about cases, what's the status, and asking questions. And in Kuba's affidavit to the Zondo Commission, he mentions, I raised concerns about the independence of the investigation, the interference of Minister Mtetwa, Jenny Irish Kobosheani, and crime intelligence basically, and Mosing, a prosecutor, SPP. So I raised it. Oh, is this how you do it? I mean, are you not independent? Is the IPID Act, am I mistaken, or is the IPID Act in place or not? And then Kuba told me, no, he was under immense pressure. It was difficult. Even at one stage, someone told him that, don't worry, Mtluli is following you. And out of fear, he asked. And also the fact that he was told at some stage, don't involve Sesoko in the matter. And Sesoko was also not aware, even though he was in IPID, what was going on. So one day, Kuba asked Sesoko, can you please accompany me? I'm scared. These guys, they want to meet me at a garage on the side of the road. And that's when he went and saw what it was. There was a prosecutor, I think the prosecutor was Billy Moletsi, and either Mosing or another one met him on the side of the road, completely unusual. Sesoko is a very proper person, does things completely right. So he found it weird. And then when I was being briefed by Kuba, I asked for Mr. Sesoko to come down. And then Mr. Kuba explained all the things again and what had preceded him being asked to go with him to meet at a garage somewhere on the side of the road. So there clearly was sufficient interference, incompleteness of report for me to say, go and review it and complete and add what other evidence is missing. I can't sign off on something that doesn't make sense.
Okay, thank you. I'm worried about my time. You also stated that upon reviewing the rendition investigation, it became apparent that it had not been conducted independently due to the influence of crime intelligence. Could you elaborate on the nature and extent of this influence, including how it manifested operationally and whether this interference actually compromised IPID's constitutional mandate to conduct impartial investigations?
Yeah, seemingly Colonel Madilongo, sorry if I get the name wrong, arrived to the acting ED, Kuki Mbeki's office. And Kuki called Koba, and he already had a docket with him, which was almost completed. That is crime intelligence guy. He later on argues, no, I was not in crime intelligence, I was in detectives. But either way, he portrayed himself as crime intelligence, and it was believed. So the acting ED of IPID, Kuki Mbeki, according to what I've been told Kuba he must work with this crime intelligence person, but must not involve Sesoko. So those are the circumstances in which the independence was infected, if I can use that word, or affected. As such, I couldn't sign on something that's already contaminated.
But this led to two reports actually being submitted to the minister. One recommending that Generals B and Ramath should actually be charged criminally.
And that was wrong.
And that you subsequently came in and then you produced together with Sisoko a report which actually exonerated the two generals from any wrongdoing. And that led to your suspension by the minister. Can you elaborate how was it possible that two contradictory reports could actually emanate from one IPID?
What is a report? A report is the investigator's opinion about what transpired for him to arrive at his conclusion. Now, SABC detectives do the same thing, except it's 3 lines long. And all IPID does now, which is a habit that came over from ICD, is give a long explanation about it. That's why some of the reports they started, he will say this, that is an analysis of what the witness statement. So that's first of it. Its value is dependent on what is contained in the docket, not in the report. Report is not part of docket. It's usually attached to the docket as an explanation, as the view, the opinion of the investigator. The docket cannot be touched. If you touch a docket, that becomes problematic because the docket is where the evidence is. So, I mean, that's the first issue, so it's important to understand that. And the second part of your question, there was an important point.
Understand why it was possible for 2 reports, contradictory reports, to emanate from one IPID organization.
Yes. That's critical. Because the one report had incomplete evidence factored into it, and the final report had all the evidence factored into it. That's the reason why. And the so-called first report could not have been a valid report, as your cell phone analysis report was not factored into the reasoning, the deliberations to come to the outcome. So that's it. And it was actually corrected by me that such madness should not take place again.
Thank you. You referred to information provided to you by Mr. Kuba regarding the pressure to recommend prosecution. allegedly exerted by Advocate Anthony Mosing,
Yes, sir.
who was said to work closely with crime intelligence. Can you clarify who applied this pressure, through what channels and for what apparent purpose? And whether this constituted an attempt to manipulate IPID's prosecutorial recommendations?
Yes, indeed, sir. It was an attempt to manipulate IPID's prosecutorial recommendations or not. And that's clear what it was. And the secrecy involved, the non-involvement of the head of investigations will give an indication that something is amiss. And indeed, that's what was wrong. So when Sissoko now became aware of the situation and took over, we did not experience any problems after that.
Thank you. But the minister went ahead to suspend both of you on the basis of that. And in your statement, in paragraph 56, you are actually saying the minister's action was actually politically motivated. Can you substantiate that?
Oh, yeah, definitely. The political motivation was to target Dramat because Dramat had okayed an investigation into the use of Secret Service funds from crime intelligence for a renovation at the former president's house. Now, my understanding is that renovations are taking place at heads of state or senior ministers' places to improve security. That can take place, but you use public works to do that, not funds of the Secret Service account. So that's a problem. So how do you now rectify something that's very wrong? You get rid of the people who are investigating. So the target's Dramat. Me, I landed in there the wrong time. So myself, Sibia, we all got lined up together. So neither Sibia nor Dramat or myself were involved in the investigation of the renovations. I think Parliament took over those renovations. I mean, later on at a later stage, I remember seeing a fire pool taking place in Parliament, a demonstration with lovely opera music playing to show how wonderful it is when the firemen are able to put out fires. And that was all part of the same thing. Now that these other guys are gone, now I can do another spin on it, a narrative, a fire pool, swimming pool at the home of a head of state or senior government official is not a security. It's not a security aspect of it. It's not a security implement. In fact, with the same amount of money used, you could have built a mansion that's super safe. Now you have, I'll tell you this because I said it directly to people in the family. I said, how could you allow people to misuse the old man to come with this idea? So they put, beams, they put electric wire, they put a special fence, they put all of that around, never mind the pool and amphitheater and all of that. So 21st century technology, right? All weird and wonderful. But a guy other side the fence can use a prehistoric methodology to burn the whole place down with a bow and arrow with a fire tip, which goes over your beam, over your electric fence, over your security fence. So it's a waste of money. So I mentioned that directly. And the answer I got from the person I was speaking to is, no, it's true what you're saying. It's true what you're saying. I'll speak to the old man. Because it doesn't make sense. It's like, for me, it's always, they say number one says, but they're setting up the principles for something.
Well, thank you, Mr. McBride. The Pashan tasked him. General Pashan is actually charged at the instance of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and Pop Crew on the 22nd of March 2016. And Mr. Sullivan brings the matter to your attention. And I would imagine that he actually wanted your personal supervision to ensure that this, this matter actually does not disappear. Is that true?
I would understand that as the executive director, he'd bring it to me because there's been no action or feedback to deal with the matter. So as head of the organization, that's how it would be put on my desk, because whoever was there before, namely Kamanyani, didn't do anything about it. So go to the next person and say, where's my complaint? So it's not about me taking personal attention on it. It's a serious complaint. But the issues he's charged for, I heard, Honorable Member, that you mentioned he was charged for. The issues he's charged for involve investigations where had very little, if any, to do with the investigation. There's two cases which go on trial this year, which he's attempted over and over and to slip out of. But that's what he's charged for. The other matters, my understanding is, they're still in progress. The prosecution's being prepared in progress.
Already, Mr. Sullivan was busy investigating the National Commissioner. And in actual fact, there were two parallel investigations, one by IPID, one by himself as a civilian.
Well, my understanding of the desktop analysis that O'Sullivan did and throwing around figures and stuff is completely incomplete before you get tight forensic documentation and analysis. Now, apparently that has been obtained. And none of the evidence which is used in the prosecution, is my understanding, or the prosecution to come, has anything to do with Paul O'Sullivan's reports or complaints. He lit the fuse. Now the fire that rages is a fire of what the forensic investigators do. Forensic investigators, which he doesn't know. Independent forensic investigators. And all of that is evidence related to the Patlane prosecution. So, yeah.
And this forensic investigator you are referring to, which is Paul Sullivan, accompanies your people to General Patlane's place. Is it the standard operation procedure of IPID to involve civilians in your operations?
So firstly, the forensic investigators and analysts I'm talking about is not Paul O'Sullivan. It's other people whose documents are there. All Paul O'Sullivan did was to light a fire where there was no warmth happening. That's what he did. And it brought attention to a matter. And the circumstances in which they came there, I've explained. I cannot do more than explain what I was told. I was not there. And I saw no need to reprimand anybody on that matter, because they explained to me the ruse they used to acquire information. Now that's the name of the game. You find information. Go to whoever, ask. C places.
Who put together the Pashan task team? Was it the executive director or some other?
Oh no, it's probably Mandla who put the team together, because Mandla was given the case and he pulled in Cedric, but he pulled in the other two investigators. And I don't second guess people or micromanage, and I encourage initiative. That's how I get work done.
Could also include the appointment of Ngabinde as the lead investigator in General Pashane's case.
Oh, except Kabinda took the lead himself.
Not being appointed.
No, he was appointed. The process involved him being seconded from KZN to the task team.
Where did the fallout actually occur between IPID and Ngabinde?
Or when Nkabinde was found out to be double dealing, being a double agent, and going against his own investigation. A simple case is KGB Chabalala, Morris Chabalala, who was convicted of cash and transit robbery at some stage, till jail time, got fired then, but came back, was rehired by crime intelligence, and was known to be involved in a number of, together with Nemo Tanzelo, who is now fired, a number of illicit transactions. So he was arrested by Nkabinde. So Nkabinde then, as the IO, submits evidence to the court why bail should be denied as an arresting officer. At a subsequent hearing, after Nkabinde reaches out to the lawyers of KGB, suddenly Nkabinde comes with a different story. And his story is basically saying, no, this is just a plot, it's a scheme, political motivated. Now, I was not there to arrest KGB. I don't even know the details of the case. I know it's involving abuse of slush fund, the Secret Service account. So the same guy who arrests him, happily on TV, holding him by his arm when he has arrested him, he's the one that called Michael Apple to witness his arrest, because he wanted to make himself famous. He did it himself. While the guy was going for parole, to register for parole, they got hold of him, arrested him. They had the proper documentation, took him off to prison. A funny thing that happened while KGB was at Pretoria Central Police Station, Patlane visited him at some stage. Now, that's not me saying that. That is cell phone forensic analysis report saying so. And then he turns around, that is Nkabinde, and he says, no, this was just a makeup. But
Thank you so much. May we please pass the microphone to Honorable Sols.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Time starts now, Honorable Sols.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. McBride,
sir,
indulge me for a minute. As a black boy in general, and the Bushman African in particular, from Eldos, that has been classified by the apartheid regime as a colored, I want to say thank you on behalf of every colored child in this country who has been told Coloureds has not contributed to the struggle against apartheid. Thank you. Thank you for being the physical proof that that's a lie. Like Anton Franch, like Ashley Creel, like Stanley Lowland, and your comrade in arms, Mr. Gordon Webster, and Mr. Beck Ngubani, who was shot 5 times in the back by coward apartheid police. Mr. Webster survived. He was hospitalized under heavy apartheid police guard. Yet you, showing great bravery, you did what we young boys in Elders only saw on TV. You rescued Mr. Webster out of Edendale Hospital. You are a living hero. I can sit in Parliament today because of your sacrifice. Mr. McBride, salute and thank you. You see, many of us also considers General Mkhwanazi as a hero for going public to expose the rotten seps. See, the thing about heroes is that even heroes has holes. Even Jesus was a hero with holes. But what makes Jesus a true hero is that when Thomas doubted him, he was prepared to make doubting Thomas touch his holes. Heroes should not be untouchable. And that is what this committee process is for. I'm a doubting Thomas. I don't trust anyone. And through my questioning, I want to touch the holes in your hands. Now we have no sides. My colleagues has already asked questions that points to some of your holes and you responded to it. I'm now going to focus more on the other side so that there's balance. Yes, I don't trust anyone, but I'm hopeful about your testimony. I'll tell you why. Because one thing I know about liberation fighters is 2 things. You were not trained by apartheid police. And it's hard for you to sell out and betray the country you gave your life for. Mr. McBride, my first question to you. General Kumalo testified that General Sibia is linked to a serial hijacker known as Stuart Shanik, who because of this relationship with the general, his criminal records was erased from the SABC system. Do you know whether this is true or not?
Firstly, Honorable Souls, I know Stuart Shanik. In investigating the underworld with the construction mafia in KZN, the malfeasance at the port at Richards Bay, and who the main players are, Stuart Shanik gave me a good overview, and that overview assists in understanding the size and the nature of the monster of construction mafia. So he played an invaluable role. I know he's not an angel. I know he has a past. My understanding of him is that he's changed and he wishes to work for justice and law and order. And I might be wrong, but I know him and he gave me something which I didn't know about how rotten the various apples are. And I'm still referring to his briefing that I got. So, yeah, that's what Stuart told me. At some stage, I had asked him about his background in detail because he had volunteered that he was not an angel and that he had previous problems with the law in his past. And I basically I questioned him very hard what it was. And so Shanik explained to me.
Uqinisile Mpumi akukho right ukuthi sihlale njalo sitshela abantu besilisa ukuthi men don't cry, men don't do that, because sonke we are equal and izinto esizenzayo singakwazi ukuthi sizenze lona. Omunye begeza izitsha, omunye okwazi ukuthi awashe imoto, we can all do it. Those roles don't need to be basically defined ukuthi umuntu wesilisa lo noma umuntu wesifazane. Kodwa guys nikhumbule ukuthi if you have a
another chance. In fact, on Shanik, I introduced him to General Sibia because I was not getting the support I needed to do the necessary work I needed at that time in the dangerous area I was working in. The area that's involved in people assassinating competitors for tenders, business people, anyone who stands in the way. And I believe in the who of crime. There are no aliens that kill people. And on a lighter note, either legal or illegal, I would draw that statement, immigrants. But it's not aliens, it's human beings that do it. Human beings do crime, someone we know, a mother, father, sister, cousin. So you need to locate who that person is, and the information is all there. The information is in the community, and you have to work in the community. That is my approach. So I've given you a quick synopsis about Stuart Shanik. I don't know if that's sufficient, sir.
Except for whether you know anything about whether there is truth in the statement that his criminal record was erased, irregularly so.
No, my understanding is no. I think you got a lawyer or somebody to write to the necessary place, which everybody does for expungement. When there's a matter and if he's no longer under custodial sentence. I don't know exactly the law, but that's what was done. What I do know, though, is that when he appeared here behind Sibia, the whole of the police service in KZN was activated to find something on him. That's a fact. And my view is that if he's still involved in wrong things, it's your own business. That's the issue. But there was a scramble to get information to discredit him. And by association, Sibia also. Now, that guy came and supports Sibia with security in addition to the lawyers, because it's time for people getting killed now. In Madlanga, someone testified and got murdered. For me, I've been on death row for a long time, so I'm still on death row. So any time is tea time. I don't mind. This might be my last appearance before Parliament. But it's because I live for something that's important for me, which is anti-corruption. I don't know how much time you got, Honorable Member. I can expound on that and the link between apartheid and corruption.
Yeah. I don't have much time, Mr. McBride, but I definitely would want to hear more on that. In paragraph 23 of your affidavit, you mention a complaint by former Newcastle Mayor, Dr. Mahlala.
Mahlaba.
Mahlaba. Mahlaba, yes. In paragraph 23. What do you want us to know about that briefly?
Oh, is 18.3, sir?
No, in your affidavit, paragraph 23.
23, 1 second, sir. Oh, the only issue there, sir, is that I don't know General Komalo. I don't know how good he is. Some of what you mentioned there made sense on the times I heard him. But there was this complaint against him. I don't know the outcome. My understanding is that at some stage, SAP settled with Mahlaba when he took them to court. And I don't know the exact extent. Subsequent to this event, I met Mahlaba in KZN and I asked him about this, and he didn't deny anything that I put here.
But is your testimony by mentioning that in your affidavit that the PKTT, specifically involving General Komalo, was involved in a formal complaint of assault?
Yes.
You mention in your affidavit, paragraph 27, that the other time that you heard about General Mkhwanazi was when IPID was investigating what you call the I-View 3 allegation.
Yeah.
Tell us more about that.
Well, the I-View 3 allegation is about the elevated costs per unit of bulletproof vests. And that apparently 1,000 were purchased, but Ibenathan Kistia, that name again, was involved in the procurement of the excessively expensive bulletproof vests. And initially 1,000 were bought, but because of the inquiry had started, no other purchases were made. And that involved a Paris trip and bags, but the bag is the least of the gratification. Gratification usually takes place when you have excessive cost per unit on any item, whatever it is.
How is that linked to General Mkhwanazi?
Well, even nothing Kistia, General Mkhwanazi, went to Sandra Tema's house, but also General Mkhwanazi was the go-between between the service and Kistia. And that is why they all were up in Paris again, together with General Masamola. I just think, to explain further, I think the other day I heard on TV, I saw a clip where you explained, without being obsequious to you, you explained quite tightly how the musical chairs operated at the senior levels, where you explained this one was provincial commissioner and this one was acting national and then moving around. Well, that sounds to me like people moving in position with a long-term plan to take over, at least from my perspective.
Now, Mr. McBride, I know because of your history, you speak in code, one has to figure out when you speak of a bag here and a Paris strip here and how that's linked to bulletproof. I want us to be very direct and try and simplify it for us, what it is that you are saying. Are you saying that General Mkhwanazi was involved in a trip to Paris together with General Masambula? And where does a bag fit in? And how is that linked? Very briefly.
So the bags are a small symptom of the bigger gratification, which, as far as I'm aware, at that time, presentation was done to Parliament, but I was not aware of the extent of it. All I knew is that the bags, which were priced at Louis Vuitton, I don't know what the prices are. Everyone got a bag, about 7 people, and we've got some testimony about that. And there was aspects of the procurement which was irregular, like the Dallas, like...
So General Mkhwanazi got a Louis Vuitton bag?
Yes.
From who?
My understanding is a person related to the service provider, the person providing the... I can't remember the name offhand. But there's a statement by a Colonel Russ who returned one of the bags, and the bag is in the evidence lock at IDEC.
All right.
So it's not without foundation. Someone who was there made testimony that so and so and so and so got bags. I also got a bag, but yeah, it is. And they didn't declare it in the gift or benefit register. So alarm bell.
In paragraph 21 of your affidavit, you call the July 6 media conference by General Mkhwanazi, I quote, open quote, military-style media conference, close quote. What do you mean by this, and why is it important?
Well, police members serve the public, and police members, for accountability purposes, and I can expand on that, why there is greater scrutiny of police than anybody else in society. They must wear their names here so you can identify who is engaging with you. They didn't have names on them, the guy standing behind him. They were all masked up, looking ready for war. The language was, if it's not done in courts, it's going to be done on the streets. We are ready. And General Mkhwanazi explained in Matlanga Commission that, well, it was a show of force. So the timing of it was, okay, president's out of the country. He's gone. You don't do shows of force against a sitting president and the constitutional order. For what purpose? I mean, that is like really crazy. So the optics of the matter was intended to intimidate the rest of society because he didn't get his way on what? On closing down of one. Someone got arrested and some unit got closed down and blah, 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 blah. They closed down National Special Investigating Team at IPID while I had left IPID. I didn't go and do a media conference with a big gun and all of that and dress up, like I'm a military man. I know I demobilized in 1996. So I know I demobilized. I'm not part of military. So I don't wear that. So for me, it's like, this is the guy at the top of his career. Now, maybe you could have got away with all the other stuff. Maybe, I don't know. But the optics of what he did and the message he's sending, and the message which he mentioned in Madlanga, show of force. So when you don't have your way in a constitutional democracy, you do a show of force against that constitutional democracy, that constitutional order, Is that the message that's coming through? Unless there's a different explanation for it, yeah. That's what it looks like to me.
Now, from a state security lens, you say the timing of it when the president is out of the country. From a state security lens, break that down for us in a simple way. Why is that such a red flag? The president is out of the country and this is the timing of it. What does that mean? Why did you feel the need to say that?
Because that's what happens. And that, with all those little aspects put together, is very dangerous, sir. Very dangerous. Now, contrast that to when there were riots, insurrection, described as insurrection in KZN. I was suspended 7 days before they took off, for no reason. Up to today, no one can tell me why. Okay, I was in the foreign side, but I got suspended. So I was out of the way. And then the riots start, and then it's crazy, all over, up and down, and 250 people die. And the provincial commissioner's on leave, he's not around. And it goes on for 12 days, I think, 8 days or 12 days. We don't see no show of force against the unconstitutional behavior. Nothing. Nothing, nothing. In fact, police stood down and allowed people to do whatever they want to. Lives were lost, 50 billion burnt up or destroyed. When we needed show of force, it was conspicuously absent. So that's a point I'm making, is our message is very strong. And when the general appeared before Human Rights Commission, and he was asked about the 350 people who were killed, 350 black lives, he said they should have stayed at home. So that is like very cold and indifferent, but is consistent with all the uninvestigated shootings in KZN.
Mr. McBride, is the slush fund being abused by crime intelligence?
Sir, by all accounts, it has never been not abused. It has never been not abused. That's what the scramble is for. Control of that, you control people, you control other policemen, you control generals, you control politicians with that. Because politicians, we know now from evidence that sometimes they will use the money for their own ends. The Crime Intelligence Fund, if, for example, someone important in society has a child or a partner who's involved in an indiscretion, get your crime intelligence buddy to buy the problem off. That's what's happening.
Is that what General Kumalo is doing with the slush fund?
Oh, I don't know exactly what he's doing the slush fund at the moment. I know there's a matter of buildings that were purchased, or I think someone said hotels, but I have not been involved in that investigation. I think that might be the reason, or it's one of the reasons why there was a rumor they might get arrested. But you don't use the Secret Service fund for buying buildings. You don't do it. You use it to protect sources or to set up run companies. That's what you use it for. And you go through a proper process so you can set it up. You also don't buy buildings, because what if your agents get blown? What, you want to sell the whole building? If your agents get blown and you're there, you just up and go and your operation can run again. If you've bought the building, you're still, man, you're not mobile. You're a target. So if you're a tenant in a place under false name, you're right. If it gets blown, your operation or some co-tenant spots you and realizes who you are, or some cleaner goes into your room and finds a badge or something, operation's blown. So now you must sell the whole building first. Everyone knows where you are. Whereas in the game, once you spend all the time putting a cover building up or a front company, you should be able to get out and move quickly and have some distance before, because the criminals you're spying on, they will realize who you are and they come and whack you. Yeah, that's the name of the game.
Mr. McBride, it is a historic fact that the Khoi and the San is the first defenders of this country. And as a descendant, I want to ask you to continue with that legacy of defending our country that flows in your blood. Thank you, Chairperson.
How much time have you got, sir?
Mr. Robert John McBride.
Sir?
Do you have a comment on what Honorable Sauls has said?
Sorry, sir?
Do you have a comment on what he said?
Oh, yeah, so the first battle, anti-colonial battle in South Africa, the first one recorded, there might have been others, was here at Salt River, sir.
Where?
Salt River.
Okay, thank you so much.
And it was de Almeida, the Portuguese explorer or conquistador, who kidnapped children so they can be forced to supply sheep or probably cattle also. And as a result, there was a battle there. And confusion on the side of the Portuguese sailors or explorers or occupiers or whatever it is, has resulted in a rout. So 50 of them were killed, maybe twice as much of indigenous people were killed. But just to follow on that, every ethnic group in South Africa has shown some resistance to imperialism at one stage or another, wherever it's been. So that is why we are a special lot of people. That is why we settled to work together. That's the deal. The deal is a constitutional order. We have brave people across the country who have stood up to oppression or encroachment.
Okay.
To finalize, I come from all of them.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Honorable Vessels. It's now 10 minutes past 17 hours. Your time will expire at 30 minutes after 17 hours. Your 20 minutes start now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to Mr. McBride. Chairperson, I think most of the pertinent issues have already been scrutinized at length during these 2 days, but I do need clarity on a few issues. But just a few, I don't even think I'm going to use up all my time. Firstly, if we can go back to Paul O'Sullivan. I do understand that you say that you utilized him, maybe still utilizes him, for intelligence. And that's quite normal. I think it's good practice to use any informant to get information. The question, though, is what did you do, in particular when you were in the position of Executive Director of IPID, to verify that information and to make sure that you're not being fed information to drive a particular agenda?
Okay, so first thing I did would take it to Sissoko always. Sissoko is a very sensible, sober, sounding board, and he will tell me if this thing can fly or not, is it real or not, what additional stuff we need. And we'll do that. We'll say send documents, look at the document. Does the affidavit make sense? Does it take us, and there are many instances when that happened, where it didn't take us from A as information to either intelligence or evidence. It didn't. So there were occasions like that. So we do it. So I could not have achieved the impact in IPID without the team around me. From our corporate services, our CFO, our different provincial heads, our governance people, our auditing people. I would never have been able to work.
It's general practice in intelligence, I think, I've been told, that you get information by giving information.
Only if you're stupid.
But most informants will want something in return. Did you ever give any information? We know, and it's been asked, what does Paul O'Sullivan do for money? You said property and so forth, but obviously he is an investigator. He makes money through investigations. And one thing that he does not have is the access to police sources, to get certain information, run a number plate, those type of things. Did you ever, in return for his valuable information, give him information?
No, with Paul O'Sullivan, his juice, what gets him going, is going after corrupt criminals. That's his juice. That's what he sees. You don't have to give him anything. Now, funny enough, that's my juice too. I go after the corrupt. That's my juice. And apartheid system was a lot for a little bit of people to the detriment of a lot of nothing to the other people. Similarly, corruption is about small amount of people benefiting at the expense of the majority of people. Meaning you don't get service if you get pilfering. So corruption is the biggest threat to us at the moment.
You made an important point earlier when you said that with the racketeering charge against O'Sullivan, it failed because he didn't get gratification at the end. So are you convinced that his gratification is to fight corruption? There's nothing else?
Or perhaps in his own self-importance.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. When we talk about corruption, you also mentioned that there's a commitment to be corrupt by many officers and officials in government, but in SABC in particular. There's also a theory, and I want to get your opinion on that many of the people that expose corruption are corrupt themselves. They are standing behind the door, but they expose the one person because they actually want to get their hands on the purse. Can that be true? Can everybody be corrupt?
You mean they want the chance to eat?
Yes.
People say that now and again. It's our chance to eat. They say like that. The issue is if you're dodgy from the time you're born, you won't change. It's just as simple as that. If you don't believe in corruption, if you have an inbred, innate ethics fiber or integrity fiber, and no amount of money will make you bow to corruption. Corruption not sustainable for us, for our children, or the country.
Just one last question on O'Sullivan. Obviously, Nkabinde said, and that was the contestation, that you divulged information. You said you did not. But you also earlier said, in the very beginning this morning, that IPID lacks certain resources. And you mentioned specifically a forensic arm or function. And then you also, at a stage, explained that that is what O'Sullivan specializes in. He is a forensic analyst. So did you ever utilize his forensic capabilities?
Honorable Member, if you remember, my testimony was that he precipitates an investigation. So what he gives to an investigation is not sufficient to translate his information and basic analysis into evidential material. That requires a further step of forensic information and involvement of the prosecuting authorities, because you will need to get the necessary documents to authorize you to look for the trail. You need to have, so the information you require, you need legal permission to be able to do it. So you're not going to get it by stealth. It's not admissible in court. It must have a legal origin and must be properly done, and there are prescripts to that effect.
That was a bit of a loose end. So I wanted to just get you to say that clearly, and I think that's clarified then. Then to Nkabinde, there's one issue that I don't understand quite clearly. You yesterday, and I think again today, said that the disciplinary process was stopped because he resigned. Yesterday you used the words, you can't discipline someone who has resigned. But then it's obvious that there was a settlement. And in your bundle, I don't want to whine, but this bundle is paginated quite badly. But on RGM 22, the letter from the attorney, the settlement is there. And he resigns basically as part of the settlement. But what I want to check is, firstly, when the Honorable Mates asked you about the meeting between the attorneys, you said the attorneys met, you weren't there. But we all know that attorneys act on instruction. So they got instruction from IPID to engage in a settlement discussion. Why?
Well, the approach was he's resigning. That's what he told before the discussion between the attorneys. He told Moses Lamini, I better resign. I can't face this guy. This guy meaning me, who's going to testify. I'm the first witness to testify. And that resulted in a discussion. Some of my people discussed with me, and I was dead against it. In fact, Nkabinde says so himself, that he knows I wouldn't agree to a settlement. But the issue was, there's a cancer, it's caused damage, cut it out before it spreads. Okay. And I was persuaded by that argument. It makes sense to me. The guy is going, he's out of the system. Not more I can do to him except a criminal prosecution later on.
But point 3 of the settlement says our client agrees to the employer's, that's IPID's, request to withdraw all his complaints, which have been filed in the various forums. So why was that very important to IPID to have him withdraw those complaints?
Could
Because
I please?
This seems, no, Mr. McBride,
The number, please, sir.
This seems as though IPID was very worried about the complaints lodged by Nkabinde at the Public Protector, at all those various forums. And that's why you enter into a settlement. And a settlement is always, you won't talk settlement just to get rid of the cancer. Then you'll bullet him at the disciplinary. Why would you go for a settlement? You only go for a settlement.
Sorry, what number is that on?
That's on RJM 22, page 732.
Is it not also in the affidavit somewhere we quoted?
It's not in the affidavit. Yes, it is quoted in the affidavit, but I don't have that paragraph now. But you'll find it on 732.
$90.2, 1 second, man. Okay. Okay, yeah, that is 90.2 is the paraphrase of it. The issues was Nkabinde took an approach of fire, spread, and pray. Throw the mud and hope it sticks, and cause as much trouble for IPID to get caught up in dealing with this. Dealing with the Public Protector's report means you have to put it aside while it's going on. So you have to prepare for that. So it involved litigation on that. There was a PSC we were aware of. We need to deal with that. So all the energy which should be used on investigation is now disrupted. You're running helter-skelter because you got probing shots all over, caused by, in effect, a paid agent. So get rid of the cancer, it won't spread further, and we don't have to spend resources on this. So if you notice in part of the plan, in spite of him withdrawing his complaints to the various bodies, so what he did is what we call in disciplinary or mediatory services, forum shopping. You jump a lot of steps and you go somewhere. So that's what he did. Yes. And out of that, it means we'd expend energy. The year on my return is 2016, 2017, in preparation for budget, we realized we're going to require a war chest of legal fees. So we moved operational funds for legal fees more than we've ever used before because we anticipated this is where the attack is coming.
I'm going to interrupt you, Mr. McBride, sorry, but my time is almost running out.
Okay.
I do think, as you also advised General Paklane, that we should actually just have things ventilated and investigated, otherwise it stays just allegations. But just let's leave it there. I want to get to one last question. Yesterday you said that you also had political interference when you started investigating General Paklane, and you then mentioned that it was a member of parliament. You gave the example, you gave the explanation that it was a member of parliament. He's now a minister in the GNU. That you then later answered that it was the Honorable Groenewald. We today saw, and with all due respect, every person has a certain personality, and you have a certain personality and a certain attitude. And certain members earlier today took issue with your attitude. Is it plausible that the Honorable Groenewald threatened you by saying watch out, pasop, because of your attitude and not because of any trying to intimidate you because of your investigation of General Pakhlani. Is that plausible?
In the circumstances, no. Now, number one, you got to understand this. I don't participate in my own humiliation. Try and humiliate me, it's going to bounce back at you. That's the first. That's what I learned in life. Life gave me that. I didn't make the rules. So I was standing, leaning against a balcony where we came out of the intelligence briefing. And then he came up to me, threateningly. Maybe in his mind he was sussing me out, testing me out. Now, an approach to me in a threatening fashion means game on. So in response to that threatening fashion, I said to him, you must watch out. That's what I say. You come for me, I'm a mirror. You treat me politely, I'll be polite with you. And that's the way it is. But the issue of hiding away from ventilation, Cedric's allegations are in this affidavit I did. I didn't try and hide anything. I made it all available. In fact, when I went to court, line by line, we tore apart his allegations and showed them as lies when we went to court to put aside the various allegations. So my way is respect people, and people who disrespect you or try to humiliate you, you do it right back to them. You see how quickly it comes to an end or to a head?
Yes. Would you also agree that at that stage, you would know that there was a lot of controversy about national commissioners, and especially about the fact that a lot of national commissioners did not come through the ranks. And acting National Commissioner Pakhlani was the first one in a very long time that was a police officer. And there was positive changes made. So do you think that some people that thought this is very strange that there's allegations of corruption was just defending that fact that we are making positive strides with someone who is from police making the correct moves?
So two issues. The first one is, if a person tells you they're a career policeman and they've come up through the ranks and they've been promoted and they're right in the top, within the system that we know exists, that means they bowed to someone, they looked the other way for someone, and they did a favor for someone. In other words, they didn't cause any impact or waves wherever they were. So allowing them to get to the top, there was some kind of exchange of favors. That's my experience. So that's the one issue. You had another question about that? There was double.
I think that's a dangerous inference to make, but no, let's leave it at that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair.
Your time ends at 10 minutes to 6.
I want to begin today's engagement by reminding the witness of the mandate of this committee, investigating the allegations made by General Mkhwanazi, specifically by organized criminal syndicates and other dodgy characters that has infiltrated SAPS. Specifically, I'm going to hone in on that. And with that, I wish to ask you the following brief set of questions. Earlier on, Honorable Shongwe asked about the credibility of a few members, individuals, but you did not have the opportunity to conclude. So I want to ask you if Paul Sullivan is a credible person.
Credible in which sense, ma'am?
You answered briefly earlier on, just credible. Is he credible?
You mean about the veracity of what he says?
Yeah, is he credible?
He usually is on that, but I would say not always.
Okay. So
There are
he usually is.
instances when he makes an assertion and it's not provable.
All right. Jackie Salebi, whom you referred to yesterday as your brother. is he
So
credible?
when I said he was my brother and you did not allow me to respond, I meant before the controversy with, I think the guy was I can't remember the name, Italian name guy who he took money from or something. But before that,
Glenn Agliotti.
yeah, that's probably the name. So my perception of him would change, especially when he goes to prison for that, for taking money.
From a alleged drug dealer.
Yeah, well, I mean, this alleged is maybe too soft. Yeah. So before that, I saw him as he had left the country earlier than us, set up the youth league and stuff outside. And when we came out of prison, he was there with the, the welfare in the old shell house. So you had somewhere to go. So he didn't come out high and dry from prison.
Okay, thank you.
But when it becomes evident that he's done wrong, I can't continue to coexist and have the same affection for such a person.
Okay. Is Sarah Jane Trent a credible
Yes.
individual?
Yeah. Perhaps excessively so.
What was Ms. Trent's relationship to you?
She was a very close confidant.
Confident, okay.
Yeah.
You testified that information received from O'Sullivan was credible, right? Jumping from that now, how many successful convictions resulted directly from information provided by Mr. O'Sullivan?
So information is, like I indicated, lights the fuse. But that's only the beginning of the process and gets our attention to look there. But really, there's a lot more work that goes in afterwards. So there's nothing you can ascribe solely to his information that he gave.
But just give us off the top of your head, 1, 2, 3 of these
Oh,
investigations.
Patlani.
Excuse me?
Patlani.
Patlani, you consider that successful?
He's in
Has
court.
there been a prosecution?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got 2 cases he must answer for.
Okay.
So it's the information led to a prosecution. We would not have been looking at Patlani if the initial fuse was not lit.
All right, if it wasn't for Paul O'Sullivan and Ms. Trent.
Well, there was a lot of hard work that went into it after that, like at least about 18 months, 2 years work after that.
Okay,
Unconnected to O'Sullivan.
what was the nature of Mr. O'Sullivan's engagement with IPID during your time? Was he an informant, a source, a consultant? What exactly was he?
I wouldn't even call him an informant. He was obsessed with corruption, fighting it.
Because he was giving you information, does that not come from an informant?
Well, sometimes it's a little bit more than an informant, because informant, as the Honorable Member mentioned, you have to give them something. Paul, we gave nothing to.
Okay. And Sarah Trent, Jane Trent, also gave nothing to her?
Nothing to her.
Okay.
She will volunteer if ever there's a fight against corruption, she will stand there.
So she was also just an informant, a consultant?
Well, more about the archivist and categorizer of public documents, because this was a headache to put together even. But because there were people, various people who were able to store the stuff. I mean, I've burnt my papers long ago, so I didn't have papers. I wanted to walk past this phase of my life, but other people found the documents.
Did you ever communicate with Ms. Trent about ongoing or active investigations within IPID?
No, not that I can recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever provide her with information?
Not that I can recall, yeah.
Okay. How frequently were you in contact with her regarding investigations or matters related to IPID or SAPS and Mr. O'Sullivan? Once a month, twice a month?
Maybe once a month, yeah.
Maybe once a month, okay. I want to take you back to mid-2016, specifically June of that year. Can you recall which major investigations or matters you were involved in at that time?
Not specifically, it's 10 years ago.
Okay. Okay, can you explain why? You said you've never given anyone information. Paul O'Sullivan and Sarah Trent, you've never given them information. That is what you said earlier on.
Yeah.
You said you spoke to them once, what was it, once a year? Once a
Maybe
month?
sometimes twice or
You
thrice a
said you
month.
spoke to them once a month. You said you've never given information. You said you spoke to them once a month, and you said there was no payment. That's what you said,
Yes.
right? Can you explain why on the 17th of June 2016, you sent a communication to Ms. Trent saying that we are making history?
You mean we are making history? The
Yeah.
collaboration is making history here.
Excuse me?
The collaboration,
The collaboration.
Yeah.
The collaboration on what?
the information provided, the other side of the coin where more deeper investigations are there.
Okay. Because that's in a conversation between yourself and her.
Yeah.
Here on page 17, WhatsApp
Yeah.
conversation, where you said to her, we're making history. Can you explain why on the 13th of December 2016, you would be passing information? You just said earlier on, you did not pass any information to her. I have records here that I found where she is requesting information from you, and you are providing her and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan with information on several occasions.
I don't know what is it that you have there.
Okay.
And who gave it to
Can
you?
you explain, it doesn't matter, can you explain on 13th December why you'd be passing information to Ms. Trent where you say, get this to Paul right away? That's on page 39.
What was it about? The arrest?
I'll tell you now. There's so much. I just got this earlier on. SAP's case registered, previous communication there. Before you respond, you send a two text, one at 7:17 and one a minute later. SAP's case registered on 12th of the 12th, Bedford, case number 159-12-2016, suspects McBride, Sibia, O'Sullivan, and Kutsia. Charges for treason, conspiracy for murder, defeating the ends of justice, and you say, get this to Paul right away.
Yeah, so this was in Kabinde.
But you just said you never ever gave them information. You said that they were providing you information.
Oh, okay.
Here you are giving them a case number, and you are saying to Sarah, get this to Paul right away.
Yeah, they were not aware that there's a conspiracy against them. It's about arresting people, which was a harebrained scheme of...
So you are even protecting Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and Sarah Jane Trent.
Oh, remember, I'm involved there.
Yeah.
My name is there.
Your name is here, but you just earlier on testified that you did not give information to these individuals.
Yeah, but the issue
You
is...
testified earlier on that you only speak to these individuals once a month, and the records reflects that you spoke to them once a day, all day long.
Well, in instances where everybody is at threat...
So you lied twice already to this committee.
That's absolutely untrue.
No, it is true because I have proof.
Well, you're avoiding the context.
I have proof, but this is not about context. I have the context and I have the proof that you were in conversation with these people almost daily. From 2016, you were reinstated, I think, in 2015, or when were you reinstated? 2016, early 2017, you were in contact with Sarah Jane almost every day. The two of you were going for drinks. The two of you had a romantic affair. I put it to you. Am I right?
No.
You did not.
No, I
So your messages to Ms. Lee saying, can I see you, even if it just means we start by holding hands, I miss you, my darling, that is not romantic.
Well, if I send...
Julle het die kat geknyp.
No, if I send that, me, I always...
Honorable James and Mr. McBride.
Sir?
Can we go slow on it?
Can we?
Go slow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, if you bring emotions to it, it's no longer the way we desire it. Can we just go slow?
I have messages between yourself. We were trying to ascertain here, why is it that SAPS has been infiltrated? Why is it that Mr. Kabinde said, yeah, furthermore gave an account of Paul O'Sullivan's involvement in IPID matters at the time when I held the position of executive director at IPID. That is the allegation at hand. That is what we're probing. We are trying to understand why is it that these two individuals that has no formal contract with SAPS has so much information and their involvement. And I'm trying to ascertain to what extent is this relationship? Because based on this information, you rolled out the red carpet to Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. Sarah Jane was the in-between, where she would get information to you and say, don't call for Paul so that it doesn't reflect. And you would say to her, don't worry, I've got it covered, I've deleted the information.
Yeah. So what information was that, and where did you get that from?
Doesn't matter where I got this from. You are meant to answer my questions,
so
not
if I don't
ask
know where you
where
got
I've
it
got
from,
this
I can't
information from.
answer.
Because this shows here that you had a romantic affair with Miss, and your pet name for her was Klippity Klop. That was your romantic name for her. And you would meet and share information on SAPS dockets. You would share with the two of them.
No, I didn't.
I've got it here. I'm going to, for record purposes, I will provide this to all the members. I will share it on the group.
Yeah, that's fine.
It cannot be fine, sir. You have allowed dodgy individuals to infiltrate SAPS, to run meetings.
Even I haven't infiltrated SAPS.
So I put it to you that the communication in our possession demonstrates that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and Ms. Trent were deeply and possibly excessively involved in the work of IPID, and that you permitted two private individuals to embed themselves within IPID's investigation process. And effectively, they're operating as a parallel or a shadow structure that influenced or infiltrated with investigations. Do you dispute this?
Yeah, disputed. The
You
two cases
dispute it.
Patlani is facing got nothing to do with O'Sullivan or his associates. It's a pure, clean case against Patlani.
You said they were providing you with information. You even sent Sarah Jane messages asking her to scrutinize and get details on people's bank accounts, get details on people's credit history, their status, everything.
No.
You said earlier on that they had forensic capabilities that SAPS didn't have.
Yes, and so credit information is not.
It's something
forensic
SAPS cannot do.
I'm not in SAPS. I was not in SAPS.
So Sarah Jane and Paul O'Sullivan are the people doing that for you in
We
IPID.
don't have access to credit information. Credit information gives you everything, and it's not illegal to get credit information. Everybody can do it. If you go into buy a cell phone, they want to look at your credit.
I'm not saying it's illegal. I'm saying I'm speaking to your relationship with these two individuals that you played down earlier on.
Yeah. Well, the issue is quite simple for me. If I need the information, I will request it because it gives information.
Even to go into people's bank accounts.
Well,
Is
I
that
don't
legal?
go into bank accounts. I don't need to. I don't
But
need
in this communication, you request and you ask Sarah to please go into people's bank accounts.
No, it's not bank accounts. It's not bank accounts. It's credit information, which Edgar's, Pick and Pay, everybody has.
And you are not able, so number one top secret service agent,
Honorable James.
you're not able to get that information.
Honorable James, so when you say it is credit information, are you making a confession that you made a reference of those matters to her to get that credit
I'm
information?
actually not, but it wouldn't be out of sorts to request such information somewhere. Normally, we would create internally our own capability to do that. But that would cost money.
No, okay. She says to you bank accounts,
Yeah,
and you say, no, it's not bank account, it's credit information.
yeah.
What is the context within which that credit information was requested?
Or because you get information on cars, houses, connections, who drives cars. That's what you get.
Yes, credit information of who?
I think whoever the subject of the investigation is, or as SAP says, person of interest.
And this person is a private citizen, Sarah Jane.
Well, the private citizens at Edgar's are able to get in any one of your accounts.
It's a private citizen, yes. Is the answer yes or no?
Private citizen also does forensic analysis.
It's fine, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm saying in her own private life,
Yeah.
she's in conversation with the head of the IPID, which in that case was yourself.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the issue is.
And then you converse about credit details of other citizens of the Republic.
That has been done every day.
That is the question that the honorable member is asking you. If you can just look at her and respond.
Yeah. So I don't remember that specifically, but it's not a problem for me to ask. Normally we would ask DPCI and they'll find it for us. They do it all the time.
So why didn't you ask DPCI? Why do you go to a private individual to get all your information from? Earlier on, you were hell-bent on telling us that they were providing you with information because SABS did not have the forensic tools. And now you are saying that, no, actually we do have it. We can actually get it from DPCI.
Well, that's what we did afterwards.
Afterwards, but the fact remains you lied because you said SAPS does not have the tools in place for these.
SAPS.
You said we don't have the forensic expertise. IPID. But still, it falls within SAPS. So you go to a private individual, sir.
I'd go wherever I have to go.
You go wherever, even if it means breaking the law.
Let's do like this so that the exchange must not be heated. I want you to have a cordial conversation. Can we go slow on it?
I don't have time to go slow.
I will give you that time where I interjected.
I think, looking back now, do you accept that allowing private individuals to entangle themselves in law enforcement investigations contributes directly to the very phenomenon this committee is investigating, namely the infiltration and the compromise of law enforcement institutions? This is why Mr. O'Sullivan is behaving as if though he is the big boss. I just missed a question here where you refer to Ms. Trent and you say to on the 2nd of December, you say stuff like, yes, boss, understood. I thought you were the boss.
Well, I call lots of people inside this room boss when I greet them or meet them.
Just anxious for a breakthrough to turn the tables, which came after you had a meeting at Mr. Paul O'Sullivan's home the night before. And you claim that you don't have a close relationship with these people. You're going for braais, you're meeting at Papa's in Sandton, at all over. You're sitting by the swimming pool, having whiskey with them. You have a friendship with them. Is that still just a business?
Which swimming pool is that?
I don't have time to go through here. This is a very thick document, Chair, but it's in here.
So, the source of the document is what?
It doesn't matter. That's my source. You didn't disclose. You know. Yeah, you cannot disclose your source. I will not disclose my source.
Okay.
Fact of the matter is, the one thing in Kabinde van almal kom hierso en hulle vertel ons 'n bondel leuns and we're not able to establish the authenticity of the information they put before us. Yeah. And we as MPs have to go the extra mile to make sure that we get credible information to verify what you have been put in here. The one thing Mr. Nkabinde was right about is the fact that you have rolled out the red carpet for Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and all these other cronies. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Honorable James. It's now 10 minutes before 6 o'clock. I'm going to give you a 10 minutes break. When we come back at 6, the next speaker who must be seated exactly 6 o'clock, 18 hours, is Honorable Sangon. Exactly 6 o'clock, she starts asking questions. May you please stand up and leave the chambers. You will come back shortly before 6.
Mr. McBride, I think a lot of questions have really been canvassed. So I'm going to ask a few, but more than anything, I think I'm interested in just probing your thoughts on a number of things.
Okay.
Just the first one, in terms of the questions. Do you regard yourself as rogue, Mr. McBride?
As rogue? No, certainly not.
Okay, yesterday you used a phrase, you said it was a juicy name, right? Robert McBride being called in. But I mean, given all of the, I think I read somewhere that you're probably the most suspended civil servant in the democratic era. What's going on there?
So my experience is the moment you reach and touch something that exposes corruption or touches on corruption where people have interests, they will find another excuse to suspend you. That's the deal.
Okay. You testified earlier that you were never given the reasons for, I think it was your last suspension, the SSA. But then it had been widely reported that or alleged that you authorized, without the minister's approval, an operation in Mozambique. Was that not the reason you were suspended then?
No, that's not true. The minister signed the authorization. The context was there was an attack by the insurgents there, ASWJ, Al-Sunnah wa Jamaat, is basically affiliated to ISIL on a number of places where South Africans are working. So South Africans had to run. They got dispersed all over the peninsula. There was a meeting of all the security cluster at OR Tambo, a diplomatic building, where the president and all the service heads addressed. We were tasked to go and find South Africans and repatriate them. We already had in place an agreement of operational cooperation between ourselves and the Mozambican, the first ever that was obtained. We therefore went to northern Mozambique, not me, the teams that went. And unfortunately, Maputo doesn't talk to Cabo Delgado. It's like almost two different countries, 3,000 kilometers apart. The result was that there were some hiccups there. And then later on, the guys came back, but we were able to reach people, repatriate them, and bring them back. Those that were in the bush. So everybody was accounted for. There was only one South African was killed, but long before we were deployed. The memo in which approval was given says immediate deployment to repatriate South Africans in trouble. And it didn't come from me, it came from the lower levels indicating it. On that Sunday when we met with the president, the minister signed and the guys were sent off.
Sorry,
and that
Mr.
was
McBride,
like,
I'm going to stop you there. I mean, for me, it was just context. The matter has been dealt with. You're back at the SSA, right? Okay. Let's move from there.
Oh, there wasn't any consequence management on that issue at all.
All right.
And it was like 4 months after the incident, 7 days before the July riots that I was suspended.
Okay. You speak about political interference, and I think your averment is that there is political interference. Now, political interference is one of the key issues this committee is trying to get to the bottom of. When General Mkhwanazi was testifying, we asked him about political interference, where he said there'd been no political interference, and I think one of the or two of the other generals, but you speak about it. So we're keen to hear, or let me put it this way. It seems anecdotal, right, that you would say Minister Nhleko interfered
and therefore there's political interference. How does this political interference play itself out systematically? And I'm asking because it's going to be difficult for us as members of the committee to come to a finding of fact of political interference if we don't understand how deep it is. Now, if you say, Minister Ntleko, I'm trying to think which other politician you would have mentioned in this proceeding, somebody mentioned Minister Mthethwa, I think. In your experience, how deep is this problem? How does it present itself, and how do you think it can be dealt with?
My experience is only based on IPID experience and what I was told about Minister Mthethwa, which I didn't experience myself. But Minister Ntleko, the way he got me suspended based on a non-legal document. That's number one. Number two, the fact that immediately after suspension, he came and addressed all the senior managers and spoke out against the judiciary, that the judiciary is, I can't remember, but it was recorded and forms part of the application, and then proceeded to rearrange IPID structure to serve his own purpose, including bringing Leon Mbangwa to sit on panels. So IPID is an independent body. Why is a chief of staff of the police there to appoint people in positions where vacancies don't actually exist? Yeah.
Okay, I hear you, Mr. McBride. Maybe let me put it like this. So you had that particular experience. Would it be your testimony that you think that the politicians who are deployed across the criminal justice system, which I'm sure would be what, 6, 7 at a time across the entire, they are regularly meddling in the operations of the criminal justice system?
No, I can't say that. I'm not sure about that. What I know is that there are two ministers who have to have some role in operation. That's your SAPS minister, but not in IPID issues, neither in GPCI. GPCI should move to independent. And your intelligence minister, because the intelligence minister must translate strategic direction immediately from the president and the cabinet to operations. So if there's a decision, we clamping down on, for example, your construction mafia or your narcotics mafia, then you got to move quickly and action that which has been conveyed to you. So you'd have to do it. It's not interference. Interference comes where you start deciding who must be appointed, and you decide who must be in what position, and you dictate who you want where, without any kind of due process of assessment. Yeah.
Okay.
So to answer your question, I don't experience as wholesale in the criminal justice system.
Okay, so your affidavit goes to quite a bit of detail, distancing yourself, you know, from the PKTT issues, the arrest of General Kumalo, you know, the allegations that General Mkhwanazi has made. I did say to you, I think a lot of the questions have been canvassed, so I want to get your view on a number of things. When you sit and you watch, hear the proceedings based both in this ad hoc as well as Madlanga, what do you think is at play here? I mean, we're getting to a point where we're almost finalizing our work. Just about everybody who has sat in that seat that you see sitting on has claimed that the witness before them has lied and so forth. What is your sense of what is happening here?
at the PKTT.
The criminal justice system, SABC in particular, and the fights that we are seeing and witnessing?
Well, it is about patronage and control, or rather the other way around, control and patronage. You control resources, you control people. And if you control people, you can order them around, especially in a very rank-conscious environment. And they can do your bidding. And you can also you are untouchable because you can do something, no one will question you. So in terms of syndicates, the evidence is, I don't know who was lying, but I saw somewhere Kat Matlala giving testimony. Kat Matlala appears to be a symptom of the society, which if he wants to get something done, he pays for it. If he's doing a tender, he pays for it. Because it's come to the state where if you're stuck to get your tender your way, whether rightly or wrongly, you can pay someone to get done. Now, experience in townships about cases not being handled seriously is that sometimes people have to pay police to actually do their work, to investigate. And some others, they pay police not to investigate, to sweep things under the carpet. So the society's moral fiber has been erased. So in that process, the syndicates will feed off everything. We're not the first country to be in this situation. The issue of drugs and syndicates and control is all over the world. The issue of corruption within police service and abuse of funds is all over the world. But we need to tighten our mechanisms to deal with it. So that's it. So.
Okay. Criminal intelligence has been accused of meddling, infiltrating, whichever word you want to use, in IDEC. And you are raising it within IPID as well. In the recommendations that you make in your affidavit, you don't speak about how you think that criminal intelligence should be reformed. I would have thought that, given your experience, now there's a view that says that there are people within criminal intelligence who are then moved, say, to IDEC, and from your testimony to IPID as well. Why is this so fluid? Why is criminal intelligence also seeming like some rogue thing happening there?
So the way I understand it is that IDEC is a new organization. It needs people who have experience from elsewhere. That's number one. Number two, I think they referred to, Padiachi or something in the testimony. Padiachi was retired or something, and then was recruited, I think, during Advocate Cronier's time to come into the service to assist. If memory serves me correct, Padiachi was part of the investigation into the Pandey, Toshan Pandey matter, and that's part of his claim to fame. So they were investigating the role of police officers working for syndicates, and they caught them on a wire discussing about killing Johan Boysen. So that's what led to that much disputed Act 70 that they got on that matter, which ultimately blew the case out of the water. But if people have experience, they are needed. So I understand that. So I would not necessarily see that as an infiltration. It's not like Homo or someone else,
Okay, no suggestions on the reform. You are touted as having wanted to be the National Police Commissioner. So how would you have reformed criminal intelligence?
No, I've never put my hat in the ring, ever. I generally prefer to work in smaller units that make impact that shows they punch far above their weight. That's my way. That's how I do it. I get results, and so in terms of way forward, my view is that the National Anti-Corruption recommendations to the National Anti-Corruption, I forget the full acronym now.
It's NACAC.
Yes, NACAC must be urgently implemented, and you have, I think, an overall body that deals with issues of corruption, and that other corruption bodies report to and work under their supervision. In that way, you don't have to reinvent the wheel, but you have new energy dealing with that. So for me, that would be one of my main recommendations about the NACAC. I actually, at some stage, co-chaired the task team with Dave Lewis for a while, whilst I was at GPSA. And we got the process going to prepare the strategy. So I was happy when strategy was handed over to the president. Yeah.
Okay, I want to come back to these issues around General Pashan and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, but before I do that, you've been saying, Mr. McBride, in your testimony, I mean, it's quite clear that you were unhappy with your contract not being renewed by Minister Cele. Now, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that your contract had expired. So if I'm not mistaken, there's case law that deals with the fact that once a contract has expired, it doesn't create a legitimate expectation for renewal. Why would you want to make out this expiry of a contract as if it was some sort of fight back conspiracy type of approach against you?
I understand what you're saying. Only because the subterfuge that was used for it. I had no expectation and did not ever claim an expectation and did not resort to litigation for that matter at all. There was no expectation of an extension. In fact, I asked about 9 months before to Minister Cele, do you intend extending or should I look for other work? He never answered me for a long time until I applied to DPCI. In DPCI, there were 4 of us shortlisted. Can't remember the other 2, Libya and me. But the way I understood it, I was just there to give some credibility to the process, because Libya already had a dispute with SABC. And the only way to deal with the dispute was actually to appoint him somewhere. He was already over the age and all of that, but that is not an insurmountable issue. So I took my punch, I rolled with it, and that was it. So I didn't cry about it. Minister Cele, when I confronted him about Cedric and Mabula's leakage of a document into the cash in transit task team WhatsApp group, he then mentioned, no, he somehow got the word that I had said to somebody that I was just there to make the process credible. In fact, he did say to me, you're a bit of a controversial figure. Is everything clear now? So I said, yes. And he says, you sure? There's nothing came in the newspaper. And he kept on going on and on about it. As John Jeffries was...
Okay, you're digressing.
Yeah.
Okay, so it had expired, right? I'm worried though, because in your testimony you said, Mr. McBride, okay, right now you've spoken about the fact that you're trying to legitimize a process, but in your testimony you said, and I'm quoting the words you used, you were invited to apply for the ED IPID. Who invited you?
Oh, at that stage, I worked on the same subcommittee as Minister Mtetwa, and I would write some discussion documents for policy of ANC then. And it's as a result of the quality of my documents. He then, you should you should apply to, you have this history, you have this background, you understand the stuff kind of technically, so can you please give it a shot? Yeah.
So what would you say to the other applicants who said that they felt that, you know, they were accompanying you, they were just used to legitimize the process?
Well, I don't think I could have been a favorite. I think there might have been others here. But I think after the process and the answers I gave, then I rose to the top.
So you've spoken at length about Paul O'Sullivan and how you believe that he was helpful to your cause around the general Pashan matter. I think the committee, I mean, it's quite clear we don't agree with you there. But where I want to focus my questions, when General Pashan was here, we haven't had an opportunity to cross-examine him yet, but when he was here, he presented evidence about a string of emails and basically threats that were made to him by Paul O'Sullivan. I remember we put a question to him that did his problem start before the emails or what? And he was of the view that he is now being targeted because he did not do what Mr. Paul O'Sullivan wanted him to do. So in your opinion, Mr. McBride, how do you regard the conduct of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, who would send emails, send SMSs threatening a whole acting national commissioner of police?
Well, threats just don't go. They're just not on. And provocation might be good to elicit some response, but not threats. Threats, I don't agree with threats.
Do you not think that Mr. O'Sullivan's behavior was not just a threat, it even amounted to extortion, where when General Pashan is not delivering on what Mr. Paul O'Sullivan wants, then suddenly there's this whole big investigation against General Pashan?
I can't remember what the issues were, but it possibly can border on that, yes.
Okay, so also General Pashan, because now you said you don't remember the issues, I want to remind you of the issues. He says Mr. Paul O'Sullivan wanted him to act against Mr. Munu or something in exchange for him not laying a complaint. Would you know who this means?
Yeah.
Who's Munu?
I know the matter. It's a matter that involved private litigation. And whilst an investigation was being conducted into people close to Munu and another lawyer. Someone reminded me last night about that lawyer. And because Sibia was investigating something else about them, I can't remember, it was money laundering or illicitly taking money out of the country. But Sibia got to be a target. So that was the background. And Sibia was still in Gauteng, Hawks. That was the issue before, I think, Ntlemeza came. I can't remember the year exactly. So that's what happened then, yeah.
Did IPID investigate? Mr. Munu was in the service, right?
Yeah, Munu was in SABC. He was head of detectives.
Did IPID investigate Munu?
I'm not sure. There was an occasion when they looked at what Munu was doing, but the way I understand it was too complicated and not definitive. Yeah.
So the evidence before us, I think what it says, Mr. McBride, is that this Mr. Paul O'Sullivan exerted inordinate influence over the criminal justice system through IPID in particular, but also SABC. Do you not think, given what perhaps you now know or your own experience, including what I think is you saying his conduct would amount to extortion of a senior, very senior, the most senior police official, you don't think that this Mr. Paul O'Sullivan poses a national security threat?
I don't think so. I think he's a guy, if he gets an answer, he feels he feels great. How I avoided falling in a trap is by meeting him when the predecessor to IPID had said something bad about him. Yeah, and then I met with him, and then he was okay. Obviously, he likes action immediately, which is not viable in a country where there are a lot of things to deal with, yeah.
I'm sure you'll agree with me, though, that we can't have a man running around with citizenship of 3 countries threatening our senior police officers. I mean, I hear you. It's not illegal to have citizenship in 3 countries.
Yeah.
It would raise eyebrows if you're so deeply embedded in our criminal justice system and you have the power to actually threaten our top cops. That's a big risk.
Yeah, if it's a threat, it's not on, it's not a go. There should be, if it's a threat, it means intimidation. And intimidation requires an investigation.
Okay.
So I can't defend intimidation. I've been attempts to intimidate me a lot. I've been a victim of, so I won't okay intimidation.
Okay. I may have missed this question, and if you have already answered it, please just indicate so we can move.
Just one, the Honorable Sangwen. This man, what is his country of origin?
My understanding, he was born in Ireland.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and when you're 17, he left to England.
You can proceed.
Weren't you the High Commissioner to Ireland?
No,
You
wasn't.
weren't? Okay. No, I'm not insinuating anything. It was just it is a question. So the question may have been asked, as I said. Please indicate. General Pashan says you approached him at his house. I think it was April, May. I don't know who was with who, and then he happened to bump into you. And then you said to him that the 2 of you should work together and that he must be careful of Minister Nhleko and General Nhlemeza, who you said was behind the attack on the both of you. Do you recall that? Is it an accurate
I don't
version?
know if all of that conversation happened. It was very quick. One of his neighbors I had met and I was friendly with, but the neighbor's family told me he had gone around the corner. He was in a golf cart. So I had to give him an envelope. So I arrived there and he was getting off the golf cart, and at the same time, Patlani was coming out of his house. And Patlani says to me, "Hi, Robert, this is the house that everyone's talking about." That's how he greeted me.
The crime scene.
Well, that's how IPID describes it. And if I'm pushed, I'll describe it as such. But anyway, we spoke about my response was, don't worry about it. You know, it'll sort itself out. That's how I spoke to him. So I don't remember talking about Nhleko to him and all of that. I don't know the guy. So that was my first time meeting him. And the second time I went to his office when this investigation was up for him to please help us with the investigation. So it was even though he was acting National Commissioner, he maintained his office at the forensics lab. And when I arrived there, we spoke openly, and I then said to him, "Look, there's this investigation, but I need your help. Perhaps you have a different side about it. And if, we're gonna need information and stuff." And he got really angry. So I left. I greeted him nicely and I left. I said, "If you change your mind, you can come to me." His driver, bodyguard, then phoned my investigators and said, "Why are you worried about investigating? Your boss is meeting my boss." So it's a disruption issue. And then another time after he had done I think this is critical to tell you this. So he had done the counter investigation, and I then asked to see him, and I asked CBA to see him. Then he came to this restaurant lodge. I saw him there and explained to him, "Look, this is what's going on. What goes on between you and me is not right." And at the same time, I phoned Arthur Fraser, who's head of state security, to say, can you set up a meeting with all the entities who deal with security in the security cluster so that we manage our differences? Because every time I do something which is part of my work, Patlani says something in the media. So we called everyone. So Sean Abrams was there, Tom Moyani was there, Patlani was there. I can't remember, there was someone else there, and myself and Arthur Fraser. Fraser chaired the meeting, he gave us a presentation about some issue, but he responded very quickly, like 3 days. And Clemesa didn't come, and then we agreed that if there's differences between us, we shouldn't articulate them in the media. We should rather meet like this. And Mr. Fraser offered to facilitate any difficulties afterwards. So, hardly 24 hours later, Patlani made a media statement. So, the issue then there's 2 times I've spoken to him directly. So I went back to Fraser and said, what must I do? Fraser said, well, he went to media first. It's like, do whatever you want to do. You try to contain this disruption in the security cluster. It's not healthy for the country.
Sorry, Mr. McBride. I must stop you because I really want to move, but I'm glad that you're talking about media because in his affidavit, General Patlani says, Mr. McBride must be credited with having learned from his masters and handlers in unleashing propaganda machinery. And this is after his attack at the spa and the video went missing. So my question is, firstly, do you have masters and handlers? And then the second accusation he makes against you is that you are part of Stratcom. Were you part of Stratcom?
No, I wasn't. Stratcom's part of the apartheid police. I didn't want to bring it up. But all of those that were testifying, they come from apartheid police. educated miners. We've often found down there weapons of soldiers, and I've arrested a few soldiers from Lesotho down in the mines, and weapons that were given in the 80s to Lesotho by the old government. So the fact that this proliferation comes into our minds, so we look at, my own view is that the neighbors who would normally ask South Africa to help with training, they ask people who are not in the region to help with training. And our strategic position on the edge of Africa, with really nothing between us and Antarctica, and we join in the sea route of the two main Indian Ocean, and that makes us always be a target. And if the new pronouncements about their counterintelligence approach from America at present is that they will do what is necessary for them, throw away the international rules book.
Yeah.
It's setting a stage for.
No, I got you.
Yeah.
I think we can leave it at that point.
Yeah.
I understand what you mean. Now I want to just come back to the issue that was earlier on raised by one of my colleagues, and that is the issue about that Rendition case, the Spear Dramat matter, where I think you were saying on your statement they were badly implicated. What do you think was actually at stake? What are we dealing with on that matter?
If you could please repeat that, yeah.
No, I'm saying, if you remember on the where you are discussing the rendition case.
Rendition
case.
Yes, sir.
Where you are discussing it.
Yeah.
In terms of how both Spear, General Spear and General Dramat were implicated. My colleagues have asked you questions about that, but I've got two questions on that matter.
Yeah.
The first one is, what was really at stake? Why? Because in your own opinion, and I think in the findings of IPID, if I'm not mistaken, the conclusion was that they were wrongfully implicated.
Yes.
So my question, what was at stake?
My own view is they got in the way of a process to clean up the abuse of slush funds for renovations at former president's house. That investigation.
So the basis upon which they were dealt with in that way is because of that abuse of secret fund.
And also because the crime intelligence are the people who made the statement against Sibia. So Sibia got knocked out. So they brought a former cop from the old system in Tlemeza, put him in charge of DPCI, and he had no clue about what independence and investigations mean. He was the bully. He did whatever he wanted.
Okay. Yeah. The other question linked to that issue, the report that you signed 10, 15 days after you had assumed the responsibility of being the executive director of IPID, the report you signed.
Yes.
Part of what makes that report to be distinct from the one that was in the office before your arrival is the geolocation of the cell phones as well as the analysis of that information.
Yes.
I know one of my colleagues dealt with the question of whether were you ruling out a possibility that somebody who is well-versed with how things happen in the security cluster would normally, naturally leave their cell phones wherever. so that they are not associated with whatever actions they are going to be committing. So one of my colleagues was arguing that point against you, but mine is on a different approach.
Yeah.
What was the strength of this other evidence and what was it?
It was nothing. It was zero.
What was it? What was in that other evidence?
They said
which you-
CBA was there, and he was in a BMW, and he wore a gray suit. And that's exactly the same thing they said elsewhere. And there was discrepancies in the statements of the three witnesses about where this incident took place. And furthermore, it is crime intelligence that arrested the people. It's crime intelligence that handed them over to Zimbabweans. And indeed, it is crime intelligence that got a letter of commendation from the Zimbabwean police, our crime intelligence.
Okay. Now, in your statement, Mr. McBride, you are saying that, and I'm going to quote it for you so that I don't have to do the paging. I'm just going to quote the context, and then you will be able to answer my question. But it's on paragraph 27 regarding Mahlangu having a personal knowledge of interference with SABS by Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi.
Yeah.
You posed there on your statement, you say you posed and said, Mahlangu was subsequently murdered in 2020.
Yes.
What does that mean?
That he was murdered in 2020 after making
The
a
context in the paragraph as you crafted it in that way.
What paragraph is it?
27 of your statement.
1 second.
The point is that you were saying he had a personal knowledge of interference.
Yeah, if you look at his statement.
By Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, and then you posed and said, Mahlangu was, quote, Mahlangu was subsequently murdered in 2020.
Yeah.
What are you attributing that to?
Which, the murder or the statement?
The murder.
Well, there's someone who says a policeman paid them. I don't know who that is, whether the guy is a patsy. We might never know who killed him. The truth of the matter is Mandla was threatened. Mandla was dealing with sensitive investigations. And Mandla had made a statement implicating General Mkhwanazi. That might have not had anything to do with his death. And also, Mr. Kuba recently made statements which are consistent with what Mandla Mahlangu said.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think is at the heart of the relationship between the two generals, Mkhwanazi and Pashan?
They should explain. They came up together.
What does that mean?
They came up together in the old system. Yeah. And the career cops rely on each other. Yeah. Or they have an untoward interest in procurement at SABS. Yeah, so it's a speculation. What we know it is, as to why it is, it's a different story. Maybe we'll hear it after the trial.
Okay. You seem to be making an inference. I may be reading it wrong, you'll tell me if I am. You seem to be making an inference about the view you hold about people who come from the old order in terms of them being career police, men and women. You seem to be having some negative inference to them, if I'm hearing you very well.
No, not really.
My question would then be, would that suggest that anyone who came from the progressive after 1994 should be deemed to have remained progressive even after 1994?
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Both cases apply. That someone could have come from the old system and embraced the democratic order and constitutionalism.
And became loyal to it.
Yes, or the other way, someone who had those ideals and then got
And
rid
then
of them
completely
afterwards.
disloyal after 1994. Okay. I wanted to be sure about that
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I thought that that is not scientific.
Yeah, it's
so I wanted
the
to
issue
be
of
sure.
keeping the water pure. Doesn't always stay pure.
All right. On paragraph 40 of your statement, don't worry about paging, but if you can get it, it's fine.
got
But
it.
on paragraph 40, you raise the issue that crime intelligence was influential in pursuing or framing some people.
Yep.
Would you say that this is normal in crime intelligence to fabricate information about people in pursuance of their own narratives or agenda in society?
Which aspects, sir? Just on the crime intelligence?
I hope I recorded it correctly. Is it not
Yeah.
paragraph 40? But the essence of the question, I may have missed my numbers because when I was working on your statement, I was working on the unsigned statement. I don't know
Okay,
whether when it was signed, Senior Counsel and Advocate Mkhize, there are changes on numbers. There are changes on numbers. Okay, so then in the signed statement and unsigned, I was working on the initial one we received.
Okay.
But the content is the same. The paragraph number may be wrong,
Yeah.
but the question remains, I'm sure you'll understand. Because it represents what you said somewhere in your statement.
Yeah, can you refer me to the particular statement and the area you're interested in?
Okay. The problem is that I was working on an unsigned one, which we received first.
If you could just read it to me, then I'll be able to respond properly here.
Okay. Let's leave that question while Advocate Mkhize is trying to help me with that. I will come to the next question.
Yeah.
But the question that I'm leaving is where you are making references to crime intelligence playing or being influential in framing or pursuing some people. So it has to do with the role of crime intelligence in pursuit of some people.
Yeah.
But I want to deal with the next question where I think, Chair, I'm going to have a difficult problem, Chairperson Soviet, because I worked on the document we received first, and now the numbers have changed. The content has not changed, but the numbers have slightly changed. For instance, I want to come to what in my record was on paragraph 47, for instance, where you were saying, you indicated that Minister Nathi Nhleko undertook to have you, Mr. Ba, to investigated and suspended. He undertook to have you and these others being investigated and suspended. So my question would be, what was the motive behind that?
The motive is one, he was mistaken and he had an agenda, hence his reference group. And so he obtained the so-called first report from Advocate Mosing instead of getting it from us. Even though we sent him our report, he ignored it. Our report and copy of the docket, because he asked for that. But that was now with the NDPP, perhaps unknown to Mosing.
Okay. There is an area where in your statement we are talking about prosecutors selected to conduct political prosecution. You remember that?
Yeah.
Who are the prosecutors?
Mahema, Mashukha, Mosing.
Those are prosecutors.
Yeah.
And who selected them for that political agenda?
I don't know, it's from the prosecuting authority. We just felt the effect of what they were doing.
Those prosecutors.
Yeah,
You said who are they?
Mahema, Mashukha, Mosing.
Three of them are.
Yes.
In where are they based? Prosecutors in
Pretoria.
Which division? Gauteng.
Yes, Gauteng,
The
but I
Gauteng
think
division.
they've all left the service or under investigation.
And then the other area that I would like your comment on will those prosecutors be the same as those that you are referring to as corrupt generals, corrupt prosecutors? Or there are others who are corrupt but may have not participated in this political prosecution?
Well, these ones, it's clear what they were doing because we've experienced it. And the fact that they are unable to use it, unable to prosecute successfully a case. There are others who are clearly corrupt, but they've been dealt with through other processes. And maybe the outcome will exonerate them, I don't know. But these ones, they're gone. They were involved in mischief. It was convenient. Crime intelligence fund is a lot of money, it's attractive.
I think somewhere, Mr. McBride, you made reference to Brigadier Tlo Khomo, you remember?
Yes, yes.
Was I reading it correctly, that you were suggesting that he may have been infiltrated into IPID?
Oh, definitely.
How did you discover that? Or what evidence at your disposal to confirm that?
Oh, there's two issues. One, he ran away when I came back, and secondly, the panel that appointed him, there was irregularities on that panel. In any event, what is crime intelligence doing coming into IPID?
But he didn't appoint himself. So when you say he ran away, that's number one. And number two, when you say the panel that appointed him did something wrong, how does that amount to him being an agent infiltrated into IPID?
Well, if you are able to find a more reasonable explanation for the sequence of events, I perhaps could go with it.
And as opposed to which ones?
As opposed to the facts. He came in, he disrupted what was going on. When he went back to crime intelligence, he was disrupting the investigation. And we have a recorded conversation with him, with transcripts, with Mandla Matlangu.
Yeah. Somebody amongst my colleagues asked you a question about the credibility of certain generals. Were you able to watch their interactions with the Ad Hoc Committee? Let me just give you the generals that you were asked about. General Mkwanazi, General Sbia, in particular, let me stop there. Were you able to watch their interaction with the Ad Hoc Committee?
I didn't watch all of them. No. I had other things to do here.
So you have not watched none of them?
I've watched snippets here and there, yeah.
Here and there?
Yes.
Okay, because I was going to ask you, I heard you very, very much convinced and very strong that General Sbia in particular is a very, very highly credible police officer. And I was going to say, but if you watch the engagements between us and him, would you still make the same conclusion in terms of how he handled the issues before the police, his role as a senior police officer?
What I say is, the question was, from what you know about Sibia, what is your opinion of him? Is he dependable? And I said yes. Whatever he portrayed when he was testifying here, I didn't see it. That's for others to make that decision. Yeah.
But Mr. McBride, I mean, you indicated in the, I think it's the first paragraph of your statement, you told us that you are a veteran of our struggle.
Yes.
And we know now that where you are currently located in terms of your responsibilities within the state.
Yes.
How did it happen that such a profound development as the one that we're engaged on, both as Ad Hoc Committee and the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, you remain too busy and so much unbothered not to follow what the generals are saying on a matter that has got national security implications, and yet you are where you are located and you are a veteran of our struggle? How do you remain unbothered? I'm not going to watch what Mkwanas is saying in that other committee. I'm not going to watch what General Masemula is saying. Neither am I going to watch what General Sbia is saying. But I'm a veteran of the struggle. I'm worried about the security of our country. And I'm located where you are located. But I choose to remain ignorant with developments that are shaking national security. How does that, how can we accept that as South African?
Well, the first issue is, for me, I see the entire 6th of July, 2025, a ruse to complain about PKTT being disbanded and Khumalo being arrested. That's what I see. So whatever else comes after that. Now, if you come and put McBride here to come here, I've got nothing to do with PKTT and Khumalo, so drop a juicy name. That's how I came here. And then you have Patlani to have a go at me, pleading his case before members of parliament, whereas he should be pleading in court. So for me, I'm not distracted.
So you were completely unbothered, like the rest of us in the country, unlike the rest of us in the country, in fact, to watch those developments and maybe make even much more better sense of what you think it is. Those are senior generals of the South African Police Service appearing before a parliamentary committee and a Matlanga Commission of Inquiry. And here is somebody like you, very senior in your own right, and located within a critical space of our security cluster. But just choose not to follow anything that they're saying.
Well, I've mentioned all of this in Parliament before, mentioning the same people. I've mentioned this at Zondo Commission, mentioning the same people. I've taken it to the leadership of ANC, mentioning the same people. What more can I do? I've gone to all the powers that be. So me, I will watch.
When General Mkwanas was, not General Mkwanas, General Khumalo, Lieutenant General Khumalo gave evidence before us, one of the things that he said, he made reference, I think the same was done by General Mkwanas, a reference to an existence of some kind of a cartel in the country, which is somehow exists to undermine not just the security system of our country, but I would imagine the democratic state itself. What's your knowledge of that?
Well, generally cartels, they don't give themselves names and don't make themselves known. Many people who are doing the drugs are white-collar criminals. They finance it. They control shipping. They control imports and exports. Stuff will come in camouflage within other stuff that looks similar to it. So that's how it's moving. It's moving big. So that there's one single cartel doing it, it would have been blown already. It's the erosion of moral fiber of the country that makes people want to take chances. And that is not the fault of me. Probably it's not even the fault of those who want to take chances. This is the rules that they find. They didn't make the rules. But when the system is not functioning, people will take liberties. In experience, my experience, the problems in Eastern Congo and Northern Mozambique is the absence of state authority and presence in those areas. And then it allows for others to fill the vacuum. And that's what we're seeing here. Some of the townships, that's what's happening. So there isn't a presence. So someone else moves in.
So you in a way, you are also confirming that we can't rule out the existence of such cartels in our society.
No, you can't rule it out. So, I mean, let me just come up front and say it. The 6th of July 2025 thing, it did help and give an opportunity to expose a lot of the malfeasance. So that's what it did. That might not have been the intention, or at least that's my belief, but it did provide an opportunity to vent some of these issues. Whether all of those who vent are innocent of the situation we're in, that's another story. But everybody's contributed to it, because if a complaint was brought to you and you didn't deal with it, and you've got the involvement in weakening law enforcement processes, you put people who are not capable, like the whole saga for so long with the former General Richard Mluli. That was unnecessarily long. It took place. So the control of police has been happening for a long time. If you notice in the whole presentation of General Mkhwanazi, he didn't mention Mdluli, where it started from. He didn't mention it. Now you can't leave out Mdluli in the whole thing of capture, control, of wrong control. You can't leave it out. If you're doing an analysis, you'll speak about it. You will raise the history, where it starts from. It doesn't just fall out the sky and suddenly we're captured. It's an incremental process.
What should we read of that? What should we read of that exclusion of Mdluli's name on the evidence of General Mkhwanazi?
Quite frankly, you're the responsible person for making laws in the country. You decide what you must do.
No, but I'm saying, in terms of your own assessment, you are the one who's introducing a matter as you respond to my questions that General Mkhwanazi should not have excluded General Mdluli and what happened in the Mdluli saga. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Now that the exclusion happened, what are you reading out of it?
Well, maybe you should address it if you're serious about things. Let's give us a history, or others who are experts in this. Give us a history of the erosion of public confidence in the criminal justice system. See the different decisions taken. Who took them when? Who was where when? You know, it's, I look at the issue of Minister Bheki Cele. He spent the longest in influence over the police service. A long time as minister, as
commissioner,
national commissioner. So he had the longest influence in it. What was his role? Did he make positive impact or not? Was there a negative impact? What was it? What can be done differently next time? If you want to put blame, you must also say what will make us not repeat this again. What do we put in place to prevent this from happening again?
Yeah.
And I would hope that's part of your mandate, which you must do.
Yeah. I want us to just to come to the last few questions I have, Mr. McBride. I think the first one would be about, and maybe all of them would be linked to that, is about the now well-known Mr. Paul O'Sullivan.
Yes.
A man that, I don't know whether it was you or somebody else who was saying part of what he brags about is to have brought down your fellow fighter for liberation, Mr. Jackie Sleepy. Would you say that you know that man very well? You know Paul properly and very well?
No, he's an associate of mine. I don't know him very well. I don't know what businesses he has, where he has businesses. And
so you don't know whether he has any companies, whether he's contracted to anything or providing any services, and whether those companies are functioning in line with our legal...
No.
But then how do you make a decision that you are going to source some of his expertise which we don't know whether they are in line with our legal prescript.
So I don't know his business, what other business he does. I know he does investigate. I know he has very lucrative clients. I know that he does similar work to what I was doing in private sector, but obviously on a bigger scale. But I know him and his associate as someone reliable to provide information. The fact that he blows his own trumpet, that's another issue altogether.
But you don't even care whether that reliable information is bringing to you is through mechanisms that respect or disregard our laws. Doesn't matter to you.
If there's one instance where that happens, I will be first to be taking action and consequences. I don't participate in illegal things at all.
Yeah, because I'm asking because you regard him as a very credible person who provides reliable information.
He provides reliable information. I didn't say he's overall credible. I even use terms like he's Don Quixote or he's sometimes eccentric to describe him. That's how I find him.
Yeah. You know why he becomes a person of interest because, I mean, for instance, in your affidavit, you make references to the reasons why he had accompanied your officers when they went to the house.
Yes, yes.
And of course, what you say there is that he went there in order to show them the place, but equally to identify or introduce them to a certain witness that he had had dealings with in the past. Am I right?
The crime scene.
The crime scene.
And the witness,
am I right?
yeah.
Yeah. But we are aware that in the evidence of Sisoka, the one that Sisoka presented before the High Court on the bundle, this bundle that we're giving today, you are aware that what Sisoka is saying is that he also typed statements after, I mean, during the interview of a certain witness. Are you aware of that? That actually what he went to do was not only what you captured in your affidavit, but the affidavit of your colleague, Sisoka, is that he went beyond just identifying the crime scene, but also taking the statement. Now, what is an expectee about taking a statement? Because the reasons why you rely on him on some of the information, the argument is that he had the capability that you did not have or that you do not have.
Yeah.
But taking a statement from a witness, that can be a specialty. That is outside your members, your then members at IPID.
I don't know. Can you refer me to the correct paragraph?
The correct paragraph will be found. You see, this is the affidavit. It's a court matter of between Pashan and you are cited as one of the, yes. If you go to page 2 of that, page 4, I want to go to where Sisoka is making reference to what they did there. Advocate, please, can you help me with that? Where Sisoka is quoted to have said, or it's S-A-A-2. It's towards the end. I want the quote. Yeah, the quote is somewhere. Oh yeah, it's paragraph 31.4.1.
Of my affidavit?
Of the small one, that other one.
The supplementary?
Yes, that one. So it's on page 12, paragraph 3, 31.4.1.
Okay, I have it?
You have it?
Yeah, 31.4.3.
Yes.
Okay.
What is being said today is that in addition to all that they did, they also assisted with taking a statement from the witness.
So my 31.4 is Mahlangu's statement.
No, it's the one I'm talking to is Siseko.
31.4.1. Okay.
31.4.1. The paragraph is starting by saying 16.1, while the team was reporting directly to me. You see that paragraph?
The one that starts, while the team was reporting directly to me, and even after I roped in Mr. Kuba
Yes.
to be the project manager, at no stage did any private individual, including Mr. O'Sullivan,
Just hold on there.
was ever allowed to oversee the investigation.
Yeah, just hold on there. The second paragraph then it says, I'm informed by the then lead investigator, Mr. Mahlangu, that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan did assist the investigation team at the initial stages of investigation by accompanying them to the place there, the estate, including typing statements. You see that paragraph?
Yes, I see it,
Typing
yes.
statements.
Yes.
Why does he have to go such an extra mile, including to type a statement? Because I'm sure your team is capable of doing that.
That's his statement. They should explain. But at the end, there was never any instruction from the executive director, me, that IPID investigators must work with Mr. O'Sullivan or that they must give him information.
No, I get that point.
Obtained as a result of the investigation by IPID.
I get that point, but the point I wanted you to comment on, and that's my last point. I know the time is, I'm left with 2 seconds or so. The point I wanted to drive home, Mr. McBride, is that it does not seem to be that all that which he was able to do is what you understood from the beginning. Because this is an old court paper where your subordinate was saying, more than showing us this crime scene, also help us to craft a statement from the witness.
Yeah.
So that is the level of his influence on the work of IPID.
Well, I would presume you're not saying they fabricated something.
I'm not.
Okay.
But I'm just saying it may very well mean, this is what I'm going to say then to my last point, it may very well mean that more than what you told us and what he says here, Sisoko, there may be other things that neither you nor him have actually told us, which is the involvement of Paul O'Sullivan in your iPad.
Chief Whip. Chief Whip. Skosan. Honorable Skosan.
Angizoliqedelela le point iphela. Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Mr. McBride.
Good evening, sir.
Can I ask to play a clip about Paul O'Sullivan speaking about you? Can you? It's only a minute before I start. Is it ready from the technicians?
We have a clip you want to play.
Yes, Chair, please.
You want us to watch television?
Yes, it's only 1 minute.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
And McBride got his job back. The week after he got his job back, I met with him at IPID and I said, come, we've got a corrupt chief of police now. What are you going to do about it? And he appointed a task team and they got on with it and dealt with it. And what I did in the first few weeks of that task team's activities, I sat with them on a regular basis and gradually handed over all the evidence that I had gathered over the previous year in order to leapfrog them into the position where they were then able to go after Pashlani. And Pashlani, as you know, was arrested and charged with corruption and is still on trial now. And that was Paul O'Sullivan, by the way, that put all that together. with IPID. Of course, I put it together and gave it to IPID. I don't have a power of arrest. I can't go knocking on Pashlani's door and arrest him. IPID had to take that over.
Thank you, Chair.
Who is the?
Yes, I think honorable members and the public at large, they know about Paul O'Sullivan. And the witness before us, Mr. McBride, know Paul O'Sullivan very well. I just want to find out from you, why are you allowing someone who's not employed by IPID to do your job? For me, from where I'm sitting, you gave Paul O'Sullivan IPID on the silver platter. What will be your answer on that?
Well, that's not true, because as I said earlier, Paul likes to put a feather in his own cap. He likes to make himself the main man. But his information was accurate. And his information which lit the fire, which later on led to further investigations and forensics reports, is what took Patlani to court. Patlani is in court, is accused, is out on bail. That's the facts.
I understand that, but for someone to be on bail, you know, the court might do, you know, he might be acquitted. No one knows whether he'll be found guilty or not. Am I right?
Yeah, that's true.
Now,
that's true.
There's serious allegation about O'Sullivan that he's a MI6 spy. And if we allow him to disrupt our law enforcement agency, if you remember, since the time of Jackie Sleeby, who was our former national commissioner, may his soul rest in peace. And you remember that we had, you know, some people, and I as well. If you remember, Glenn Atlost, if Angloti, if you remember him, Glenn Angloti, you remember him? Glenn Angloti, you remember him? He bought shoes for our former president, Tauta Bombeki, and embarrassed the country at that point in time. Now, we are back again today. We have someone like Paul O'Sullivan, who's embarrassing the country, who's boasting about being in charge of our security agents. My question to you, because we are occupying a serious position as we speak here, are we safe? Are we safe? Because hence I said earlier that IPID is in the hands of Paul O'Sullivan as we speak here. He knows everything with a lady called, I think Honorable James spoke about that
Yes.
lady. We are still going to go there. But really, I can't imagine you with your struggle credentials, working with the European, I mean, for me, Paul is a European anyway. They used to call that, you know that. Even, you know, on the bus station, we're not supposed to sit with them. On the bus station, even on the trains. It leaves a dark cloud hanging over you as a person who's employed by the state. You know, that is what he's doing against Patlani. Same applies with NPA, NDPP, position, SARS commissioner. The history is endless. He's boasting that he's in charge. I mean, when it comes to the national commissioners, that's what he said, he'll deal with them. And he said you must establish a task team, Patlani task team, and that was done. Am I wrong?
What is the question?
The question is to you, I'll repeat again. Are we safe with you serving in that post which we are serving in the state security agents? Because of what you did with IPID, giving Paul O'Sullivan IPID on the silver platter.
Let me ask a question like this. in answer in response to you. What would MI6, as you allege, want to do with IPID, which is an anti-corruption body? What information they'd want to know from us? We have no secrets. Our information goes to court and people are prosecuted. So what would they want from us? Logically, tell me, what would they want from us?
Let me rephrase it for you. Is it right for you to give information to Paul O'Sullivan for him to know what is happening at the IPID?
No, it's not.
Thank you. Let's come to this issue of a house of Pashan House. Remember, we spoke about, I think my colleague, Honorable Shongwe, before the chairperson stopped him, he was talking about the Mandla Mahlangu's house and in Savannah, am I right? And you said it's a family, yes. And Mandla was working with you?
Yes, indeed.
And I think my colleague asked the value of his house, that you went out to Pashane's house, and there was Mandla here, and I think he asked that a normal civil servant, can he afford to build a house like that? Not necessarily a farm, a house.
Well, I don't know Mandla's background. He had a wife that works also. He had brothers who were apparently in business with him with something. I don't know what the background is. And he was not shy to take us to his place. And as we saw the place coming up from the foundation, little by little.
Now, do you know Pashane's background?
Except what he tells us.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, do you know, or beside what he told you?
You mean whether he has businesses and taxis?
I don't know. Hence, I'm asking you. Okay, Chair, noted. What was your employment status when you visited?
Skosana, are you not responding to the question, Mr. McBride? He has asked you the same question that he asked you about the late Mr. Mahlangu, may his soul rest in peace.
So what is the question, Honorable Chair?
No, let me give you context.
Yeah.
When he asked you about his background, you said you spoke about his brothers or yeah. So he asked you the same question about Mr. Pashan, and you kept quiet. Are you able to respond to that question? Whether you know any of his brothers who is in business, or if he had inheritance from his grandfather? Do you know that background?
I heard something along those lines, yeah.
Yeah.
I heard something, but I didn't put any inquiries in. There is departments in different departments that check on matters, yeah.
You can proceed, Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Before I get into this, why you didn't investigate Mandla Mahlangu? May he so rest in peace as well.
Why didn't I investigate him?
Yes, like you are doing with Pashan.
There was no evidence of him receiving money in bags.
There was nothing?
No.
So the house, you didn't suspect anything?
No, I saw him in the beginning building the house from scratch, brick by brick, weekend by weekend.
Okay. Let me put it to you. I can tell you categorically that the house which is alleged to be 8 million, is worth 8 million, is fallacy.
It's a fallacy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The house we are talking about, not far from Sabi Hills, you know that there's Purple Rock, not far from it?
Oh, no, I don't know the area at all.
The area there is in a Camel Drift
area. I don't
area.
know the area.
Okay.
Yeah, let's not divulge more details about
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
people's residences.
Thank you. What was your employment status when you visited Pashane's house in April, May 2016?
At that stage, I think I was on suspension, and I was looking for alternative possible business opportunities. because I had been in private sector. I got pulled back into the service, and I was on suspension.
But you went to his house, or
didn't go to his
yeah,
house.
I'm coming to that. As you said that he greeted you and whatever, we are coming to that.
I went to someone else's house.
Yes, yes. You said that Pashan testified here that you came to his house when you were invited by John Smith, who is now deceased, and may his soul rest in peace once again. Am I right? Was he right for General Pashan to say that to us?
I did not visit General Pashan. I visited
John Smith. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You said that Pashan must work together with you to deal with those that do not like good people. Your reference to Mr. Ntlego and General Ntlemeza, among others. You promised.
Denied that.
No, let me finish, Mr. McBride. I'm almost there. You promised that you have the backing of the media, which is useful in dealing with people. Did you say that to Pashan? That's what he told us here. Are you denying that?
I'm not the most favorite person in the media.
But, you know, I'm going to reveal that to you, that maybe you are not, but you spoke to a lot of them. You know what Honorable James gave us is there when you and inverted commas, I don't like that, but I have to say it, Mr. McBride, your girlfriend, because here it's clear, the conversation between you and her, it's romantic. You know, there's a romantic relationship with Sanet.
And presumably that's illegal.
Yeah, it's fine. No one says that it's illegal. Maybe your wife will say so, no, not me. I can't judge. I can't judge you, and nobody can judge you on that. Now, who are these media people? The people you were referring to? Why is it important for you to use the media in your battles? One of them is Paulo van Wyk. On your conversation with your girlfriend, there's Paulo van Wyk mentioned. There's many of them. I'll mention to you once I get to that. But what I'm asking here, I'm asking you, who are in the media? The people we are referring to.
Who are in the media?
Who are in the media you were referring to that they will help your cause to fight your battles?
For me, my engagement with media is media statements and sometimes interview or press conference.
Only?
Yeah.
Thank you. Pashan testified before us that you were the first one to send him a message when you said the offer still stands. That was after that Spa incident. What offer were you talking about?
Well, the offer for him to cooperate with us.
Yesterday in your response to the evidence leader question, you testified that it was an offer for him to become a 204 witness.
In essence and inevitably, yes.
Do you stand by the answer you provided to the question asked by the evidence leader?
Absolutely.
You were on suspension at the time when you made that offer, as you return according to your testimony, October 2016, 4 months after the offer. How do you offer somebody when you are suspended?
Which offer is that and which stage it was made?
No, there's the same offer you said that you wanted him to cooperate.
So there was no Patlani investigation before I came back from suspension. There wasn't anything before. So sequence of events are very critical.
The first known case from his evidence and his testimony was that defeating the end of justice. Case investigated by Nkabinde. Do you agree?
Say again?
The first known case from his evidence and his testimony before us here was the defeating the end of justice case investigated by Nkabinde.
Yeah, I think Nkabinde opened the case.
So why was there a need for a 204 witness without any case Pashan was to answer to?
Well, usually what they do, and you will see in some of the other cases, when the heat is on, they send feelers out from their lawyers to switch sides. All the arrogance goes out the window.
Now, let's go as well to the issue of Mabula team. I think you've spoken in length about Mabula team, am I right?
Yes, yes, yes.
You have placed before this Ad Hoc Committee that Mabula team is comprised of criminals. Am I correct?
No, I said at the stage, they were called up to counter IPID investigation. I stand by that. And there's a judgment that says they shouldn't do that.
Do you have the names of those criminals in that Mabula team? The names?
The names of the?
Mabula team, those who are criminals in that team. Or all of them, they were criminals.
No, that's not what I said. I said people died in their custody. I still stick to that. People died in their custody and some were allegedly tortured. But people dying in their custody, it happened.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, you said in that Mabula team, it's compromise of criminals.
No, I didn't say so. I said they had the issue of having had people die in their custody and others being, one was by torture, by the way, other one was shot in the back while he was handcuffed.
Are you aware that the so-called Mabula Notorious and the rogue team was cleared of all the charges of kidnapping, extortion, assault, torture, and many more in the Johannesburg High Court?
On one of the matters, my understanding is that the NP is still appealing, but yes, I'm aware of that.
Following the closure of this state
not
case...
Not the High Court, it was a magistrate's court.
Yes, the magistrate court.
I think so, yeah.
No, it's High Court, it's not the magistrate court.
With the acting judge?
Yeah, yes. Following this closure of the state case, after 6 witnesses testify, a Section 174 application was argued by the defense, which was granted by judge of the High Court in Johannesburg. They were found not guilty and discharged on all charges. All these cases were open after Temane, Binang, Mandla Mahlangu, Sarah, Jane Trent, Paul Sullivian, including yourself, and Rapes were arrested. Am I right?
I was never arrested by them.
No, I'm not saying you were arrested by them. I'm saying to you, after all of you were arrested, the names which I've mentioned here.
Mancha Rapes was not arrested. I was not arrested.
Yes.
Now was targeted because he was investigating the tortures and murders.
Is this coincidental that you then talk about the counter investigation when you refer to the Mabula team?
Absolutely, they're involved in counter investigation, and there's a judgment about that they're not allowed to do it.
Sisoko and Kuba were, according to you, were unlawfully dismissed during your time on suspension. Am I correct?
Yes.
They returned to their office following your return, and they continue to serve in their position in the public service. Am I correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, was that job which they returned to advertised, or you just picked them up and brought them back to the system?
There were court processes that reinstated them to the jobs.
Please outline the process followed and your role in that return to them employment in the position in the public service. And I just want to find out from you, are you certain that no law was broken in reinstating them?
Absolutely sure. That's one of the complaints Cedric Nkabinde put into the PSC, which was unable to substantiate.
Now, I'm going to, because of time as well, I just want to make a follow-up before I go into what Honorable James was on, and my colleague here about Nhleko story. In response to a question to Honorable Mwango on the appointment process, I want to close this. you veered into a reference of Brigadier Tema, who resigned and was later appointed by Pashan to a general's position.
Yeah, Major General.
Can you tell me about this?
And was fired for racism.
He was?
She.
She is. She was fired for?
Racism.
Now, let's come back to, you know, I don't know where to start, but I said to you now, that is, we have to go to the issue of Ntleko now. You and Sarah, is it correct for you to have asked an ID number of a cabinet minister?
It's not necessary. The ID numbers are available on, all your ID numbers are on the list of parliamentarians.
I understand that. What was the objective of you getting the vehicle of a minister registration?
You are talking about the documents Honorable James had. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm coming there. I'm asking about Ntleko of my colleague now.
If I told you those documents come from another country?
It doesn't matter where they come from, unless you deny all these things. If you say, no, it's not true, then I'll understand. But as things stands now here, is that you and Trinette, you said Ntleko wants to get rid of you.
Indeed.
And then you
I told
send.
lots of people that, told the court also.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, then you send his ID number to your girlfriend, who said that he will deal, you should not worry. Paul and you will deal with Ntleko.
I deny that.
But it is on your WhatsApp. It's your conversation between yourself and your girlfriend.
No, I deny that. Where does that come from? From where does it come?
It's from your phone. Your phone number is here.
No, my phone number can be there. It can be jippoed.
Now,
and you had evidence about that here in this place. This comes from another country.
Yeah, but Mr. McBride, you agreed now, not long ago, when I asked you, you said there's nothing wrong of getting an ID number. I said to you, Ntleko was your boss. He was a minister. You check on him. You send the ID number of your minister. Hence, I was saying to you, you handed over IPID to Paul O'Sullivan on the silver platter.
No, I didn't.
Now, you even went further to get the title deed of his house and the vehicle ownership with your girlfriend. Now, Paul's daughter, you know, I don't want to talk about kids, which is unfortunate, but he's here. Now, I'm going to ask you once again, have you done so or not?
Have I done what?
All these things I'm talking about. ID, searching Ntleko because he wanted to get rid of you.
I didn't need to search for Ntleko.
No, but here, your conversation with your girlfriend, say so. It's evident.
What is purported to be my conversation?
So are you denying all this?
Well, until I know what the source of that is. You cannot put things before me that I've never seen.
Now, you said, remember, you spoke about things as well. I don't want to go there because we won't finish, you know. Now, so, Chair, I must ask once again, because I want clarity from our witness. His conversation with Sarah and Paul O'Sullivan is clear. And I think Honorable James made it very clear as well. Now, I just want to check from Mr. McBride.
Yes.
That are you denying this? All this juicy stuff, the theater on the square in Senten. There, I miss you dearly. The trip to Swaziland, a trip to a villa, because you were once concerned about Sarah that, you know, you must not go for a camp because the snakes in Kruger there, in Mpumalanga. And then she replied to you to say you should not worry. She'll be using Rupert's villa. And I know this place as well.
Okay, good. I don't know.
Is it true or is it not true?
I always advise people now and again that in case they go camping in summer, this is the dangers. I'm an outdoors person myself.
Now, because you don't want to, in fact, we are not denying, am I right?
Denying what?
What I put to you.
95% of the truth is not the truth.
So you are taking us back, Mr. McBride, to say immediately is not immediately.
Sorry?
You are taking us back to the issue of General Sibia, to say immediately, I mean, sense of code. Immediately is not immediately. We are saying now 90% is true, 90% is not true. What does that mean?
I'm not part of PKTT or its disbandment.
No, I understand that. I understand that. But I'm saying too, when you say 90% is true, 90% might not be true. What do you mean?
This is an old Stratcom thing. You and me, we meet somewhere, like we meet on the roadside, in Mhlanga, for example.
Yes.
What was our conversation about? People say these two are meeting. And then someone suggests, no, Skosana tried to recruit him for MK party. Will that be true?
I always do. I always recruit for MK party, yes.
No, I'm just checking.
Yeah, I just want to put you on easy on that one. If somebody says so, I'm very happy. Coming to the issue of Sarah Jane Trinet. Do you know him? I mean, do you know her?
Very well.
Is she your girlfriend?
No, she's not.
Then you miss me, baby. Yeah, what does that mean? Cozy.
My misbehavior.
Oh, okay. Now, you describe like the chief whip was asking here, and I think you responded well on that, but I want to emphasize on that as well.
Yeah.
Knowing that yesterday when I wanted a clarity, if you remember, I've spoken about, do you hate Pashan? Do you hate General Mukhanazi? I used the word mythology, and you said no. You don't hate them. Because for you, for me, from what I was hearing from you on your statement here, is that all the people who appeared before us, they are all bad. All the good people are those who are associated with you. What would your response on that?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say bad things about Sibia. I didn't say bad things about even Komalo, except what I knew about him. But Mkhwanazi, from statements other people made, and Pashan also, and I don't hate them. The law will deal with them. And your words were pulverized. I don't want to pulverize anybody. Anything outside the law, I don't want to do. If it's a law, I'll do it. If it's a constitution, I'll do it.
Yeah, but what you've done by giving Paul Sullivan, I'm still saying that once again, IPD on a silver platter is wrong.
I still say, as much as you insist, I say that didn't happen.
Do you know where Paul O'Sullivan is now?
I don't think he's in the country, but he always turns up with surprises.
So in other words, you're saying he might be even in the country as well.
He might be knocking on Parliament's door tomorrow to give testimony.
Why was it important to you that Mkhwanazi didn't come to a funeral? I'm going back there. Hence, I'm saying the issue of him not attending the funeral.
I said it appeared to be inconsistent.
Now, I'm going to put it to you that you have misled us yesterday, that Mkhwanazi did not attend the funeral. Do you agree?
No. I verified again, I checked yesterday, and people in the tent or at the cemetery did not see him anywhere. If he was there, he was hiding somewhere.
Let me put it to you, Mr. McBride.
Yeah.
The brother who you said you know him,
Yeah.
confirmed that he knows that Mkhwanazi and his wife attended the funeral. From day one, when you said he was among the first people or the first person to be on the scene. From day one, the preparations until he was buried. That funeral, General Mkhwanazi attended with his wife. So you say you don't agree with us on that?
I didn't see him.
No, for you to say you didn't see him, it doesn't mean that he did not attend that.
Oh, then he must have been hidden far away.
Yeah, but the core committee as well, as you know, they'll get evidence because Mkhwanazi is coming back here anyway.
That's fine.
Paul O'Sullivan leaves his country and fight crime in South Africa for nothing. In your view, do you think that he's doing that for nothing?
I think fighting crime and corruption in South Africa has cost him more than anything else.
Now,
he's been taken to court, there's been litigation against him, so I don't see it as him getting any benefit out of it.
Now, you've been as well talking about credible people that you trust. Today I was surprised because you are a freedom fighter. That freedom under law, where Judge Krichler sits, you trust that foundation, that's a civil society foundation. Helen Suzman Foundation is unlike you. Kazakh, freedom under law, and many more who are sponsored by Rothschild, Rubet and others. And let me tell you the game plan. And you know it. They are against black professionals. Hence, they come to court as a friend of the court. You look, if you look at the trend, you'll understand what I'm talking about. But today, you reminded me, one of my colleagues said here that if you agree as well, do you agree that Andre Johnson from IPID is like Winnie Mandela?
It's like Winnie Mandela?
Yes.
In which sense?
That she's a strong woman. She's credible.
No, it's a different issue, completely different.
No, I'm asking you, do you agree that she's a Winnie Mandela kind of a person?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Not even close?
No, it's different types of people.
You know Winnie very, very, very well.
Very well.
You know Andre Johnson, you don't know her.
Sorry?
You know the IDEC boss.
No, I don't know her.
You don't know her?
No.
So you worked at, as a security, crime intelligence, because you are among those who are intelligent in this country. But you say you don't know Andre Johnson.
I know who she is. I've seen what she looks like, but I don't know her.
Now, you mentioned prosecutors here. You said Miami, and on your conversation with Sarah Chechenet, you mentioned that you were not sure whether was it Miami or Mlotshwa, but because the prosecutors between those two, your girlfriend said it's amazing. You've got the right prosecutor. Let me put it to you. Do you believe that some prosecutors are corrupt in this country?
I imagine there are. I think there's even evidence to that effect.
The three which you've mentioned, whether they're still there is another case.
I don't know. The behavior was, if it was not corruption, then it was carrying out an agenda inconsistent with the Constitution.
Do you know Prince Mkotedi, who used to be the Hawk boss and in the NPA?
Yeah. He's a guy who makes up stories.
He makes up stories.
Stories, yeah.
Were you discussing with Paul Sullivan over his fate?
No.
No, but there's correspondence between you and your girlfriend there about how are you going to deal with him and journalists.
Yeah. Well, the issue is to deal with him for lying without a statement about the matter. I challenged him to do a polygraph live with me on TV, and he backed out.
Now, what surprised me, Mr. McBride, is that all those who were with you in court supporting Paul Sullivan was Binang, Kabinde, Sisoko, AfriForum. Are you friends? If not, what were you doing in that court?
Which court was this when?
The case of Paul O'Sullivan.
I told you before, I don't remember appearing in court where Paul O'Sullivan was.
No, but you are in the video there. I remember yesterday you said that you don't remember, but the fact of the matter is that you are on the video there.
I haven't seen the video and I don't remember it.
So you want us to play that video?
Yeah, let's play it.
Okay. But if I remember, you agreed yesterday at last that there was a case around 12 in the evening, am I right?
No, I didn't agree. I heard someone saying it.
Yeah, I'm saying today, you agreed today to Honorable Nomvalo.
I agreed what?
That you were in court. You said you don't remember, but eventually you agreed that you were in that court.
I have got no memory in my mind about attending a trial of Paul O'Sullivan.
The video will come now.
Okay.
Chair, with that, how many minutes? Is few minutes. I reserve that for a video just to prove to you that Mr. McBride attended the court case of Paul O'Sullivan.
At your age, you should see the watch better than me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's only 1 minute. Thank you, Chair. You might even get to someone, once it's finished, we can put that video as evidence as well.
Yeah, now it's 2 minutes past 8. Your time has expired. Can we have an honorable camera?
Thank you. We'll have the video. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. McBride. Mr. McBride, I'm going to start with the 6th of July, seeing as this whole thing started after what happened there. In your opinion, straightforward, brief, what do you think the reason is for General Mkhonazi having the press briefing on the 6th of July?
It was intimidation to the constitutional order.
I'm going to jump around a little bit, so I'll come back to it again. You describe in repeated instances political interference. Since yesterday, you've spoken about political interference quite a bit. Specifically in terms of Minister Nhleku's tenure, can you identify the most serious instance of political interference and the impact that it had on IPID's operational independence?
Well, what it did, the first one is suspending us and activating a situation where the main investigators, the people who deal with the complex investigations are hollowed out and more pliable people are put in place. And that was happening all over. The fact that in 2015, a year before we were charged for the rendition matter, a complaint was laid by a person we never knew or met, saying that his supervisor that's in Tlemeza told him that the minister said you must open the case. That is interference. The minister can't call the shots on who opens cases against who. Then he does it against the SARS guys, and he does it against the IPID guys at the same time. And also at the same time, Sibia, Dramat, and Maluleke are also getting charged. So everybody starts appearing together in 2016.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Did you, at that stage, I know you have spoken about Parliament a little bit, but did you at that stage report any of this interference to Parliament or any other oversight body?
I can't remember specifically, and I can't remember what our recourse was, but our recourse was to go to court, but whenever I had an occasion, I would report stuff to Parliament, and as far as I remember, Parliament did nothing. In fact, the parliamentarians who should have stood up for it, to hold the executive to account, basically were co-opted and assimilated by Ntlego's agenda.
My next question was, what was the response? But you've given that already. A central element to this whole inquiry process of this ad hoc committee is to investigate executive overreach.
Yeah.
Both you and General Masemola has now testified to political interference in operational matters of both IPID and SAPS. Why do you think this is, and do DGs actually give control of their departments, or sorry, have control of their departments, or have they in some cases become puppets of the executive?
Very often they are somehow beholden. And I mean, on one occasion, on one of my ministers, I was threatened with suspension over something innocuous, but the power that the person had, and to use the word, someone in audacity to actually say it to me and threaten me for that is just, I mean, just shocking. We're supposed to be in a constitutional democracy, yet you can threaten people. And the abuse in the system, I'm sure some people in this house will know about the abuse involved in the suspension and disciplinary processes that take place if you disagree with the part of the executive. It happens. Some people here were DGs themselves.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. I want to come back to the 6th of July. After that, when Mr. Nkabindi came to Parliament, he described his relationship with General Konazi as being really close friends. How would you, he also indicated that they went on a boys' weekend together, that they visited, they visited several people at that stage. How would you describe their relationship?
Well, I would say the relationship is a private matter between them and consenting adults. I cannot have a comment about that. And if they went willingly to wherever they went to, I would say that's none of my business.
Thank you. I want to come back to Parliament regarding your experience and what you've what you've shared with us so far, let's call it the weaponization of the investigative process. What lessons, one or two lessons, do you think Parliament can draw from your experience?
The most important lesson is always hear the other side and look for the reasonable explanation. Don't follow the whispers and the wedge drivers and the unscrutinized information that's given, because the question should always be, what is this person's intention? What do they hope to gain by coming with this here? And then use your own mind and your own mandate to hold the executive to account to do that.
In the article that you spoke of earlier today that you were writing that you didn't complete, you said it would have been to the benefit of members of parliament. How close are you to Honourable Adams? The picture, I received it several times today, several MPs sent it to me as well. Want to understand that because he is very much central to this, and I'm going to sketch the scenario, it's simply a conspiracy or theory. If you look at it from the outside and you look at the so-called factions that seem to be in conflict with each other, and I'm using the word faction for lack of a better description, you've got General Sabia, General Khan, General Moodley, and to a certain extent, not yourself in this conflict, but you sound positive regarding General Sabia, for example. And then you've got the other side of General Kunazi, General Kumalo, etc. And now there's this picture of Honorable Adams meeting with you during this time. You can think for yourself what conclusions come to mind. What was the discussion there? Share more with us.
Well, I had a discussion with him about the view that people of mixed race, especially those of Khoi descent, should keep viewing themselves as African rather than a smaller enclave. So that's where we kind of differ. His approach as well, the mixed race people have been marginalized, in his words, from all sides. So they need to stand up for themselves and get organized. So that is part of the discussion. Also about experiences with police corruption. That's what attracted me to him, his determination to fight police corruption, because I would dare say that Adams like honorable member who brought the so-called cell phone records, both live in townships which are racked by violence and seem to have been forgotten, and all have suffered tragedies very close to them about a drug issue and gang issue. And it seems that that is not being attended to sufficiently. So I don't get involved in party politics, but I do understand when people make a point and the point is valid. And I will put aside my political differences or orientations with them and give them my ear. People who feel marginalized and uncared for will not participate in the democratic processes. And that means they continue to be marginalized because they no longer have a say. So those were those matters which we discussed. So that's my view always. Do not de-Africanize yourself.
And regarding any of the classified information, I can probably, I can already assume the answer, but did you have any role in sharing some of the information that he's been making public and sharing a lot of it, which is classified.
Which information, sir? Sorry, I'm not clear.
No, I think that answers it to me, the fact that you asked that. A lot of the information that has been made public by him regarding crime intelligence especially was classified. And many people have been trying to determine where that came from. He at one stage said that in an interview with BizNews that it was given to him by members of the South African Police Service. And then after that, it changed to having been pushed under his door. So still trying to determine where it came from.
No, I've got no clue about it. I have no idea about what the issues he's dealing with or anything like that.
100%.
I haven't even asked him about it.
I've got 2 or 3 more questions which are more policy related.
Yeah.
The first one is based on your tenure at IPID. What are the 3, can be less or more, most serious structural weaknesses with regards to SAPS and IPID relations that, in your opinion, enable political intelligence interference?
So there is, in terms of the law, a consultative forum which must be established between SAPS or SAPS members and IPID and basically civilian secretariat. I think in section 6, you invite people to look at making a cohesive policy. So that's the idea. So you use a forum. The only time that forum was established and functioned was a launch while I was there, like sort of a few weeks before I got suspended. And that should play a role in, I mean, I think there's even there's legislation about framework of intercooperation agreement where you can set up fora to deal with issues more structured, in a structured way, more methodically, before they become too big to deal with, before they become crisis. So that's what I would say. So there's no reason why the criminal justice system or security cluster can't engage properly on certain issues. For example, the issue of vetting people, doing lifestyle audits. So within our service, the only people who can call the counterintelligence forum is SSA's counterintelligence. So we can then task people like to look at, for example, someone mentioned, if you don't trust a person or you're suspicious about a person, whether it's Paul or Sullivan or anyone else, you task members to have a look and they come back and check, yes, there is or there's nothing. So it can only be tasked from that committee. But that committee doesn't sit. People are scared to dig because they don't know what they will come up. And that stuff, most of it is available. You know, it's available, it's open source. All of this is open source.
Are you at the moment aware of any members in the security cluster that are in possession of interception or surveillance equipment illegally? And if so, who are they and who authorized it?
So whilst I was at the state security, they invited us to a function, a meeting. It was General Peter Jacobs. They invited General Sitole and a lot of the senior members of us. They invited people from justice. And when we arrived at the meeting, there were documents put before us that we were supposed to sign. And basically those documents was giving approval for possession of interception equipment. And I suspected it was basically giving the approval through that forum, which is not a correct forum, for an already obtained interception piece of equipment. And when I raised the issue with the General Jacobs that I can't sign this, you giving us a fait accompli. And then the acting director general was Jafta. He also said the same. We can't sign this. We don't know what you bought, what you got. And it can't be an open policy. Each thing has to be judged on its own. So we need presentations. What do you want? It can't be just we give once approval, because you need justice and the relevant department, in this case, crime intelligence, to have a certificate of exemption from justice from ourselves. And usually it's the ministers that sign it. So the fact that officials who had to sign it, to me, indicated. And so I asked General Jacobs, so tell me, do you have it already? And you want us to just rubber stamp? And I didn't get a negative. And the way in which we were put together was all of a sudden, and everything done for us, ready, we just had to put our signature. Something was suspicious about that. So we also know there are people doing geolocations live of people all the time. So that's what's known, and yeah, so that is going on, and that would be in contravention of the law because it's often abused. So, yep, it's definitely, there are people who have it. In fact, there's a very clear case, there's a public case where DPS had an anti-corruption unit at some stage. And when the former minister in Clego was a DG at, I think, Labour, he fell out of favor there and he went and had the anti-corruption unit at DPSA. A grabber was purchased, and that grabber was paid for by some farmers in the Free State who put up the money, and it was purchased from Israel. And it was confiscated in the confusion of coordination. In fact, General Ntlemeza confiscated it and took possession of it. Then the owners of it, the ones who paid, believe it or not, it's a weird story, went to court and NPA gave them back the grabber. So yes, people other than authorized people do have this equipment. It's a public issue, you can Google it and find it.
In closing, in terms of public interest,
Yes.
based on your affidavit, you made it very clear that there's criminal conduct within the South African Police Service that we know of. You said a lot of it was documented, they were named, but not acted upon.
Yep.
Some of those individuals remain in positions of authority in SAPS today.
Yep.
Are you willing to provide us tonight with names that you know of that currently still serve in SAPS and are seemingly politically connected individuals whom you believe on evidence that are involved in criminal conduct?
I'll have to think about it and look at my stuff again and write it down and get it, because it's a wide question, so I'd have to look a lot for it. By the way, Honorable James, it's Ignatius Sello Manamela. He passed away. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. McBride.
Thank you so much, Honorable Cameron. Mr. McBride, you used the phrase illegal alien to describe Mr. Leon Mbangwa. Am I correct?
Yes, indeed, sir. And I looked at the Oxford definition of it.
To your knowledge, which country is Mr. Leon Mbangwa from? What is his country of origin?
Zimbabwe.
Okay. And then you said Mr. Paul O'Sullivan originates from Ireland.
Yeah, but yeah, it's true. The difference is he came documented and immigrated.
Did you say he's from Ireland?
Yeah, that's what I know. He's born there.
Which other country is he a citizen?
Probably UK, probably Russia.
And here on the continent, in which countries
I've
does
got no
he
clue.
hold citizenship?
I haven't seen his documentation yet.
It's only South Africa.
No, I didn't say that. I say as many.
On the continent in which we live,
I mean, he's a South African, we know that.
you only know that he's a South African citizen.
And if you're born in Ireland, you get Irish citizenship.
So does he become a legal alien when he is in South Africa?
He's a legal alien, yes.
And then Mbangwa is illegal alien.
Let's put it nicely, say undocumented, making use of a false ID. Maybe that's more clearer and more gentler.
Oh, that is the politeness that we were talking about earlier this morning. Okay. So, during your testimony yesterday, you say when you asked one of your officials
Yeah.
who was part of the operation that visited General Patlane's house, when you asked them about the involvement of Paul O'Sullivan and probably the other person who was the occupant of the vehicle
Yep.
that went there, they said they were doing a white man's thing. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's what they told me, yes.
And did you want to get the details of what that white man's thing was about or what it meant?
No, they said they pushed him in front because I asked, why did he take a leading role in the process? And that's the answer they gave. And they reconciled themselves with the role he played.
And then this operation happened when you were the head of the IPID.
Yeah, it was not an operation. It was to identify where the house is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
I
Where
mean,
the house is.
at that time you were the head of the IPID.
Yeah, I just returned from suspension, yeah.
And then the team that went to the house of General Patlane,
Yeah.
how many people were in that team?
I think it was 2 people there at that stage.
Two from IPID.
2 from IPID and Paul and his partner.
And as the head of IPID, how do you explain? You are the accounting head of the institution.
So they explained
yourself as the head of IPID.
Yes.
How do you explain the involvement of members of the public in the activities or operations of your institution?
Okay, I've dealt with this before, and I'm willing to do it again. The issue was, Mr. Sullivan was a complainant, and he was showing, as they said to me, the crime scene, and they were going there to see it and find out as much information as possible, and to find out who is Paul's source of information in the estate.
So the answer that you give now, how do you reconcile it to the part that the chief whip read it to you in an affidavit which you deposed in court? That from what you heard was that Paul O'Sullivan was very handy, and he even went to an extent of helping members of your team to type statements. How do you reconcile that?
So apparently there was a recording of the interview, and that recording had to be transcribed. And that's the issue that was transcribed and an accompanying statement with that. So the company.
Because the reason why I'm saying this is that it is written in first person. It was you deposing the affidavit saying I. You're saying it in first person. It was you.
Who was in first person?
You.
No. No, that is not my statement. I was not there.
No, the affidavit the chief whip was reading.
So that's my affidavit,
Yes.
reporting on what others said in affidavits and in other litigation
That's
processes.
exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yes. And Honorable Sangoni asked you to say, don't you see this as an inordinate influence by members of the public in the work of IPID?
Some people could have that view.
Yeah?
Some people could have that view.
Because you know why we called you here?
Because of Nkabinde.
No. In our terms of reference, we are investigating public interference in the work of the law enforcement agencies. And part of the evidence that was presented before here by witness Nkabinde is that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan will come to your offices where you were the executive head and convene meetings of staff members.
No, that's not true.
And that, can I say what I want to say?
Indeed.
And that he will even have in his possession letterheads of IPID.
No, that's not true. And there's 8 other people denying that.
And that he was eventually charged for impersonating as an IPID official.
And so were the 2 investigators charged for impersonating IPID. So that's how ludicrous it is.
Okay. Where you stand yourself, having been the head of that institution, if I were going to ask your opinion about the conduct of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan in your institution or the association that your institution had with him, what would be your comment?
He provided information. If I must assess this, sometimes he overstepped the mark, but he was always put in place.
The citizens of this country who expect your institution to act impartially, when they hear these reports about somebody from far away coming to have so much bearing in your institution, what do they say about their government, the government that they voted for, when they hear that somebody from another country can come to an institution of their government?
Well, firstly, it's only Pashan and company complaining. It's not the general public. In fact, the general public come up to me every day and say something different. Paul O'Sullivan is South African citizen also. So it's not a person from another country. And he's got his papers and passport and everything. He's compliant with our law.
Can I hear you saying it here in front of the people of South Africa that there is nothing wrong he did?
I can't say that. I can't say that. As far as I'm concerned, in front of me, and from the reports I received from investigators, there's nothing wrong he did.
Can I hear you saying that the record that was read before you by Honorable James and Honorable Skosana is false?
I don't know where that comes from. So you can't just put papers here and people's conversations need to come with the proper documentation to be put before you. Nothing that I came here with is illegal.
I don't want us to chase a blind man's path. You know, if you have had a conversation with me,
yeah,
if somebody reminds you of that conversation, you are going to have a recollection that, yes, I remember I had this kind of a conversation at one stage. Did you ever have such conversations?
It's possible I had such a
You
conversation.
possibly could have had those conversations. You don't deny.
Conversations on banter, on teasing, I have regularly every day with people.
Okay.
But it doesn't suggest impropriety.
And the video that was played here, where Mr. Paul O'Sullivan says, states very proudly about the instructions that he had given you. Have you ever seen it before?
No, it's my first time seeing it. I don't watch social media. But indeed, it's him saying that about himself. And I testify that he is COA. He likes putting a feather in his own cap. I've testified about it. Others will tell you the same thing. He's claimed investigations that he had nothing to do with, or very little.
Have you ever at any stage during your stay at IPID found yourself in a meeting where you were plotting to abort the appointment of General Pashan as head of SAPS?
Never. That never came in. If there's evidence, the evidence must go to court. If it sticks, then so let it be. If it doesn't stick, that's it. It doesn't stick. So you follow evidence. I don't really care whether he is national commissioner or not. Doesn't matter to me.
No, I'm not talking about evidence. The evidence is you. We are asking you, have you ever been in that meeting where you were plotting
No, that's a complete lie. And I offered for the people espousing a lie to do on TV, live polygraph test. They backed out.
Do you know Mr. Adams, who is an honorable member of this parliament?
Yes, I know him. I've met him a few times. I exchange messages with him. I watch on his status on WhatsApp. He always got something interesting or funny to say. So watch him. I have an interest in him.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the last question, I will not ask you the questions that Honorable James and Honorable Skosana have asked you about Sarah Jane Trent.
Yes.
You
can ask if you want.
No, I'm not going to ask those questions. Let me ask you this one about the credit records.
Yeah.
Yes. Did you at any stage ask her to get your credit records of
the credit profile?
The credit profiles of people of interest to IPID?
It's possible that happened, but I don't remember doing that.
But it's possible that it could have happened.
I will use anyone to get the information legally on any matter.
And then if it has happened to obtain those credit profiles, was she contracted or was just a phone call to say, I need the following information, please help?
Ideally, it shouldn't have been necessary. IPID should have its own service to do that.
Okay, no, thank you so much. Advocate Aronson.
Honorable Chair.
Yeah.
I don't have any further questions, save to ask Mr. McBride whether the trail of WhatsApp messages or the messages, some of which have been read back to him, whether it would assist if it is made available to him. He has said, and it's still not in front of him. I think ordinarily, if it had happened to other witnesses, it would be called an ambush, that you are presented or read a document that you haven't seen before. So if it could be made available to him, whether that would assist him.
Yeah, no, that is a valid point, which I I agree with you. Honorable Skosana must make that video clip available to Mr. McBride. Honorable James, the information that you have, whether it's a WhatsApp text or SMSs, please make them available to Mr. McBride, so that in case he may need to respond to some of those, he is at liberty to do so. Mr. McBride, Mr. Robert John McBride, we want to thank you for having made yourself available for consultations with our legal team and eventually appearing before this ad hoc committee to have a conversation with us. Honorable members, let me thank you so much. It has been a marathon of a day today. You have once again shown your incisiveness, very robust, in a very disciplined way, and I want to thank you so much. Today, we were very spot on in terms of management of time. I never had anyone protesting or complaining when we said it was time to stop. And for that, I'm giving you a big up. Thanks very much to the council and Advocate Mkhize for the sterling work that has been done. The staff of Parliament, and we must also thank Advocate Mokhaidz for the work she's doing behind the scenes, because the locomotive moves uninterrupted, because as we deal with proceedings here, behind the scenes they are consulting witnesses and making sure that statements are ready for the next proceedings. Thanks very much, staff of Parliament, staff of political parties. You are always on your toe to support your leaders here and make sure that they are prepared for the game. The members of the media, we want to thank you so much and remind you that tomorrow, the witness that is coming here is Mr. Julius Mkhwanazi from Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality. Mr. Bonani Ramano, Bavenda, Bahash, Bashangola Mtakalo, and Pilot Kwebu. From this table, I want to thank you so much. We have come to the end of the proceedings.
What time tomorrow, Chair?
Tomorrow we're starting at 11 o'clock. May you please stand up and leave the chambers.